Warning: viewer discretion is advised. This channel and its content are not intended for anyone under 13 years of age. If you are under 13, please turn off this video. The following may contain material not suited for viewers under 13, such as coarse and suggestive language, tobacco, drug and/or alcohol references, simulated/fantasy violence, and adult situations. Additionally, this channel and its contents are not intended to be a replacement for proper parenting. Don't allow viewing habits to interfere with personal responsibilities and relationships. Constructive criticism is encouraged, making for better content. Jokes are jokes, albeit immature ones. Please watch responsibly. Thank you.
It's colossal, it's stupendous, it's conspicuously incredible! Hurry, step right up. Hey, Sonny, you want to give it a try?
Hello everyone, and welcome back to another edition of Conspicuously Incredible Gaming. I am your host, Mike. Finally got to a point where I can do a live stream again, and so I'm gonna take another bite out of Hollow Knight. I believe now this is episode 10, so, excuse me. So, yeah, nice way to start off the first live stream I've done in a couple months. I don't know how much I'm going to get done of this as far as, well, I don't know how long I'm going to stream either on this one tonight, but I don't know how far I'm going to get on this actually, because, yeah, stuff will start to get a bit difficult, and there's a lot of stuff I kind of missed, so let me just go ahead and get right on into it. Alright. Now, as far as this goes, I do have to... Damn it, things are just jumping around. Well, I mean, I'd expect a little bit of hang up here and there, because I haven't done a live stream in a while. And, here to set up a few things. Alright, so... That's not it. Create output projector. Like I gotta do. Display 2. Let me toss the restream chat box over top of the window over here. You guys can't see that. I got the local restream chat application. I just kind of pasted it over top there so I could see everybody. So yeah, there's a few more places that are going to be starting to do live streams, and so I'm going to start putting stuff up there too eventually later on. So make sure I got everything and take off on this. So I double-checked everything. Everything seems to be working. YouTube started up with no problem. Although I don't know if the specific video or URL that was set up to actually stream is actually being used. I don't know. YouTube is so screwy with some things anymore, and I'm just aware there's so many other alternatives to be streaming on and so many other places and things to do that eventually I'm just going to start, doing what I want to do, and so, which I kind of have been, but, saying what I want to say and being as political as I want to be, and if I disappear off of here, okay, I mean... This is only a hobby after all. Alright, so enough with the screwing around. At least meSeeks did put up something on the Discord there. I don't think it's the same, is it? No, it's actually not the same URL. I put meSeeks up on the Discord because I was starting to pre-record stuff, and oh Lord, I started to pre-record some stuff and everything, and kind of upload it and have it scheduled for every other day to be released, and then I could never remember to get up or be on it to post and say, hey, this is coming up. So I just put a meSeeks chatbot in the Discord, and so every time I post up on YouTube, it just, you know, or the scheduled video releases, then pow, it goes up there and just tells everybody. Because I'm either still driving, or I'm sleeping, or I'm loading or unloading the truck, or any number of things. Alright. And, it's because it's been so long since I've streamed and done much anything. Apparently, Periscope is going away and going to get integrated into Twitter itself, so I've already had to, what was it? Smashcast done already went away, and Streamcraft I think is, I don't know. I never got Streamcraft or Smashcast to really work all that well. Before long, BitChute, Odyssey, Rumble, places like that are going to be doing live streams, offering live streaming services. Ah. Yeah, I just stood right there and took that right to the face. Gonna have to remember how to... It's been a while. But, yeah, in the last couple of months or so, I have set up on Facebook. So there's, you know, as far as I know right now, I'm live on about 6 platforms, 5 or 6. Oh, damn it. I know it's YouTube, Twitch, dLive. What the hell was that? YouTube, Twitch, dLive, Facebook. Periscope says it's still... I never got Steam to actually work right. I don't know if anybody can get on there and find that out, but... But eventually I'll be putting up a lot of other different things. Oh, it's all stinky. I'm sitting around here doing a lot of this. I don't know. Where the hell it is I should be going at this point. Let me go back and double check with some of these, okay, I am. Just make sure to double check that my levels are. Board. Chat is ready to display. Okay, yeah, it's showing a little bit different on there than what I got on this restream app. Okay, so I just want to be sure, because let's see. Alright, well, it looks like the levels are all good. I'm just since I haven't streamed in a while, I just want to be sure everything is working correctly. It'd be my luck. Well, you guys would let me know, but it'd be my luck getting about a half an hour into it. Oh, the audio don't work. I can't hear nothing. Oh, let me put that back there. Here we go. For my purposes. Yeah, things just got a whole lot harder here. I gotta remember that. Compass. Gathering swarm. Thunder's crest. I think I got like 1 egg or something like that, but I needed 2 because I definitely need to get this sword upgraded. And I think it was Nero was telling me I needed like 2 now. Oh, I don't need to go there. I can't remember where the hell I've been or what I've been doing.
Va for nada.
Grave pen. Ram pen. Marker. Okay, well, these are all like map materials and stuff. You get slow, my dude. Also, make sure you got your shade back since you died. Yeah, yeah. Making it all stinky in her bedroom. And I am going to go down there and going to get it. Oh. Just I thought there was a shop over here.
Really?
God damn it, scared the shit out of
Oh
me.
boy, oh boy.
Scared the shit out of me.
Alright, darling.
Okay. Nope. can't remember if I went back in this area after I had rescued some of these guys, so... I mean, I might have. Apparently I did. Alright. I need to go somewhere where I'm not gonna be messed with while I try to look at the damn map. Oh, I forgot about that. Whee! He go boom. He had a premature detonation. Alright, so let's see. So I'm trying to figure out where the hell I was. Mounds, it was the resting grounds. I need to stop doing that, I'm gonna waste all my shit. That was it. This probably isn't gonna tell me much of anything. Dreamer. Kingdom's Edge. Like there was a lot here that I kind of missed out on. It's like an area here that I kind of missed out on too. I marked a few places. I'm sure I did. Vengeful Spirit, Desolate Drive. That's right, I got that too. Focus. King's Idol. Oh, it was the idol or something, wasn't it? Or Pale Ore, that was it, that I needed to upgrade my sword, my nail, I mean. And yeah, I definitely need to do that. I keep calling this thing a Gargant because they kind of look the same and act the same way as they did in Final Fantasy IX, but I guess it's the stag,
Oh!
calling it the Gargant. What do you want? Station. I can't remember what the hell I even did. It'll take me like 2 hours to even get my bearings before. 2 hours to even get my bearings before I start making any progress. I'm gonna get myself bloated up. Oh. Everything go boom. It's not getting me much anywhere. Huh. Great. This might have been one of these places I couldn't. What the hell was the point of that over there? Is that? I don't think that continued on. Well, I don't want to go over there and then try to, fly through there and there not be anything over there. Apparently not. I have no clue where I'm going, by the way. What the hell was that? He must have shat on me is what he did. Did get the double jump too. Yes, I did. So that works. Come here. No. Hock a loogie on me. Close, close. Oh, holy hell. Looks like something's going on in there. Come here. There's nothing here. Alright. Yeah, I'm kind of in a dead end in this room. Although I would like to know what the hell that was about. He wanted a piece of my ass, and I wasn't about to give it to him. I'm gonna have to make sure to take notes and you know, leave some better indication, direction for myself as far as what the hell to do next time I stream. I'm gonna be down for a couple of days, so I probably might pick this back up again tomorrow or something. If I don't stream something else. And I'm by no means, because of the nature of this game, gonna try to 100% this, so... as long as I get to some kind of end game, if I revisit anything like that later, I think that's what I'm kind of gonna do as far as... like for any other websites, like exclusive content. I think that's what I'm going to do, is like try to go back and get all the extra bits and pieces and things that I didn't get. So apparently I have not beaten this. Whatever the hell this was. Going. At least here I don't think I lose the shade or whatever, the shadow as I called it. Damn it. Yeah, and also, I mean, I might pour myself another drink here in a few minutes and try to go, but I'm going to try to be a little bit easier on the Craig juice. Earlier, I was doing the Mega Man stuff for the pre-recorded stuff. I had a good couple of drinks, good couple of stiff drinks, and went and got something to eat and ended up taking a nap. Mainly because it's cold as shit here right now. Like -5 or lower now. This is not working out. About to get destroyed. Hell yeah! Got destroyed like a son of a bitch. But yeah, because, and I just jumped right up under his butt cheeks. I said, squish me! I'm coming up under there. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know. What the hell is it? Like, last I looked, it was -5. It was supposed to get down. It's -6. It was supposed to get down to about -7 or 8 tonight. Right, the fight. Jump in after not playing for a while. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, the weather called for, this is, Monmouth, Illinois. This is where one of my, truck terminals are. And, yeah, yesterday it said it was going to be about -8, and I believe it's probably going to get colder. I know there's a way you can hawk those damn things back at him. I'm pretty sure there's a way you can hawk them back at him. But yeah, having to unload a bunch of stuff from the truck and unload enough food and utensils and different things like that too. My clothes, so I can wash clothes, my bedding, different stuff like that. Trying to haul that out in, 0-degree weather, snow blowing, wind blowing. I got in yesterday about, 4 o'clock, something like that, 5 in the afternoon. It was about 4-ish. Checked into the hotel, got a few bags in. I couldn't do it. Well, I had to spend a lot of time, too, gathering up stuff and straightening up stuff, but, I mean, I couldn't do it. It was so damn cold, and the wind was blowing, and I was so tired. I just rolled over and went to sleep in the truck, even though I done paid for the night here, and paid for up until Monday morning. So, yeah, they told me they wasn't even going to look at the truck till tomorrow or maybe the next day, so, but I told them, hey, work has to be done on this damn thing, so, you guys gotta do what you gotta do. This is overall the coldest and snowiest winter I've been through in a while. Yeah, as you can see right now, I'm not necessarily trying just yet, because I'm trying to kind of get my bearings as to how this fight's gonna go, and I did mark this thing on the map, I believe. I just hope the truck's still running. I left the optimized idle on, locked the doors. I got 3 sets of keys, so I got one on me, handed one to the shop, and left the other one in. Ah, damn it. You can huck them things back at him. Or her, or one of her. But, yeah, I couldn't do it. I was so tired yesterday in the cold weather. But yeah, I'm gonna try to not get too loaded while I'm playing this, because that PMMM stream did not work out very well. Right up in his ass again. There's gotta be some other strategy to this. I jumped right up to meet him in midair, too. Alright, so I did stand up there. I did mark that. I know there's a few I haven't marked, but I know there's a few that I have. And so, yeah, I probably will end up coming back to this. Isn't the city down here or something too? We've been in there. I think it might have been somewhere else. Oh, I just came from that area. There's also a few places that I can get to now that I've got the double jump and the basically not the dash ability, but the basically the flying, the flight, the I can't remember what half any damn thing is called, but. It's not the coof, it's just because I smoke and I shouldn't. Boom. There's gotta be something to that. Apparently there isn't. So that's what I was worried about the first time going over there. Bad. least that one's not infected. Squish. Squish poop. And bottom one hit. Oof. Oof again. Oh no, wasn't even worth it. Up. Slow down. This area looks strangely unaffected. Oh, nope, nope. There's some shit on the walls. I'm about ready to get my ass killed. Somebody gonna die. Come here. There we go. I knew that was gonna happen. So where the hell did I leave it? Okay, up a little bit and then down. I can't even remember if... Shit. So I'm probably going over here for absolutely ass nothing. Because I've probably done already gotten whatever the hell it was over here. And yes, I did. So that was a waste of time. I think there was an area over here. Well, I mean, they are giving it up a little bit more in terms of geo. Yet. There wasn't much anything in here. What the hell did this lead to? Resting grounds. Wow. Okay, that was stupid. I gotta go back and get that. Further down and got my ass handed to me because I fell on something. I should have. Damn it, I should have waited to get the geo. I don't think it was that good, lady. Lifeblood heart. Spellcaster, charm notch. Charm notch. So can't buy that one, but once you own 25 charms, I only need 4 more. Well, hell. Cha-ching. At least that's something. I don't think I'll ever wear them. But it gets me somewhere, and at least now I haven't died in lost them. Most of this is going to be just trying to remember what the hell I was doing anyway, so that was the shop I did need to go to, or need to remember where, but it is marked on the map. And I just realized I got on that damn stag and just went like directly down below to the next area when I could have just dropped in that hole. You came up on me, Jimmy. That's a bad Jimmy. Go boom. That's kind of messed up. Use that a little earlier. I about didn't move. And for a second, in my mind, I was trying to think of the next move, and it's like, all right, kill it and then drop. And I realized, oh yeah, they explode now. It's not good. I don't think I'm supposed to go up that. Well, I'm not even in the damn right room. That's why. Dude can't even see me. Spitting at me and shit. Dropping his orange dookie on me. Oh, I can't even get up there. Not even with that. Not a lot in there, but that worked out. Damn. Out of there. I'm gonna go right on back in there. That kind of screwed me up. Probably should check out over here. Still says it's moving. Still says it's live. Yeah, alright. Just wants to be show. There we go. Oh, that's where that came out at. Balloon fight. Marked anything over here yet. There's a spot I see there that I hadn't got in yet. Fell right in the bubbly sody water. Guess we knew what he was looking for down here. Heart. Greed. Gotta remember where the hell this is. Okay, it is already marked. Was that an item or was that a... Iron's claw. Pass, map and quill. That was a just busted a nut and wasted that. Bear's killed. Fragile greed. Pride. Which ones I have on here? Much faster. Definitely need that. Need the compass because I can't remember where the hell I'm at. A gathering swarm. Need that. That helps. Scratched and dirty, but still cared for. What that does otherwise. That could help too. I'm wearing that one. Stolen from the surrounding air. Blood heart. Child's blessing. Oh, that's right, I can't unless I'm sitting on a squanch. Sitting on a bench. How the hell do you even make it over there? Yeah, that's not going to be difficult or anything. Oh, that's back up to the Forgotten Crossroads. That's why that corner's kind of clipped off of that pathway there. Oh, damn, it scared the shit out of me. Boom. Oh. Squish. Tame this savage ruined land. Many have come to purify the place, but all who dwell here are eventually consumed. Yes, even the wild bugs lurking below. They once were proud like you, but now they're only monsters. Their dreams of glory, child, turn back and do not return. No, not yet. Let me at least find a bench to squanch on. Well, the closest one I think I did already. Yeah, I did already set on that one, so it's not as good a time as any. I just wanted to be sure. This should not even be this hard. Yeah, that should not even been that hard. Probably another message saying, you know it's cold outside? And that says -7. Alert, chill warning. Did you know it's cold outside? You know shit. Was freezing my narticles off yesterday. And today. Had my coat and my gloves on. Forehead was on fire. I hate the whole having to wear the face coverings and shit, but when it's cold outside and that air takes your breath away, it does help. So I was wearing that when I really didn't want to, but kind of needed to at that point. But damn forehead was sweating and on fire. My legs were cold as hell because all I had was like a thin pair of like sleep pants on. That's about all I wear here in the winter time. Need to lose a lot of weight so I can get back into jeans and get into them comfortably. But see, that's the problem. I mean, I could wear jeans. I can get them big enough for me, but when I sit down, they cut into my guts so much. It's messed up because I mean actually I got good couple of pairs of jeans that do fit me, but it's messed up. When you stand up, they don't stay up, but then when you sit down, because all the weight and all the gut goes out, they start digging into my gut. It's like, man, they're too loose when I stand up, they're too tight when I sit down. And plus, when you're sitting there all day, driving and everything, to me, it's about comfort. I really didn't want to go off on this tangent here. I was just trying to go somewhere to farm a few enemies to get some more soul back so I can fight him again with a full squancher on. I want to keep saying squanch. Actually, this is I need to put a wingus over here. Big temple, dreamer. There was another one that I put down there so that I remembered what the hell it was. That one there that I tried a little while ago, so I remember where the hell that was. This should not be this hard. Bag. Who smells like frickin' porpoise hork? I do. Squish. You blowed your own self up, you stupid ass. No, I've been trying to remember for a while what this music sounded like, and it's one of the Final Fantasy games. I think either 7 or there was a part in 8. I don't know. I eventually want to play those too on stream, but when I get moved into my place and get everything set up, and then when I am on home time, I got a lot more time, space, and opportunity to be able to stream more. Hopefully the internet's decent out there. Can't get cell service for anything. Cell service is worse at my new house than it is at the place I currently live. I think I'm focusing too much on trying to do the powered up attack too. Instead of just hitting him. Stopped one sooner. Come on, doing so good too. Don't want to do that. I'm gonna get that all tangled up and shit. I was doing a lot better. Just trying to double check. I mean, everything still says live, so. looks like it's still going. Just want to be sure. Yeah, I was doing a lot better on that fight this time, so this is probably going to be something worth pursuing. Although, I'm pretty sure there's probably some kind of a dream fight after that. That I haven't seen the end of him. This ain't so far that I gotta play hell getting this damn thing back. Still got caught up in it. Poor shit. I think I went the wrong way. No, that's right. I didn't. Explodey, explodey. Jumped into that face first. Alright, I gotta stop doing that. gotta go use the bathroom. Let me, do that. Alright. That was not gonna wait. That hit me all at once. Projector output, stream chat, and Hollow Knight backup. Alright. Damn. Yeah, man, that shit said now, motherfucker. It was like an ambush situation. That's all you heard was that big thud in the water. sounded like me about 3 minutes ago. No, if it's big enough, you hear that double doom doom. Because you hear the initial hit the water, and then the cavity that it leaves and the water rushing back into it. So you get that doom doom. Yeah, if you've ever thrown a big rock into the pond or a lake or whatever from up high, or even if you've been able to heft it high enough, yeah, this shit makes a doom doom. Wasn't a door, was it? I don't think it was. No, but it's got some weird shit there. It's not. Huh. Also, that area down there around the Manus village looks weird, oddly colored. I just need a few more things to kill. I'm willing to bet you there's something where I can actually go in that water. It's probably, what that is for later. Because that's the only way I'm seeing, unless I destroy that wall that I'm going down, down and around that and getting over. Oh, hell, I was already here. Back down there and trying to fight that thing in a minute. I was just trying to get the soul and everything up so that I can go in there with full health. Shit. I guess I may as well get up to the 270 so I can get that Wingus over there. So he could smell what the rock was cooking. This was a whole new area, wasn't it? Yeah, I did come right back up out of there. No, that other one is easy enough. I should be able to beat it. I don't know what's taking me so long, or why it's so hard to... You know, the only thing is, too, I mean... Of course, I was never the absolute best at everything. There were plenty of people that could play video games when I was a kid. Could play them a hell of a lot better than I ever could. But I was going wedged into a rock. But I've noticed as I've gotten older, I'm not as good at new video games like I used to be. I mean, I could still, cause of the muscle memory, I could still play some of the older ones that I grew up with like it was nothing. But oh, I've already been through there. Yeah, if I was 15, 16 years old again, I probably would have done whiz through this with no problem. I remember being a kid thinking, adults are so stupid, adults can't do anything, you know, talking about like video games and stuff like that. Come to find out, you know, if they were as old as you, they could probably whoop your ass at it, but yeah. Getting older and everything, time does slow you down some. I can't remember if it was 270 or 280. Oh well, either way. Poor little guy, he was running for his life too. Chased him down and murdered him in cold blood. Poor little bugger. I'm not even going the right way. Oh, it's because I'm going completely the opposite ass direction. You keep on knocking, but you can't come in. Da, 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 da. He ran off a cliff. Oh, but I can't fight the pieces? Fighting everything else dead in this piece. I think the area around here, around the Manus village, that's not even where I'm at. I was gonna say, maybe I thought it was a different color because that area wasn't infected. strayed way off to the side. It's not really my intention to go down here. Bog Canyon had been there. It's mainly just trying to build up my life and my soul there. Oh no, let me go back up there and go get that doodle. Go in there. I won't get my spuds boiled off. Damn you, Scuba Steve. Porsche. Shitter. Well, I'm gonna try it anyway, because I'm a glutton for punishment. Still got slammed. Still got hit again. I remember my sister doing that when we were little. We were real little.
Wow! 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 Wow!
I don't know why that just reminded me of that. I mean, she was like, you know, playpen, baby bed, you know, little. You know, in the baby bed where you pulled the rails up and everything so they couldn't fall out of there. And I remember she was either told she had to go to sleep or told she couldn't have another bottle or another whatever. Anyway, she was mad at my mom for something. And I remember she grabbed the handle of the damn rail of that shit and wung her head back and said, wham! She quickly realized that wasn't the way to go. Immediately regretted that decision. I've told you all before, this is the same one that sat on her own finger and broke it. How do you do that? Everybody I've told. How do you do that? Well, she found a way. I can't say nothing. When I was like 5, I peed in my own mouth. Accidentally. Well, you know, when you're 5, you're curious about your body and different things. And I was in the bathtub taking a bath, and I laid back and started pissing. Like, ooh, look, it's a fountain. And aimed a little bit too far toward my head and too high, and it went whoop right in my damn face. Already I'm not doing good. It's always that shit that's getting me too. Squish. Went right right in the damn hole, too. Oh. So what the hell was that? It was the refrigerator in here starting up. The thing is, I'm spending a lot of time, though, wasting. I just need to be getting better at hitting the damn thing. Like I said, I'm trying to wait and use that damn attack. Son of a bitch. If he'd stop using that one damn attack. Mario's using that same fucking attack again. Shit. Stand right there and eat it. What the hell was that? I've never seen it do that before. Right over there, right up into it. On the hole there. Back in my belly. You would have to just... I think I'm like thinking too hard on it too. Kidding me here. It's taking me like a damn hour now. About to get pissed and crack out the Craig juice again. Of course, it'll probably make it worse. So they got a good shot. You got 3 of them right there in a row. You can't even get around. Come on, get out of there. It's kind of easier to let him come to you instead of fucking chasing his ass down. Need to heal. Piss me off. It's not even that hard to fucking avoid. It's not even that hard to avoid. chasing you. Eat a fucking dick, God. Damn. Finally fucking beat him. Oh, Hollow Lord, yeah. No, I've been good. Just the last couple of weeks has just been weird shit after another. I just keep getting caught in snowstorms and delays, and then I was trying to get them a couple weeks ago to get me into the shop because I knew my back tires were going bad, and as soon as I talked to her again, like, hey, I need to get there. Something's going on with them. No sooner than I went to sleep and woke up and got ready to drive, one of them was damn near flat. So luckily it was enough to pump it up, and it held until I could get that load taken care of. Then I had to go to like a small, like a garage or whatever, one of the that's not our terminal, and have a work order put in to have the tire repaired. Luckily they were able to repair the tire. But then it wasn't even like a day after that, I had another one blow out on me. I'm like, it was like, I tried to tell you I needed new tires. I needed to get this, get a move on this. And no sooner than I tell her, the tires started failing. So, damn it. But yeah, it's as cold as it's been, snowy as it's been. I mean, other than that, everything's going pretty good. Went to saw my nephews on over Christmas. They were happy to see me. I'll be moving into my house here come the end of next month. As soon as I gotta put the time in off. I gotta get the U-Haul truck so I can start moving stuff. But I live in Virginia. I basically live over on the closer to Richmond. I'm moving, not eastern Virginia. I'm moving more central Virginia, and I'm moving over to western Virginia, back in the mountains where I used to grow up. Yeah, I bought a nice little house there. well, I say bought, but I got the loan and I'm making payments. You know, there's a lien on it, but I got the deed in my hand and the keys in my hand. I just I hope the weather hasn't been so bad that any of the pipes have busted. Because I haven't been to that place to see it since like the 7th, 8th of December. I just left the heat on so the pipes wouldn't freeze. I should have turned the damn well pump off. I don't know why I didn't. But I gotta do that. And God, frickin' nose is itching. No, I don't want to see anybody. I don't want to visit for anybody. It's the old superstition when your nose gets to itching, somebody's coming over to see you. I don't want to see anybody. I definitely don't want to see anybody tomorrow or today, technically. I fucking hate Valentine's Day. I hate Valentine's Day with a passion. I avoid that shit like I do Friday the 13th. I do not go out of the fucking house on Valentine's Day. Already? Well, they're like, yeah, I got him. I gotted him. Alright. Damn. Oh, Craig juice. There we go. So. But yeah, I can't wait to get this house and everything, get everything moved in. I got the whole entirety of upstairs I'm gonna fix up. And one room's gonna be a nice studio for drawing and for doing stuff, and part of the other part's gonna be like gaming and entertainment, and I might even set up some nice recliners in there and a projector on the wall so I can play movies and shit in there. Okay, so I finally beat that damn thing. Never heard of that one. Nose itching means someone coming over isn't something. It's a southern, like, hillbilly Appalachia kind of thing. I know if your ears burn, if your ears are like burning and hot, it means somebody's talking about you. Although in Japanese culture, if you sneeze, it's somebody's talking about you. But yeah, itchy feet means you're gonna go somewhere you've never been before. Like your right hand itching means you're gonna shake hands with somebody, you know, meet somebody new. Your left hand is your money hand, so if your left hand's itching, don't scratch it because you're gonna scratch your money away, type shit. You don't cut your fingernails on Sunday, you'll see the devil all week. You don't cut your hair outside because the birds will make a nest in it, and then you'll have a headache all year. Like, you spill salt, you throw it over your shoulder. The usual, don't walk under ladders, pick up a penny on heads, don't let a black cat cross your path. If you do, you make an X. Or like when I'm in the car, and my mom used to do it too. Black cat would run across the street, take and lick your finger and make an X on the windshield. Like, you know. What was the other? Oh, don't sew on Sunday. I'm not even a religious person. I grew up Baptist, though. You know, Damn it, what am I doing? Don't fall down this hole on me. Oh, the sneeze one for... Yeah. This is, like I said, it's a southern, like, Appalachia, West Virginia, Western Virginia, North Carolina kind of, you know, and it's a hillbilly thing. I guess there's certain other people, too, that have, you know, certain other different things. you know, like for New Year's. There's supposed to be certain foods you're supposed to eat on New Year's that's supposed to bring you luck and prosperity for the rest of the year. I always grew up, it was black-eyed peas. I moved up to Ohio when I was a kid. You know, my mom, where she moved up there. And up there in Ohio, and probably this, I don't know how far out this area it actually is, it's pork and kraut. Some places it's, you know, like fish, like, you know. What was it? Oh yeah, what I was saying, getting ready to say was, you don't sow on Sunday. This is the superstition. It's not really what I believe, but you don't sow on Sunday because if you do, when it comes Judgment Day, you'll have to reap every stitch with your nose. Let's go down above the Manus Village. Unless there was a door there I couldn't get to, open from the other side, there might be something. Ooh, something's down there. Yeah, the sneeze one's been around in anime for. I remember first hearing about it in Inuyasha. He was sitting on He was sitting on the fence, talking to Kaede, and all of a sudden he sneezed. At the same time, I think it was Kagome or something was talking about him somewhere else. Is that gonna open? Found that, luckily. I don't know what it's gonna do. Oh, there's the whole, you know, don't open an umbrella in the house. That's kind of universal. Don't go around with one shoe on. You either wear them both or you don't wear them at all. Used to hear that one a lot as a kid. Now the fingernail thing, I believe it. Don't cut your fingernails on Sunday or you'll see the devil all week. Every time I've done that, it's been a shitty week. I accidentally beamed this girl right between the eyes with a fucking mouse ball. You know, back when computer mice had the ball in them. Because some dumbass in the back of the bus decided it would be a good idea to chuck one up at me. And it hit the window, it hit me in the side of the head, and I got pissed and grabbed it and just chunked it back there without even looking. And beamed this girl right between the eyes. She was maybe about a year or something younger than me. She wasn't like, it wasn't like a little girl, you know, but I would say she was about my sister's age or a little bit older. I think I was 15 at the time. So I think she was like 13. I mean, she had a big old goose egg on her, you know, on her forehead for like 2 weeks. And the only reason why I didn't get suspended from riding the bus was that she knew that them fuckers threw that shit up at me. She knew them dudes were causing shit on the bus. They were the ones that, as far as I remember, got kicked off the bus for a while. told the bus driver, yeah, I know I shouldn't have just threw it back there, but when you're not expecting it, and somebody just starts, you know, throwing shit up at you for no reason, you kind of get pissed. Me and my cousin's been having problems with these kids for quite a while up until that point. I don't know what the hell happened to any of them. I lost contact with, which, you know, I didn't even want to hear. My mom hung out with their parents. Like, we all knew each other. We all knew each other a lot more than just showing up at school or riding the bus together. You know, my mom hung out with these people. My mom partied with these people. One basically raised by a single mom, don't know where the hell his daddy is. If I think the other one, their dad was around, but he was a shithead. Maybe he was the dad of the other kid too. I am sorry, something's fucking... Damn. I don't mean to be like mining for gold and shit, but I had to go up in there and get whatever was going on in there. It's still there. So I got them old man nostril hairs too. I never thought that was going to be a big deal. About 10 years ago, started getting them wild stray nostril hairs growing. I noticed right about that time, too, started getting the ear hair. I'm like, where in the hell did this shit come from? My hair's thinning on the top of my head. It's not real bad, but it's bad enough. I figure it's not falling out, it's just going in and coming out other places. And it's all right here. Where it's not back here where you got the hole in the back of your head kind of thing. It's right here. That's where my shit's thinning. And I don't know if it's because of the ponytail. I don't know if it's because of stress. I don't know if it's because I had to wear fucking hard hats and helmets for a good while. I've heard people say that hats make people go bald, but then I've also heard it said that that was a myth too. So who the hell knows? I heard it's actually, damn it, elevated testosterone, or either that or, I don't know. I've been hearing a lot of people say it's close to like a hormonal imbalance or something. I don't know, but you notice a lot of manly men, no hair on the top of their head, furry as bears. I thought I was, you know. Like, I'm furry, but damn, not a furry. I'm furry adjacent. Like the whole goth thing. Like, I get it, and I can appreciate, you know, looking at it from a distance. I knew that was gonna fucking happen. I can appreciate it from a distance, but you ain't gonna catch me dead in a furry suit. You ain't gonna catch me dead with my hair all dyed black and piercings and the black lipstick and the mascara and rings and leather pants, all the chains. You ain't gonna catch me. You ain't gonna catch me doing that. At least I beat that son of a bitch. I gotta go find it. Oh, I'm going the wrong ass direction. Oh yeah, I gotta go down. That's it, man. The king of transitions. I went from talking about superstitions to thinning, balding hair, hormonal imbalances, down to furries and goths. And it's just a whole inked up chain of shit. Okay, yeah. See, there's other various, like, expressions, words and expressions that I've heard used growing up that I've never heard anywhere else. That's why. I watched this thing on YouTube recently about some of the, the Appalachia kind of dialect. And some of the things they were talking about I've heard, and some of the things that I've heard them say I've never heard before. Basically, when you talk about, you got like food in a poke. A poke is basically a bag, a sack. I didn't realize what they called it, like when there's a stranger coming around, but they seem friendly enough, like they're not, they don't seem like they're around to cause stuff or to shady. Just, maybe people passing through, maybe just, friendly strangers, travelers, whatever. They referred to as a jasper. Like, come around on the pump the other day, filling up my car, and a couple old jaspers come up on me and ask me if, for directions to get out of here. Like, Now, my grandpa used to say jabbo, which I don't know if it's, to be honest with you, my grandpa, my grandparents, especially my grandpa, looking back on it, was kind of racist. So forgive me if jabbo is a racial term or not. I don't know if it is. I've just always heard him refer to people he didn't know, like strangers, friendly strangers, as jabbo. Or if it was a girl, it was jabette. But, my grandma had this, West Virginia accent. So, like, she used to wash the dishes. the end of the meal and everything, and everybody get done eating, she would wash the dishes. Anything that needed to be thrown away went in the trash can. You hope like hell that the birds outside didn't get into it with their beaks and their flevers. Eat dessert with a spoon. You know, I didn't eat squash until I was like 11, 12 years old. I had plenty of squash. I had plenty of squash. I didn't know what the hell squash was. I had no clue what the hell squash was. My grandpa used to say goofy stuff like, you know, when dinner was cooking, he'd come up and go, "Is it soup yet?" There was always, you know, if you're not a Stroop, you ought to be. I know Stroop was like a kind of a popular last name in the South. I mean, more popular than you would think. Not necessarily like popular, because I mean, you still got Jones and Smith, and you know, those are real popular. But Stroop, I've known a lot of Stroops. Also, accent always brings some. Yeah, I know. I used to. I was one of those kids that always ate my vegetables. At school, they'd serve up peas and everything, and nobody'd eat the peas at school. Oh, you like that? Yeah, it's good. I used to eat the shit out of it. You usually take a little bit of your mashed potatoes and kind of get it on the end of your fork, and then you roll the fork around with the mashed potatoes in your peas or in your corn so it kind of sticks to it, and it picks it up, and you eat that way. Yeah, good shit. They used to give us chicken nuggets and rolls with some different stuff and mashed potatoes, and I'd open up the roll and throw a chicken nugget on there and put a spoon of mashed potatoes in it, and then eat that shit like a sandwich. Everybody, "Oh, you're strange. What are you doing?" And the funny thing is, I started doing that all on my own. I told my mom about that later on, and she goes, "Yeah, I used to do that shit in school too." I'm like, really? This was back when schools actually made, you know, food. I don't even know what the hell they do now. The last high school I went to, they stopped serving lunch. They started, well, the one school I went to, they actually, like, ordered out for shit. Like, they ordered out for Sam's Pizza. It was a pizza place around the corner. Good pizza, nice crust, nice dough and everything, but since the old man died and the kids took over, they started skimping on everything. But I mean, this was always just, you know, institutional food kind of shit, you know. It really wasn't that great. I mean, I've had more French fries at that damn place than I could even remember. That's where I started. A bunch of them that I went to school with basically introduced me to eating fries with ranch instead of with ketchup. Like, oh, that's cool. I like that. But no, like, I mean, back in my back in my early school days, like, and some of the schools I went to, one of them, actually the town where I'm moving back to, they used to actually make everything, like, from as scratch as they could, given the time they had to prepare it. Like, you know, but it was always these weird combinations. You know, you always had either mashed potatoes or some kind of stuff. Which, the mashed potatoes were instant. There was no way in the world they were going to be able to sit there and peel thousands of fucking potatoes. There was no way in hell they were going to be able to peel potatoes like that in order to make mashed potatoes for everybody. So you knew that was... But like the rolls, they would dump the flour and the yeast and all that shit in the big kettles with the dough hooks and everything, and then pat them out. I mean, they would... Fresh biscuits, fresh rolls. You know, chicken nuggets, of course, came out of a bag. Did I say the pizza? They get them in them big sheets and throw them on the things and everything. But man, them school lunches kind of messed me up some, because I still can't eat a piece of pizza without craving corn. They used to serve corn with pizza. Mashed potatoes plus chicken nuggets is common. Also, it's still a common thing. Yeah, because I graduated in 01. And like I said, that last year, they were giving people small little sandwiches and a small bag of chips and a little bottle of water or a little, cup of like juice or something to grab with you on the way out the door. Like, what the hell is going on here? No, this was back when they still, served the kids breakfast. You can go in there and get you like a little bowl of cereal and a donut, or I think a bagel at the time, maybe a bagel. I know there was like donuts and shit. Or like, some flapjacks, and of course, they didn't make them from scratch. Those were definitely put in the oven, microwave type deals. But that and some sausage. I used to take the two flapjacks and put the sausage patty in between them. Holy fuck! I just got to talking and didn't watch what the hell I was doing. I'd put I'd get the little cup of maple syrup. I'd take the one flapjack, and put a little bit of maple syrup. Put the damn sausage patty on it. Put a little bit more maple syrup. Put the other flapjack on top, and eat that shit like a sandwich. I made McGriddles before they were even damn invented. But yeah, you used to be able to go in there and get you something to eat. Sometimes it'd be scrambled eggs, and I don't think it was ever bacon, because bacon was a little bit expensive to be just, frying up. Where the hell am I at now? Okay, let's go down and see what the hell that path was. Yeah, but I miss some things about school. But I wouldn't want to go back and do that shit all over again. Never gotten eggs at our school. We got eggs. We got scrambled eggs. They were probably the dry ones that you get in the contain, the whatever powder or whatever, and they made them in mass. I gotta... Hang on a second. Realized that my paper towels are down here where I'm at, because I had to clean up that Craig juice earlier in the day that I spilt all over the place. Because I'm a clumsy bastard. Yeah, 1 second. That's why my nose was itching. I had a stowaway in there. Now, like I said, you could tell that these were like powdered eggs or something, reconstituted. I mean, then again, hell if I know. My mom worked in for a little while with it was either some work study thing or some like being on government benefits and everything, they tried for a while. I don't know how pervasive this is in any other place or how long it even lasted, but they tried to get people who were on government benefits to put in some time at places to kind of earn their check. And my mom worked at the school for a little bit in the cafeteria and everything, helping the ladies out for a little bit. It didn't last very long, like a month or two, something like that. But she told me she was surprised at how, from scratch most of this was. How much they actually cooked in there. And I'd say it'd probably be easier than the potatoes. I'm sure peeling a couple, or not peeling. Cracking a couple of 100 eggs wouldn't be that bad if, you got in there early enough and did it, but... Yeah, peeling all the potatoes. We know those were instant. Where was that? Oh, it's still down here a little bit more. I think this was... Yeah, because I couldn't get in there. But yeah, I mean, there was a lot of things like that that I remember that I kind of miss about school. And then there's a lot of things like... I definitely would not want to go back to school. I hated school for the most part. And not for the whole, learning and having to do this and the homework and the, this and that, like some people we used to complain we were in school. I mean, some of the people that I went to school with were absolute shitheads. Like, it never was about the, there's the curriculum, the learning I gotta do, the homework. I mean, the homework, I never did the fucking homework, but I chalk a lot of that up, too, to, like, I get it, kids should be learning to do chores and different stuff like that, but I think during the school, and a lot of this, too, had to do with my mom and her inability to really connect with us as kids. But, you don't just, like, ignore and not take an interest in what your kids are doing and their homework and their hobbies and their different things, and then expect them to vacuum the floor and dust the kitchen and wash the dishes and mow the yard and do all this and do all that and try to still have time to be able to play, too, and be kids. Like, during the summertime, yeah, you ain't got shit else to do. Then you can be helping, but... My mom didn't take an interest in any of our homework, any of our studies. Damn, Well, let's see what this battle is. Son of a bitch. I didn't fuck up, did I? So, it just always used to piss me off. I knew that was going to happen. It always used to piss me off when we were expected to do this and do that and do chores and all this shit, and then still get yelled at when we never did our homework. And it's like, well, you're not even bothering to sit us down and at least try to take any kind of an interest in any of it. abusive stepfather and all that other shit. And it's just, you know, the people I went to school with, I mean, with the exception of a few people, like, 'cause there were, you know, I did have a few different friends and everything in school, with the exception of a few people, though. I could really care less what these people are doing. Most of them done, you know, got kids and got married and didn't really make anything of themselves. Most of them didn't make anything of themselves really, other than just maybe start families and kind of be about as bland and as boring as you possibly can get. I don't even know if the one school that I went to it's going to hold the class reunion in next year or whatever, or this year, is even going to hold it. There's only about, you know, 15 people showed up to the last one in 2011. As far as all that goes, you know, that's all I was saying in that. I think it's the second one I uploaded. It's going to come out day after tomorrow. The Mega Man Legends, you know, upload. Was that my first girlfriend? She loved shit like High School Musical and Degrassi and fucking all that shit. Like, I didn't even like Saved by the Bell when I was younger. What's messed up is my mom used to watch that shit like crazy. I think maybe she was hoping to be back in high school or something. I don't know, hell if I know. Yeah, that's why, you know, my ex, don't you want to watch this? It's good. I don't want to watch it. Why? Because I hated high school and I'd never want to fucking go back. Why do I want to watch a bunch of shit about a time and a place in my life that I don't ever want to go back to? You're so hate-filled. You said, no, I'm just being realistic with you, you know? Tap that down slightly. Yeah, I'm just being realistic with you, you know? I don't know why I'm going to attempt this, because I'm going to get my ass fucking handed to me. Oh no, wait a minute, this is the dream fight, so you gotta worry about it. If I make it, I make it. If I don't, I don't. I get popped right back out here in the reality with my nuts intact. Like, I used to hate all the forced school dances and shit. Oh god, if you guys... We used to have that shit. I mean, I guess you couldn't, sorry, I still got trespassers in here. You nasty bastard. I guess if you didn't want to go, you didn't have to go, but it was one of these things like they held it during school hours and all this shit, and you know, nobody was really dancing with one another. Boys were on one side, the girls were on the other. During this one, me and this one dude were looking up under the bleachers, looking at the wall and the floor, trying to decide whether or not that did the floor stop short of the wall and the wall is actually further down, or was the wall built on top of the floor that kept going? Like, that was the type of shit, you know, we spent that whole, you know, like 2 hours or so trying to figure out. Or talking weird shit like, you know, how do you know that time, as we know it and everything that's ever happened, has not started at exactly this moment? And that everything that's around has been manufactured and put there, and all the memories in your brain about what has happened before in the past and what you've gone through have been purposefully injected and implanted there. How can you prove that time, as we know it, did not start this moment with everything that has been just injected into, like, you know, like basically, you know, starting a movie in the middle of, you know, like a VHS tape, fast forwarded, you know, 30 minutes and just start it right there. Like, how do you know that everything just didn't start now and it just started up? All our memories, all everything just started up like a save state. Like, how do we know that? I mean, it's one of those philosophical things. Like, you're sitting there thinking in your mind, like, no, I know I did this stuff yesterday, and I remember being a kid. And yeah, but your memories have been implanted in your head, so everything you think actually happened to you didn't really actually happen to you. You just think they happened to you because time has just started. You can't disprove it. You can't prove it, but you can't disprove it. So it's one of those philosophical conundrums. I think it's close to a paradox. Well, no, a paradox is verifiably true and not true at the same time, or it's explicitly contradictory. Like, this statement is false is a paradox. Because I'm saying that this statement is false, but what I'm saying is actually a statement in and of itself. I know when that dance first started, because they always try to play some, you know, some upbeat shit to get you all in the mood, and it was a fucking old, you know, the old song, the old surf song, Wipeout. And a lot of us boys, man, running across the gym as fast as we could, and then drop down on our knees and slide. And then as soon as they pulled out the slow music, we all said, whoop. Go on. We all said, nope. You know, like I said, I was never a popular kid. I was never, you know, this and that and whatever. You know, and a lot of that, it's not even I have regrets of over some of that shit. was like a lot of the teachers that I had were never very engaging. A lot of the kids I went to school with were raised by shitheads, so they themselves were shitheads. The staff and the administration was feckless, you know. That's why all this anti-bullying shit pisses me off nowadays as an adult. Because it's like it don't work. It's never worked. People are gonna fucking bully you. And the exact shit that they tell you not to do, in this case, fight back, you know, bloody their fucking noses, they tell you not to do, even though that exact same shit is what works. Because people stop screwing with you if you know you're going to rear up and dot their I for them. But the administration, oh, if you're being bullied, tell somebody. Then you tell somebody, and say, well, we don't know what we could do about it. We can't prove this, and he said he didn't do that. And I'm like, oh, okay. But you both start fighting, and, you know, you get your ass suspended. You were fighting back? Well, tell him to keep his fucking hands off me. Or he gonna end up coming back with stubs on his arms. And I wish I would have not necessarily known that, because I knew that back in the day. I was just always the person to follow the rules. I used to, you know, I used to be the one that's like, well, that's the way it is, and that's the rules we all should apply and adhere to, and it never worked out like that because nobody gave a shit. That's why I told this story, you know, I've told this story a couple of times. I got punched in the face on the bus my senior year by some dude. I don't know what it was over. Thinking back on it now, it might have been the same guy I accidentally stepped on his sneakers. Of course, he had his fucking foot hanging out in the damn aisleway, so, you know, he kind of was asking for it. But as soon as I stepped on his toe, oh shit, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. I don't know if it was the same guy or whatever, you know, but yeah, it wasn't the same day, because I remember sitting further back in the bus that day, but it wasn't very long afterwards. And see, I've got this weird memory that, like, if it don't really apply to me, or it's not that important, I don't give a shit. I can't remember people's names. I can't remember people's birthdays. I don't even remember to send people cards and shit like that, because, you know, if it's not, you need to pay a bill, or your car insurance is due, or your license needs renewal, or different stuff like I don't remember, because I just don't care. Like, it doesn't affect me necessarily personally in an immediate sense, so I don't care. Like I said, I can't even remember if it was the same dude or it wasn't. But I always just, you know, sat in the back of the bus listening to my Walkman or my CD player or whatever, you know. Upgraded to a CD player, I believe, when, actually, I might have still had that damn cassette player. No, I upgraded to a CD player a little bit, like, in my senior year. I had enough money to get me a little portable dealie. It didn't last very long because it was cheap as shit. But I was always a guy just sat in the back listening to my music and minding my own business. And when that dude fucking stole on me that day, I jumped up right in front of bus driver, everybody, you know, what the fuck? And he's looking at he as he's walking off the bus, and I'm like, okay, yeah, laugh it up. I hope the hell a car hits your ass. Didn't even, you Yeah, and I think a lot of that is, the same with all of us. We just have a kind of a shit memory. Most of us don't care about much of nothing unless it pertains directly to us. And, like, that can be a bad thing and that can be a good thing, but at the same time, like, I do believe in, like, common courtesy type things, especially out on the road driving. A lot of people got no common courtesy anymore, but basically, yeah, I jumped up and, like, I hope the hell a car hits your ass, because I didn't know what else to think or do. Like, I wasn't gonna leap over everybody and start trying to beat the shit out of him on the bus. I mean, I probably would have got my ass kicked anyway, but it's still that whole, violence isn't the answer, and so the only thing I could think in order to get any kind of, reprieve on that as I told him, I hope the hell a car hits your ass. Because I was more thinking along the lines of, as soon as you walk out and try to cross the street, maybe somebody fucking, ain't watching and hits him. Because you're gonna punch me in the damn face like that for no reason. Like, yeah, I hope the hell a car hits your ass. And so I was pissed, didn't think anything about it, took my shitty little bag lunch home, face all hurting and everything, ate my sandwich and drank my juice and ate my applesauce, and, while I was sitting at home and was, venting about it to my mom, pissed off, and, you want to burn one? Well, fuck yeah, I want to burn one. Back, I still smoke dope. I started smoking, I think the end of my junior year or beginning of senior year. Like, I started smoking dope with my mom. So I don't do it anymore. I ain't done it. I pretty much like quit as I was doing it the beginning of 13. I have picked it up a few times and realized, yeah, ain't missing anything by not doing it. Like, it's like, oh yeah, that's what this feels like. Alright, whatever. But, and she's like, you want to burn one? Hell yeah, I want to burn one. I'm pissed. Sit and talk with her and everything, talk it out, and I go to sleep and everything later on that night, don't think nothing of it. A couple days later, I get called into the office, and I'm like, oh God, what the fuck did I do? Because I didn't do anything. Like, I don't do anything. I mean, unless you're talking about, like, bad grades or, getting reported, whatever, for not doing your assignment, or, well, I did get detention a couple of times for falling asleep in class, but again, that was kind of my mom and her shit, and I wish she'd have cracked down on me a little bit more in the certain areas she needed to, and stop being a bitch in other areas. But I got called in the office like, oh hell, what did I do? So I get in there and everything, and he's like, yeah, got a few students that ride on the bus with you saying that you got punched in the face a couple of days ago, and they come in here to report it and say something. Why didn't you come in and tell us and say anything? It's because I know this song and dance. Nobody's going to do anything. Nobody ever does anything. I'm a senior in high school now. The whole entire time of my school career, public school career, nobody's ever done anything. Why in the hell is it going to start? Why in the hell is it going to change now? And he goes, well, we were going to have him in here to talk to you and see what the whole deal was, but he can't because he's been in the hospital because he got into a car wreck. And deep down inside, I went, holy motherfucking shit. Did I just jinx this kid? And he actually, because I didn't think he was going to get hit by a car. At any point in time that it left my mouth, I never thought he was going to get hit by a car or get into an accident or anything like that. I just said whatever out of sheer frustration and anger. just to make myself feel better, because, you know, when you're sitting there minding your own business and somebody walks by and punches you in the fucking face. No, but it was a spooky air to it. Like, if I had heard that he got injured playing football, or he fell off his bike, or hell, his girlfriend stabbed him, like, that wouldn't have been nothing. But when I said, I hope the hell a car hits your ass, and a car hit him, maybe not directly as I was thinking, like, on it, but a car was involved, I was like, holy shit. Yeah, I was so, and it must have happened the same afternoon or something like that, because I changed destiny. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I hope that was a freak occurrence, because I hope I never get that angry again and spout off something stupid like that, because I could bring about the apocalypse. Like, you know, but even I told my mom when I got home, and she was like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, I know, right? Like, what the fuck? I guess I got the gift. I guess I got the shinin. I think it's sheer coincidence. It's gotta be sheer fucking coincidence. I mean, I've been right about a lot of other shit, but it was always a prediction and not a hope. Like, I knew my sister was gonna end up pregnant before she was 18. Just because of the way she was acting. And I'll be goddamned if she didn't. I told my mom that you know, that stepdad or whatever, that it wasn't going to work out and it was a bad idea. And sure as shit, it didn't work out and it was a bad idea. And, you know. I mean, my mom kind of had this weird sense about things too, but she also... She had these weird and wild theories about shit that she had no clue about anything about, but would still spout off as if she knew what the fuck was going on. Though she did tell me, these fights you're probably going to need I'm probably going to need an upgrade. I'm just, like I said, I'm just trying to play around and trying to get my bearings as to where I was. And I had this saved in here as a fight, so figured. But I've also still got to find, some more of the ore in order to get my nail upgraded, that's for sure. I mean, not to mention, like, I'm kind of talking and just kind of playing around, but my mom told me this story. It was not too long after the whole getting punched in the face thing, because I'd already graduated, got my first job, got my first apartment and everything, moved the fuck out. I was glad to move out. I stayed home for a year after the fact, making money and trying to provide for the house. Because my mom was a complete hard with money. You know, not to mention she was on government benefits and everything, and they weren't paying her enough to... Like, at one point in time, we were in a predicament where the money she was getting from the government, she could only afford to pay the rent 1 month and then pay the utilities the next month, and then pay the rent the 1 month. So we got behind like hell. And so I started working, gave mom every bit of my money. We paid a little extra on the rent. The landlord was more than accommodating. way more accommodating than he ever should have been. But Mom could never... I'm sitting there thinking back on it later and thinking, okay, we had this much money and she got this much money and our expenses were this much a month. How in the fuck were we not making it? Oh yeah, because Mom would spend all of my money on bullshit. On a damn half an ounce of fucking dope, and then half the neighborhood would be there smoking it. I'm like, Mom, instead of buying this shit like, every week or every other week, we could buy this whole damn thing and be set for a month and a half if just me and you smoked on it. But you gotta have my sister and her boyfriend and her friend and his dad and his friend, and there's fucking neighborhood spread going on here. So when I moved out, I had enough. I said, because she couldn't keep up nothing, and she's looking at me going, we're all getting kicked out of here in like a month. So, figure out what you want to do. You want to go. I'm like, all right. I saved up my money, got an apartment, just a shitty ass apartment. I didn't really I liked it because it was my first apartment, but this place had problems with mold real bad, and the landlord was a complete fucking tyrant. But I heard, because my sister and my sister went and stayed with a friend of my sister's for a while, which then they ended up having to move in with me because that didn't work. I wonder why. When this woman was more of a drama queen and bullshit going on than anything else. I mean, this woman's two daughters literally were having knife fights and shit in the house because they couldn't get along with each other. I mean, the most me and my sister did was call each other names and, kind of slap each other a bit. We didn't chase each other around with fucking knives and all kinds of shit. But they had a cat, and this cat did not like this woman. This, the mom that lived there, this cat did not, because this woman would just go off. I think at one point in time she may have even picked up the cat and thrown it a time or two, and this cat learned its fucking lesson. But she'd go stomping through the house, and this cat would know, I gotta get out of here. So my mom and my sister are sitting at the kitchen table, and they got this, in the kitchen there, there's like the back door, but beside the back door, there's a doorway to a set of stairs leading upstairs to the bedrooms. And this cat comes down from upstairs, just kind of casually walking, hey, how's it going? What's going on? And my mom starts hearing this woman start bitching from the other room. And my mom looks over at my sister and goes, watch that cat. My sister's like, what? My mom's like, watch that cat. So this cat, just casually coming down the stairs and everything, and that woman, all of a sudden that woman come around, you can hear a stomp, 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 stomp. That cat jumped up in the air, did a flip, and back up the stairs. Mom was like, how in the hell did you know that was going to happen? Mom's like, I've been watching this shit for a while. I knew it was going to happen. They're over there busting a gut at the fucking table. And this woman, what the fuck is so funny? What the fuck are you laughing about? And my sister had to pull a joke out of her ass. And my mom told me a joke was funny, and she told it. And just a lame joke she pulled out of her. Well, that's not that fucking funny. And just walked away. My mom was like, what? Yeah, my mom was like, watch that cat. Watch that cat. That cat jumped straight up in the air, did a flip, took off. Now, I've been through some shit. Like, I kind of turned into an asshole because I've had to be. Look, I love a lot of people in my family just because they're family and they're associated, but you know what I absolutely hate? Is that when somebody dies, all of a sudden, nobody could ever say a bad thing about them. Nobody, you know, like they never did any wrong. Any of the shit they ever did, it never happened. You can never say a bad or unkind or unfavorable word about them. And it's like, that's bullshit. It pisses me off that my grandparents, the only grandparents I know on my mom's side, I don't know anybody on my dad's side. But, you know, want to talk about my grandma and grandpa, you know, my mom's parents, like they ain't never did nothing wrong. Like they're just the most remarkable, upstanding people ever. I'm like, all right, despite the fact that, you know, let's just put it this way. My grandpa was racist as hell. My grandma too, in a way. Not necessarily a bad thing that they were religious, but they were these types of people that want to tell you what the hell to do, but yet, you know, don't want to follow their shit on their own. They spent, I don't know how much time trying to tell my mom she needed to pray to God to take the taste of alcohol out of her mouth or she was going to go to hell. Yet my grandpa and grandma used to go out when my mom was little. My grandpa got so drunk one time he was afraid of his shoes. I don't know if they were, I think they were, might have been gator skin shoes or some shit. This was back in like the late 60s. Something like that. Maybe early 70s. You know, my mom was still, you know, still a minor, still growing up. Come home, he was scared of his fucking shoe. He had his shoes in his hand, or either my grandma had him one. I was, Daddy, why don't you got your shoes on? What them things eating my fucking feet? He was scared of it. He thought them damn shoes was going to eat him. The tongues was going to eat his feet off. Like, that's drunk. Like, I've never been that drunk. I've been drunk to the point of passing out, but I've never been drunk to where I'm afraid of my shoes. Like, I got an old picture of him from the late 60s or whatever, black and white, him holding the vodka bottle in the kitchen. You know, there was also talks going around of my grandpa doing shit to the other kids, to his kids and everything, like bad shit, like, you know, shit you ain't supposed to be doing to kids. And my grandma had to have known about it. My grandma was the type of person, she acted like she was sick all the time. I think a lot of it was she wanted to get away from the kids, the 4 kids she had and all this and that, because I can't remember if my grandpa was 17, 18, something like that when he married my grandma, but my grandma was 14. My grandma was like 14 or so 14, 15 when she had my mom. My mom was the oldest. Like I said, this was back in the, you know, the late 50s and shit. But it's like, you know, so they ain't never been with nobody else, or not supposed to be with nobody else. And all of a sudden, they're just 4 kids rapid fire. She don't want to deal with them anymore. She didn't spend... She was hardly even an adult. She was still a child when she had a kid. And so, like, she had to have known my grandpa was doing shit. That's probably why he was doing shit, because she wasn't doing nothing with him like she needed to be. She always wanted to be left alone. Well, I say doing shit with him like she needed to, which, you know, they had 4 kids, so obviously they were doing something, but I think after they were growing up and everything, and, you know, because a lot of his shit didn't start until, like, all the kids were older than, like, 5, 6, 7, 8, something like that, you know. They weren't in fucking diapers anymore. And that's too much Craig juice. I'm gonna have to sip on that slowly, because that's... I damn near poured a half a glass of that shit. But my whole thing is, too, she ended up eventually getting breast cancer and all this shit, and I think it was because of the perms and everything she'd put in her hair all the time, and different shit. But I think a lot of the trying to run away from the family and act like she was sick came back on her, and she actually did get sick and have to lay down and have to do all that shit. So, like, for everybody to go, oh, you know, they were so great people and we miss them so much and we love them and blah, blah, blah. Like, okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I miss my grandma too. My grandma could cook her fucking ass off. I would give anything to be able to eat one more meal of hers that she made. I mean, and I can cook pretty good, but I can't cook like that woman. Like, I didn't learn all of the tips and tricks and secrets. Like, you know, I know a lot of them. I know a good bit of them. I'll tell you the secret ingredient for chicken and dumplings or chicken and rice or anything like that is coffee. Either a couple of spoons of instant coffee, or instead of mixing the water in with the cream of chicken soup, you get some, we call, there's that accent again, boiled coffee, or as my grandma called it, boiled coffee. The actual grounds you make in a coffee pot or whatever, you know, actual coffee, not instant. You can put a couple spoons of instant in it and it works, but you get the boiled coffee, as we called it, the boiled coffee, and instead of mixing just water in with your cream of chicken soup to reconstitute it, you use coffee. And oh, I mean, it just gives it a whole new depth of, you know, you wouldn't believe. So it's different stuff like that. Oh, man, like my grandma, what was funny too was, and my mom always used to joke about it, was nobody, even if you made the exact same recipe, did this and that, you will never ever be able to make like potato salad or macaroni salad or biscuits or whatever this and that the way my grandma could, because she had one ingredient that you can't get anywhere, and that was her hands. My grandma literally would make a big bowl of like macaroni salad, tuna salad, potato salad, even biscuits and biscuits and stuff like that. Would never use a spoon, would always mix that shit up with her hands. Always. So that was the one ingredient you could never get, was her hands. But like I said, you know, my cousin posted this shit up on Facebook. I don't even know why I'm really on there. I mainly did it just so I could kind of keep in contact with him a little bit more. But my cousin's wife, not Travis, the other cousin that's married, I guess his wife made some biscuits and gravy and everything last night or yesterday or this morning or something. Like, I've been doing that. That was the one thing I made sure that my grandma taught me, or as we called her, Nanny, you know, Nanny and Pop. As I made sure Nanny taught me when I was a kid, when I was young enough to understand. So I want to know how to make that gravy. So I learned how to make that gravy by like 12 years old. Like, I know how to make sausage gravy. Well, apparently my cousin's wife made that shit, and he's like, oh, she made it as good as, Grandma. Like, okay, well, if you'd have learned how to do it, you could have been making it too yourself. But it's still the whole, everybody's going to say everything good about him, nobody's going to say anything bad about him. That's why I think the whole point to everything is my mom passed away about 2 years ago. So 8, 9, 2 years and a couple months ago. And I love my mom, don't get me wrong, but coupled with all the health problems she had, and the fact that she just would not take care of her damn self, she would always be trying to pull me around and expect me to try to take care of shit for her that she didn't want to do herself. And she kind of didn't help me along when I was a kid when I needed it, and then kind of burdened me and hampered me when I was an adult when I didn't need it. Like, I hate to say it and I hate to be an asshole about it, but I'm kind of glad she's gone. Like, I know that's a horrible thing to say. And trust me, I love her. I wish it didn't have to go down like it did. I wish she didn't have to, you know, sit there in that nursing home for the last, 3-4 years of her life, bedridden and having to be, toileted and everything by a nurse, and couldn't go nowhere, couldn't do nothing, couldn't see nothing, couldn't really talk to much of nobody. Like, she died before the coof came along. She died a year before the fucking coof came along. But no, dude, it was, I couldn't even get in from work without her wanting me. Oh, you come over and see me? It was when I still smoked dope. Come over and burn one with me? And, Mom, I've got to get some sleep. I've got to go to work and everything. I got a 12-hour shift again today. Oh, well, you could just come over here for like 10 minutes. Like, Mom, no, I can't. Like, she didn't care. That's why anybody want to try to say anything about, oh, Granny was such a good person. No, she wasn't. My grandparents were shit-ass people. A lot of people in my family are shit-ass people. I'm probably a shit-ass person. Because like I said, I don't remember birthdays. I don't go over to hardly see anybody or talk to anybody. Of course, then I wonder why nobody comes over to see me. And it's like, well, you dumb fucker, if you don't go over and see anybody else, why the fuck they want to come over and see you? Like, I get it. I'm selfish and in my own world and everything just about as much as, anybody else. I've got my problems. I drink too much. I smoke. I cuss. I talk a lot of stupid shit. But the one thing that I am is honest about it. I'll tell everybody, I'm kind of a fucked up person, The thing is, I had to accept it. I had to basically roll over and accept it and accept me for who I am and my life and my circumstances for what they are because... Oh, excuse me, that's nasty. Because if I didn't, I was basically going to put myself in a state of denial and in a state of... So they say a lot of depression is regret. They say like 75% of depression is regret. I wish I had done this. I wish I'd have done that. I wish I hadn't have done this. So you get upset and depressed and whatever about it. And I started realizing that I just got to accept things the way they are. I got to accept life for the way it is. I got to understand, I got to do what I can do and be what I can be and not try to push or force anything else that really shouldn't or couldn't be. And so there's a lot of things I can't hold in because it's like, I think people need to know these things. People need to, have the experience and have the understanding of, this is the way things are, and let's be real about stuff. And the whole thing with idolizing people, and I'm gonna give up on this fight here in a minute, but the whole thing about idolizing people too, especially after they've died, is that you start going later on going, well, why can't we ever, find good people like they used to be? Why aren't people good and just and moral and honest and this and that and can cook good and whatever, like they used to be? And it's like, the reason why is because there's nobody like that. They weren't even like that. Like, my grandma got pissed with me one day. We lived with them for 7-8 months, something like that, after that shit with my mom and my stepdad went down. Because I told Mom, I said, I'm not dealing with this anymore. I'll live with my grandparents, and you either live with him and have a good life, or you get rid of him. Because I ain't coming back otherwise. And my sister, right about that day, at the end of that year, basically became a woman. You know, she's 11 years old, became a woman that year. And I've always been a smart kid. I always listen to what people say. I always, you know, and I told her, I said, okay, so at this point in time, it's probably going to be a good idea to carry a few extra lady products with you, just in case, you know, you start. My grandma twisted that into, that boy's trying to teach her how to use a Kotex. I'm like, no, I just suggested to her that she might want to start carrying this stuff on her from now on. Like, you know. My mom fucked her up one day when they were younger. Well, if you'd stop worrying about what so-and-so was doing and start worrying about you, or no, what? Why don't you act more like so-and-so? And my mom's like, well, if I act more like so-and-so, who's going to act more like me? Both two equally ridiculous fucking arguments, but they kind of canceled each other out in this weird, like, divide by zero shit. My grandma had no fucking idea or no idea how to counter it other than this is my grandma's favorite saying. Well, now you're just talking like a man with a paper asshole. What the fuck sense does that make? I guess that's the point of it, but you're talking like a man with a paper asshole. She told me that once. I don't get it. So I'd love to have a paper asshole. That way when you take a shit, you can just peel a layer off and you don't gotta wipe. Just, you know, done. Like, I'd love to have a paper asshole. It doesn't make any sense, and I guess it's not supposed to. But my point is, you know, we need to stop deifying people like, you know, people who have died and I mean, unless they actually really did something like, you know. And even then, you can't just blindly go, oh, they were so good. I'm sorry, anybody's mama, daddy, whatever, that's something they've done. Like, you can't just blindly deify them. At least go, well, they did what they could. They did what they knew how. They worked within the standards of what they had to work in with in the time that they lived. Be realistic about it. Everybody in my family cannot utter a bad word about my grandparents. Except me, and I get the shit into the stick for it. I'm like, I love them, don't get me wrong. We used to have these big-ass family get-togethers over Easter and Christmas and Thanksgiving and shit like that. Especially Easter. Easter was big with our family. You want to talk about an egg hunt to end all egg hunts. I mean, there were literally, in some years, there were literally like a dozen of us kids. Oh, I was fighting that. Okay, I was gonna say, what the hell? There were literally like a dozen of us kids. Me, my sister, my two cousins, our other cousin by birth, was it me, my sister, my other two cousins, the other one by birth, the other one by marriage, then another like great aunt somewhere or another, they had kids or whatever, so there's 3 of them. They usually brought a friend. One of them usually brought a friend, so that's 10 kids. And there may have been a few more, so maybe not, you know, not quite a dozen, but damn near a dozen. Actually, if, you know, you included 1 or 2 of the other family members that had kids at the time that maybe showed up once, they had 2 or 3 along with them too. So we had a dozen kids. And And my grandma would boil 6 dozen eggs or more. And that was real eggs. Big ass stock pot. I mean, bigger than shit. Full of eggs. We get done coloring all of them, then some of the other relatives would get them fake plastic eggs and either put a couple of pennies or, quarter or whatever, dollar in it. My great uncle did this whole thing with a slip of paper. They wrote numbers on a slip of paper and put it in the egg. And then when you got the egg and they cracked it open and they opened it up and got the number, they had a notebook down of what every number you got. So 22 could have been a thing of bubbles, and 16 could have been a jump rope, and 12 could have been a coloring book. 26 could have been, a $2 bill. Like, so we were hiding 10 dozen eggs, 12 dozen eggs. I mean, we had about 150 eggs. It had to have been. I learned how to hide eggs and hunt eggs because of them. Because some of them family members were assholes. You find eggs in places you wouldn't believe there were fucking eggs in. I say that like, oh yeah, I got family members and everything too to hide eggs real good. No, my family members buried eggs. My family members would get shovels and bury eggs. Like, you don't even know. Like, we were expecting to get some mining equipment and go underground to get some of these fucking eggs. They would bury them. I had one of them take a spade and dig up a good clump of grass and then pull it up and then throw an egg up under there. And lay it back down. Asshole. I'm sitting there thinking back on it now. You asshole. How are any of us supposed to even know that there was an egg down there? It got so bad they had to start making rules because it was getting so bad. I mean, one of my relatives. I went right back into that spot where I was at, didn't I? My great-great-grandpa, one of the only memories I really have of him was at one Easter. He used to wear, my grandpa wore bib overalls too, but my great-grandpa somehow or another found these bib overalls that had pockets for days. I don't know where in the hell he found them. If my grandma sewed these extra pockets on, my great-grandma, like, I don't know. But he looked us kids directly in the eye when they were hiding them. The adults hiding them. He was getting up there in age, so he couldn't really hide them. So the younger adults were hiding them. And he looked us little kids in the eye as we were waiting to go outside to hunt them. And he goes, "You kids ain't gonna find none of them eggs." I go, "Why is that, great-grandpa?" He goes, "Because they're all gonna be in my pockets." I'll never forget that, as long as I live. But, yeah, we had one. Well, she was the husband of one of my second cousins. Somehow or another, and this dude was already like 6'4", some shit like that. I mean, this dude, tall ass dude. Somehow or another, he got this egg into this knot hole of this tree branch. Yeah, I'm fucking around here, not even. He got this egg into this knot hole of this tree branch. And I'll be damned if the youngest of us kids didn't spot it. From the ground, looked straight up and went, And then from there, before somebody actually went up to go get it, it was a pissing match of, well, who put that fucking thing up there anyway? So it took, because it was so high up, and I guess when the dude put it up there, he kind of like lifted and then kind of jumped a little bit and kind of, you know, like hefted it up there a little bit. So you couldn't just get it down by standing up there grabbing it. So dude kind of shimmies up the tree, and we got it on video how in the hell they got it down. But the bitch actually started rolling down the tree branch because not only was the knot hole hollow, but like most of the whole branch was hollow. So he's got to chase this thing down. Eventually they had to, you know, shake it out or whatever, pull it up. They eventually got it out of there. But they spent way more time on trying to get this egg out than was what was necessary. They would hide them in the corners of my grandma's flower beds. My cousin, the one that's married now, because we used to do the whole, you know, kids hunt things, and then the adults that wanted to, some of us kids would go and hide a couple of dozen, and some of the adults who wanted to play along found our eggs. And my cousin put one in one of the egg cartons and stuffed that shit in like cinder blocks around where my grandma had this flower bed. Stuffed it in there, and he goes, well, they're going to have to find the carton too. My other cousin, the one that I'm staying with currently, he put an egg in the tailpipe of my grandpa's truck. He was only 6, 7 at the time. He didn't know. He had no clue. He didn't know. So, you know, not only does he put it in there, but he thinks, oh, this is going to be all right. You know, they'll be able to get it out. But I'm going to hide it real good. So he, not only that, but he kind of stuffed it in there. Well, nobody ever found it until the next morning or so when my grandpa went to go to work. My grandpa was kind of a hothead in a way. I've literally watched my grandpa nail up flashing on the side of a trailer, you know, like underpinning to kind of, you know, metal flashing and stuff. And he slipped and hit his thumb. And instead of going, ow, fuck, that hurt, let me come about it a different way, he took the hammer and just started beating the fuck out of his thumb. Well, this son of a bitch ain't gonna go in there. I'm gonna fucking make it go in there. I mean, so he gets behind the wheel of that truck and starts turning it over. And it's not turning over because, of course, the egg's in there and it can't fucking breathe. So he's just laying on the damn the starter. So it's not doing it. So he starts pumping on the damn gas. And he's pumping on the gas. Pumping it. Next thing you know, boom! Enough fuel got in there and everything, and finally ignited and ejected this fucking egg. And he finally took off and went to work. He didn't know what the fuck. Yeah, I think he put 2 and 2 together later on. But come back home and everything, and my cousin woke up and everything, and he saw across the way the neighbor's house next door had some shit on the side of the wall that looked like a splattered egg with blue, because it was a blue egg he put in there. It was a real egg. It shot out and hit the neighbor's house and splattered up against the wall, and you saw the innards of the egg and the blue shell from, you know, the egg being colored. And all I told him after that was, imagine how it must have scared the shit out of them people in that damn house to have that egg hit the fucking wall like that. But I think that incident was what got everybody like, all right. We can't bury them. We can't hide them on vehicles anymore. We gotta try to do a little bit of something to make it a little bit fair because, like I said, we were burying them. We were taking shovels and burying eggs. We would bury the fucking eggs. Oh, even to my family. So basically the rule became after that you can pretty much hide them anywhere you want to. Like, as far as vehicles go, try not to hide them on vehicles, but if you do, make them gimmies. Like, you know, put them on the bumper or somewhere low, or put them by or behind the tire, or, you know. Don't try to, like, really hide them in or on the vehicle that much. But you can basically hide them anywhere you wanted to. Make sure that it was easily recoverable, and that at least from one angle you can see a dime-sized piece. You couldn't, unless it was obvious, like under an overturned flower pot. Like, sometimes those were okay, because it's kind of like, oh yeah, oh, they probably hid one under there, and you just basically pull the flower pot, and it was a gimme. It was kind of a, you know, obvious thing. Like with the whole, you know, burying them in the dirt and the grass thing, you couldn't just bury them and then not see them. If you did that, which it wasn't against the rules to dig up a clump of grass, but you had to pull it back and put the egg under there so far and lay it back over to where, if you look from the side, you could still see the egg a little bit. Like, you had to do that, at least. I started getting devious, though, and mixing colors with colors. I'd take some of the green or whatever and do the whole, you know, under the grass thing, or kind of in a little spot, whatever. I'd blend the colors. I think it was the girl I was with a long time ago. We went to back to her mom's house and everything for Easter. And she was like, oh, I never really ever colored Easter eggs, or never, you know, hunted them or everything. I don't remember really doing that much, you know, when I was a kid. I said, well, shit, you want to do it? Like, you know, fuck, I knew what's gonna happen. Like, shit, you want to color eggs and everything? We're grown-ass people. Like, she's like 18 and I'm like 23, and like, you know, you want to color eggs? Like, yeah, I want to color eggs. So I go out there and I hide, and we only colored like a dozen, you know, because it was just the two of us. And so, you know, we got this nice, like, purplish, reddish purplish one, and I hide it in the, I can't remember if it was I can't remember what the hell the bush was now, the flowers, a chrysanthemum, rhododendron, whatever. But they matched, the color matched, like, perfectly. And I hid this shit. I just basically pulled up a couple of little branches and kind of slid it up under there and then laid it down. And you can see it. You can see the egg just fine. But the color matched so much that if you weren't paying attention to it, you couldn't see it. You asshole. Mixing colors? That's wrong. Hey, it's perfectly legal within the agreed family rules of, you know, a dime-sized piece showing from anywhere. Nobody said anything about you couldn't match colors. So it was 1 year I did that shit when we had a smaller thing at my great aunt's house. I had a blue one under a blue tarp. You know, it was kind of laying out on the side. Just, you know, like I said, you could see it. You wouldn't notice if you weren't looking for it real hard, but you can see it. And so, with as many people that were hiding eggs at the point in time, you start running, you know, if you've got about 24 or 12 eggs, by the time you get down to about the last 3 of them or so, 3 or 4 of them, you start running out of places to put them, especially when everybody else is hiding them too. So, and these were mostly, these were fake eggs too, if I remember, at this one, you know, this one Easter party, because either my aunt didn't really have the eggs, or she, you know, the egg, well, I mean, all the eggs that we had as kids and everything, the boiled eggs, they always went into macaroni salad or whatever later. They always got eaten after the fact. I mean, we'd all be eating macaroni salad and the egg pieces in it were green and red and blue and purple and shit like that. But I mean, it was just boiled eggs, it was just food coloring. But or they became deviled eggs. Most of them became deviled eggs. That's right. So we get deviled eggs with the, you know, the yolk put back in them with the mayonnaise and the mustard and the relish and whatever like that, and the paprika sprinkled on them. But the whites of the eggs were blue, green, you know. It's like, all right, you know. But it started getting to where you couldn't really hide them anymore in places because you start running out of places to damn hide them. So I would just basically just start throwing out gimmies, you know, just out in the open for anybody to see. And I had this bright idea one day, because I mean, I would even, like, you know, put one in my pocket or be holding one in my hand and kind of, you know, just like whatever. And the first one that goes, hey, there's an egg, like, yeah, it's yours, you know, like, that was one of the eggs. They look at him. Well, I would play with them a little bit, especially if I had like in my pocket, or I put one, like, sometimes I wore a bandana, like a headband, and I'd stick it on the top there where it'd stay. And there's an egg there. What egg? Egg right there. Like, oh yeah, here you go. You know, like, because I mean, we had family members do that too. Just stick them in the pocket and then go, what's it? And one of the little kids come, there's an egg. Egg? Oh, okay, yeah, you found it. You know, I'd hide them on me too. Well, I had this bright idea to take a bright yellow egg and take black electrical tape and tape it to the side of their house, which was covered in like gray vinyl siding. Because it was one of the last eggs, and I'm like, what the hell am I going to do with this thing? I can't remember finding any more places. Can't think of any more places. Everybody's done already thought of all the places I've thought of. I'm like, yeah, let's get a gimme. Like, this is going to be easy. So I took that egg and took some black tape, and I taped it in a big X of black tape across a yellow egg on a gray vinyl-sided house. Right at eye level. And go, oh, they're going to find that one easily, you know. That was one of the last ones they fucking found. I could not believe it. I'm sitting over there the whole time, laughing my balls off. They're getting down to the last, I can't find any more eggs. There aren't any more eggs out here. I'm like, oh, there's a few around. I'm sitting there trying not to bust out laughing. They never got it until a good while later. One of them, what the start? I mean, it was when like all of your options were exhausted because they were all like looking like down at waist or ground level, and he finally got frustrated. Like, fuck it, I'll look somewhere else. And he looks up and goes, "Oh, there." It was just, you could kind of tell what was going on in his head at the time. Like, oh shit, there. And then, you know, the one he found it, but it just like. That's the way we used to do. That's the way I like doing. Last time, God, it's been 10 years since I've fucking colored eggs and everything. Sometimes the most obvious ones are the hardest to find. Probably it's because the last place they look. But yeah, because I said, they're all looking at like waist level and down to the ground. They're all like focusing down on the ground and maybe like, you know, waist level. they're not really, or if they're doing it, they're looking way up high. Because there's some like we'd put in the rafters, you know, like in the eaves and in the overhangs and stuff, if there was a spot there, or you know, like on light fixtures, you know, on the side of the place, kind of put one up there, you know, like they were either looking way up here or they were looking way down there. They were nowhere in the middle. And I put one, like I said, and it was obvious. Yellow egg, black tape, gray background. It was a big X marks the spot. And it was one of the last ones they found. I'm just laughing my ass off. But, you know, yeah, I mean, it's... I just thought it was funny. You know, I tried to be obvious, and it ended up being the hardest damn one to find. But the last time I remember hell, I ain't colored eggs. Like I said, last time I remember coloring any eggs or doing anything, it was like 10 years ago when my nephews were real little. I think the youngest of my nephews wasn't even 2 yet. So it was... What was it? My youngest nephew was born in 05. Yeah, so he was like, yeah, because 6, 4, and 2. They're 2 years apart. Each of them, they're 6, you know. The oldest one now is going to be... Let's see, what's it? He's going to be turning 17 this year, this coming year. So he's 16, the other's 14, and the other's 12. But I remember... And this is the other thing. This is the other thing I forgot to mention, too, is that ever since me and my cousins were little, when I was growing up, every year, because when we found out the whole trick of, you know, because, well, if you remember the paws, the color and shit, some of the kits came with a wax. Sometimes it was clear, sometimes it was white, but some of the kits came with a crayon. And you can write on the egg or make designs or whatever, and when you put the egg in the ink, in the food coloring, it didn't color those spots. So from a very early age, one of us, when we write our names on it, this and that, whatever, but from a very early age, we took one egg and wrote ass, A-S-S, wrote ass on the egg, and then colored it, and then put it in with the bunch. So we always had an ass egg. And of course, during that, you know, when we were coloring eggs with them boys, I grabbed, I think it was me or Travis, it was my cousin Travis. Hey man, you got a crayon? I'm like, I know where this is going. Alright. Let me go get one, I'll be back. So he writes ass on the egg. You know, we're grown ass men, you know, writes ass on the egg and puts it back in the in the mix, and the kids are coloring everything. And one goes, my oldest, this one says ass. I'm like, sure does. My uncle at the time, my cousin's dad, drunk as fuck. I mean, of course you couldn't have tell because he was always like that too. So you never knew if it was just he was drunk or he was acting that way. Because he'd say whatever he meant. But he yelled out. I mean, I got it on the video and everything of the kids coloring eggs that year. You hear in the background. I kid you not. Make a bird shit brown egg. Hey, when do you make a bird shit brown egg? Well, I'll be damned. Because we always, the last egg or two, always made it in every single color. Like, at first, this is how the procedure went. At first, everybody would get a color, and the eggs would all start out one color. Then by about the second round or so, you'd start putting one in one color and walling it around, and halfway through you'd like throw it in another color. So, you know, you kind of make like you put it in like the red, and then you'd put it in like the blue or whatever. You kind of get almost like a deep mahogany, like a red, a brown, reddish brown kind of, you know, thing, whatever. By the last 2 or 3 eggs, they're going in everything. And it would always just come out this fucked up shade of brown. Well, the last one made its way in every container and come out, and it come out bird shit brown. That was my oldest nephew, and he grabs that egg after it's, you know, he pulls it out of there and he dries it off. He comes around, he goes to my uncle and goes, "Here, Uncle Wayne, here's your bird brown, crap brown egg." Me and my cousin are laughing, going, "I'll be damned if that boy didn't make a bird shit brown egg." He made a bird shit brown egg and took it to my uncle and went, "Here, Uncle Wayne, here's your bird brown, crap brown egg." It's almost like that he said it. "Here's your bird brown, crap brown egg." Like I said, I will never forget that. Of course, like I said, this boy here, he was a little smart ass. He's still a little smart ass. He knew because I hid the eggs that year and my cousin hid the eggs. I think it was just me and my cousin. It was we colored 3 dozen eggs and there was 3 kids. I think me and my cousin, maybe their mama too, but I know me and my cousin hid the eggs for sure. I think I think it was me and him each hid the 1.5 dozen together. Because she was in there tending to the youngest one and, you know, dealing with all that. And so we start getting down to where, you know, the youngins that done found most of the eggs. We were down to about the last 5 or so, 5 or 6. And the oldest one, "I'm gonna find all them eggs, Uncle Mikey. You better believe I'm gonna find them last 5 eggs. You better believe I'm gonna find them." Like, "All right, boy, get out there and find them." So it started getting down to where, like, you know, 4 were left, then 3 were left. "I'm gonna find them last 3 eggs, Uncle Mikey. You better believe I'm gonna find them last 3 eggs." "All right, boy, go out there and go get them." I'm out there, you know, because of course, you know, you're trying to hide them and everything, and you know kind of where you hid them, but you don't really know where the other person hid them. But at the same time, because there's a whole frenzy, you don't really remember or know if they found the ones that you've hid by this time. So some of your obvious places, some of your places that you hid them, it's like, yeah, well, I don't know if they've found it or not. So I'm kind of back and forth and looking all around and everything too. Well, this little shit gets up behind me and he starts doing the cartoon sneak. And he's looking up at me. And I caught him doing it. I'm like, "Boy, what are you doing?" He kind of gives me this shit-eating grin on his face. So I'm not going to lead you to the eggs. Like, I know you know that I know where they're hidden at, or at least part of them. I'm not going to tell you where they're at. Why would I do that? Oh, damn it. I said, "You're going to have to go out there and find them." So he gets down to the last egg. "I'm gonna find that last egg, Uncle Mikey. you better believe I'm gonna find that last egg. All right, boy, go out there and find it. Damn it. You better go out there and find it. It's out there somewhere. We know how many of them we've hidden. We know how many of them are left because each of them's got a basket. And, like, you know, we know there's 3 dozen out there. And we know that there's 211 that have come back. So we know there's one more egg out there somewhere. Well, the littlest one finds it. And the oldest one gets pissed. And I wanted to find that egg and this and you know. Well, we get all the eggs back and everything, and we start doing the tally, and it's actually funnier than hell. We colored 3 dozen eggs, we hid 3 dozen eggs, and each kid, 3 kids, found a dozen apiece. They found, I mean, it just happened that way. It wasn't like we were holding one back or the other. They each found a dozen of the eggs apiece. Yeah, it's just weird how that happened. Nobody was the winner because everybody. It wasn't planned that way. It wasn't nothing. And then we had deviled eggs, and we all had a gassy evening. But no, they were. They were making all kinds of noise, and doing all kinds of stuff, and I love my nephews, and I like kids to a point. And now that they're older, I was getting along with them real good. I loved hanging out with them because they're older. They get my jokes. You can see that they're at that age, especially the middle one. Like, the youngest one's still kind of a little bit more in his innocent phase, but the middle one, you can tell he wants to cuss and start telling dirty jokes, but then he looks around like, oh shit, there's adults around here. And I'm kind of looking at him like, boy, I'm one of you. Like, I'm the cool uncle. Like, say whatever you want. you can say whatever the hell you want around me. I ain't gonna go around and rat you out. I tell you, don't say it around your grandma. Don't say it around, her boyfriend. Don't say it, if you don't think that but you ain't gotta worry about saying it around me. Say whatever the hell you want around me, boy. Because I believe in, I believe, especially young boys, I believe in letting them grow and letting them do whatever, I believe in having, male role models there that can, saying a few cuss words and a few, jokes ain't gonna hurt nothing, despite what some people say. And they need that male role model, that male figure in their life to kind of, hey, don't worry about it, I'm fun and you can cut up and kind of, wrestle and talk shit and whatever the way, Explaining to him a couple of years ago about the concept of shit talking was funnier than hell. One of them looking, oh, Ryan's got a small pee-pee. And the other was like, and then Ryan, the oldest be getting pissed. I got a small pee-pee. I'm like, see, boy, that's your problem. What do you mean? I ain't gonna. I said, it doesn't matter what you got. I don't want to know what you got. I don't care what you got. But the whole concept of shit talking is to turn it back around on the other person. If he says you got a small pee-pee, turn around and tell him, yeah, you would know because you had it in your mouth the other night. Like, you would know because you've been looking at it without, like, turn it around on them. So that's the whole point of shit talking. I told him, I said, watch me and my cousin when we're walking around and everything. We were walking around through Walmart getting something to grab for dinner or whatever so we can run back to the hotel room and hang out because, we took the 3 boys with us to the hotel room over the over that night, whatever, so they could hang out with us and talk and bullshit and give their grandma a little bit of a reprieve from having to deal with them. So we're walking through Walmart, and on one of the end caps of one of the aisles, kind of like the reduced or the seasonal whatever, because it was summer, saw this shit there, and it said Super Balls. It was like a bag of like either rubber balls or one of them damn things you soak in water and splat at people, but it said Super Balls on the other. I looked over at my cousin and went, "Hey, check out those Super Balls." He goes, "Yeah, don't flatter yourself, Pee-wee." He said he looked around. I didn't even notice. I was watching the boys and everything, making sure they were all right. He says, "I saw this woman kind of coming up beside of us with this look on her face, like, what the hell are they talking about?" And then it immediately went from disgust to absolute trying not to lose her shit laughing, because it was like, he goes, the shit we were talking is like, it was all of a sudden like, what the fuck are they talking? What the fuck? Oh my god, that's funny. Like, the way we were like pushing it back and forth on each other and just kind of, But that's, yeah. Oh, did it get it? Did I get the last one? Holy sheepish shit, I guess. Did I get the last one? Promised plenty, souls to serve, soul twisted. Something or another. So I got that. But yeah, I just, like I said, and because, their mom was a piece of crap. And I hate to say, but their dad was kind of a piece of crap too. Well, he was only the daddy of one of them. He knew my sister was pregnant with the one when he first got with her. He knew he fathered the second one, but the third one he wasn't quite sure of. To this day, their grandma says it looks like it was the, he looks like the son of the boyfriend she was with at the time, so. Yeah, I don't know, but. He played daddy for them kids for a good long while, and I don't know if it was her insatiable appetite for getting stuff and being pampered and whatever the hell else you want to call it, or just the fact that he thought he could make easy money by manufacturing and selling drugs, but between making meth or whatever the hell it was he was making, a bunch of other shit and selling it, he ended up getting put in prison, whatever, but not after, tooling my sister up, which I've seen the way she treats him, and I would have slapped the shit out of her too, but after the shit she did to my mom and everything, it's... I honestly don't care, but, them kids really haven't had a good male role model in their life, and I try to be that, that cool uncle, I'm the crazy uncle that's been a lot of places, and drinks and smokes and cusses, and doesn't care, what anybody thinks, and what anybody wants, because I'm gonna do what the hell ever. So I told all 3 of them, I'm not, because I'm an adult, you think I'm gonna sit there and, you let out a cuss word and I'm gonna whoop you? No, I ain't gonna whoop your ass. You're growing boys. I said, not to mention the fact that even if I'm not around, I know around your friends you do that shit. Because I was your age and I did it around my friends. So I'm not going to sit here and act like this is something it isn't. You guys say and do all kinds of shit when ain't nobody looking anyway. So why in the hell am I going to act like, you know, you shouldn't or you can't or you're not supposed to? Oh, should not have stood there. And now the oldest one, yeah, he says whatever and says his piece, and I'm like, okay, yeah, yep. You say whatever you want in any way you feel like you need to say it, because that's the best way to do it. I fell on that one. It's the same one I fell on earlier. Just like I said, you know, I've told him. You know, and he's even admitted to me and told me, oh, yeah, I've been, you know, smoked some weed and everything. I'm like, look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you. I'm not going to sit there like my grandparents. My grandparents they've tried it, but they didn't like it. But my grandparents are one of them types of people, you know, ooh, the devil's lettuce, the this and that, you know. Like, really, not saying it ironically, like, really, really fucking meaning it. Oh, you better pray to God. No, that's a sin. And yeah, maybe. And I told my nephew, I said, you know what? I'm going to level with you probably more and better than anybody's ever going to level with you ever. But, you know, you smoke weed, you're not going to go out and rob a store. It's not going to make you rob a store. It's not going to make you this and that. It's not going to, you know, ruin your life like people want to make it out to, like, you know, you touch one joint, you smoke one joint, and, you know, boom, like everything falls to shit. Like, no, it's a personal attitude, a personal outlook thing. But I will tell you that weed makes you okay with doing nothing. I know, because I spent my whole entire 20s stoned out of my ass. I didn't feel like doing anything but playing video games and eating, and then, you know, having to go to work in order to keep up the lifestyle that let me smoke and play games. It's going to make you okay with doing nothing. So what do you want to do? I want to play football and everything. Well, depending on, too, if the coaches say you can't be under the influence, you're going to have that, which he did run into that problem later. I said, well, all right, which that's a whole other story. But I said, all right, so what else you want to do? Oh, well, I'd like to, you know, get into mechanics and get into making things and this and that. I said, well, I'll tell you what. If you sit around all day long, oh, all of a sudden broadcasting is enabled after 4.5, almost 5 fucking hours? The fuck? So, it's Steam. It's Steam fucking making up shit. So it's gonna make you okay with doing nothing. It's gonna make you okay with just sitting on your ass and being content. So it may not do it now because you're young and you got energy. But just wait. Oh, well, that ain't gonna happen, Uncle Mike, yet. It happened to me. It happens about everybody I know. I said, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you it's gonna do this to you and it's gonna do that to you and you're gonna... I'm just telling you what I learned from my experience. I said, now, it's up to you whether you want to keep doing it or not. As far as I know, he's still off and on sneaking and doing it. And my philosophy is, well, I can't teach you nothing that, you know, you ain't gonna, you know, I can tell you all day long. But the real experience where the rubber meets the road is when it actually happens to you. So I told you, I'm not going to preach to you. I'm not going to call you a bad person. I'm not going to tell you you're going to go to hell. I'm not going to do this and I'm not going to that because you do it. I'm just going to tell you my experience and the experiences I've heard other people have. This is more than likely what's going to happen to you because that's just what happens. I'm not trying to scare you or push you in any direction. I'm just trying to give you the information you need to make the decision that you need to make in your life. And if you want to go one way or you want to go the other way, then that's going to be all on you. You know, you do whatever you want. I'm just saying, if you've got these dreams and these plans now, maybe this stuff doesn't play into it. And he goes, well, I appreciate you being honest with me because everybody else is telling me all this and that, and, you know, the same thing you're telling me you ain't going to tell me. I'm like, well, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be flat out fucking honest with you. It was fun. I loved it. I had a good time doing it. But it didn't get me anywhere. I'm finally getting my shit together now at, 37 years old. Finally got a job that's making some good money. Finally got a fucking house that I'm paying on and everything. I'm finally to the place I thought I was going to be before I turned 30. By like 20, I thought I was going to be this at 10 years ago. I thought I was going to be at this point in my life 10 years ago. It's because I spent my late teens and my early 20s smoking dope. When I turned 30, or just before I turned 30, when I moved in with my cousin and everything and made a big change, by the time I turned 30, I basically hung a lot of that shit up. I started drinking a few years after that, which, ain't good. I replaced one vice with another is what I did. But things from there on kept getting better for me. And I realized also that from the early age that I smoked, from as early of an age as I smoked, and the shit I didn't do when I should have been doing when I was in my 20s, and I had this anxiety real bad when I was younger. It still kind of crops up from time to time. But I had this real bad anxiety when I was younger that I didn't want to leave. Well, first of all, I didn't have no money to fucking do anything anyway. So, that went right out the window. But if I did have any money to go anywhere and do anything, I was always too afraid to go anywhere. Not because of agoraphobia, which, I honestly don't like being around a lot of people anyway. I prefer to spend, my life and my... God damn, I ended up back where I was. I prefer to spend a lot of my time and energy and everything with people that I really... I like a few select friends to hang out with if I had them. That we all had similar interests. Like, if I can get into a club where we can play... I've never played D&D. I'd kind of like to play D&D. If I got with a bunch of people that taught me how to play and we met up every so often and play, I would love to hang around with, 4 or 5 other people that did that. Or watched anime or, do the old-fashioned LAN sessions and everything with different shit, fucking play some Doom Deathmatch, fucking LAN style. Like shit like that, I'd love to do all that, but as far as trying to go out to a bar, trying to go out to dance clubs, even going to the mall half the time, I didn't like doing. But my big thing is I didn't venture out of the places that I didn't know about because I was always afraid of getting lost. And I was always afraid of having to spend extra gas money than what was necessary to get me to the place, and if I thought I was going to get lost, I didn't go because I didn't want to get lost. I didn't want to go through all that shit, and I want to spend the extra money on gas. So most of the time, even when I had money, I didn't go anywhere. All that changed when I got my first Android phone, Droid 4, in 2012, and learned the joys of GPS. Like, I think whatever powers that be for internet and for smartphones and shit like that, because it's opened up my life and my world to a whole new, you know, whole new world of shit that I would have never been able to do when I was, you know, younger, in my early 20s. Early and mid 20s. So, you know, the problem was the weed exacerbated a lot of that. I got a ticket for possession in 2011 because that Christmas, after that Easter that they come up, we had that egg hunt. That next Christmas, I went down there to Florida to visit them for Christmas. And on my way back up, I was driving my mom's van and everything because I didn't have a working vehicle at the time that would have made it. So, you know, I was smoking while I was driving, which I probably shouldn't have been, but, you know, I used it so much I was a functioning pothead. Like, I literally could smoke a bowl before I went to work and outwork everybody around me. It was second nature at that point for that. But the gas gauge was screwed up in this van, and I'm like, oh, well, I don't really want to stop. Is it going to make it to this point, whatever? And it ran out of gas and puttered out on the side of the road. And the cops pulled me over. Well, not pulled me over, but they, you know, they noticed I was there, and they talked to me and everything. But when I rolled down the window and was talking to the guy, he, you know, he was like, so, where's the marijuana? And I'm like, at first, like, what do you mean? I smell marijuana. Where's the marijuana? I'm like, oh, fuck. So I told him, I said, I'm just a casual user. I'm not trafficking. I'm just a casual user, this and that. And they busted me for fucking possession. But it was because I was high and didn't want to stop for gas. Because the gas gauge, you know, the gas gauge was broken. I didn't know how much I had. I didn't want to stop for gas. And, you know, I got fucked over because of that. The weed kept me from wanting to look for a better job. It made me content with the life I was living. I didn't want to take any risks. I didn't want to, you know, try to do anything or better my life in any way, shape, or form. Because I was just coasting on what I had and what I was going through. And it wasn't until I quit smoking weed and started, you know, really getting down to some of the internal problems I had as far as, you know, what was holding me back and what I wanted to do with my life. And basically, when I stopped holding my feelings in and started basically, you know, I'm going to tell you what's on my mind and I'm going to be real with what I feel because, you know, it's not the best thing to do to hold all that shit in. That I actually really started getting anywhere in my life. And that's what I had to tell my nephew. Like, you know, it's going to make you content with not doing anything. It's going to make you content with just kind of living and spinning your wheels in the same rut you've been spinning in the whole time. And as I said earlier, you know, a big part of depression is regret. I regretted not getting up and finding a better job. I regret not getting up and trying to do better for myself. Which put me in a state of depression because I wasn't at where I wanted to be at, but I was holding myself back because of the dumb shit I was doing. And that's where, you know, I fell into this deep depression the end of 2012. Wanted to commit suicide, all that. And I started reevaluating my life. Like, why am I feeling this way? It's because I'm not doing what I want to do. I'm not being real with myself. I'm not, you know, expressing my feelings. I'm not, You know, I'm not putting my foot down on people that are holding me back and, you know, keeping me from doing... I wouldn't even say keeping me from doing what I wanted to do, but more of... Shit. Fuck. I would let these people hold me back. I would let these people hold me down. My mom, the friend I had at the time, who was a complete sociopath, I realized later on. It took me a while to realize that after enough of his shit. And so, changed my entire life and everything, and moved in with my aunt and my cousin. They let me move in with them. Stopped smoking, stopped staying stoned all the time. And it got down to where, like, when I first moved in with them, the first job I could find was at a Taco Bell. I used to work at a Taco Bell. When I said I stayed home for that year and worked with people, you know, worked with my mom and everything to try to make some money, that was my first job, was Taco Bell. Well, I worked for Taco Bell, then I went to Burger King because I got tired of Taco Bell and the people there. Worked at Burger King. That was even worse. Moved in with my great aunt and uncle. They got me a job. They told me a job, whatever, at a plastics place down the road. Worked there, got my own apartment. Worked there for a good while. That was then I was with that one girl. After that, I ended up losing that job after I lost her. I mean, like, I lost my girl, my job, my apartment, fucking just straight down. Luckily, he knew one of the shift managers at the place. He was best friends with her husband, and so she got me in right in the door. Instead of going through the temp agency, I got direct hired. But I worked that place for 5 years. That place was a nightmare. That was part of what had to do with the depression and the wanting to commit suicide and all that shit. And so I got to the point in my life, I'm like, you know, I worked the job because I didn't want to do anything else and expand, you know, whatever, and try to take the chance. And it almost killed me. So when I worked that job, when I moved back down to Virginia and everything, worked that job at Taco Bell, that shit started not working out. And I'm like, well, I got to get out of here. It ain't working out. I'm not doing this again. So I started looking around for another job, found another job. It paid a little bit better, but it was on a temp thing. They kept me there for 9 months before finally hiring me. But at the time, I'm like, you know, I'm not going to stay on temp status, you know, for 9 months, 10 months, a year, and not know if I'm going to get hired or not. So I went and looked for another job, got offered the job. Right at the time, they're like, oh yeah, by the way, we're going to go ahead and permanently hire you. It's like, well, I already found another job. So, you know, you can pay me more or fucking fuck off. So I worked that job. I worked that job for like 2.5 years, that other job. I loved that job. It was a good mix of going out on the floor and doing stuff, and then also working on the computers and everything, nesting, doing CNC. It was, you know, that stuff. But there was a lot of office politics and everything that got involved in that. And they started basically shitting the bed on a lot of that stuff. And I'm like, you know what? I can't stay here. I can't realistically stay here because I don't agree with the values and the bullshit you guys are trying to push in this place anymore. So that's when I said, you know what? Screw it. I got to talking with one of the guys that was in there, and he was like, yeah, man, I drive truck, or used to drive truck, but, you know, my only reason why I got off the road and everything and kind of, you know, stopped for a while and got a job here was because my grandma's real sick and needed to take care of her and everything, so, you know, kind of do what I had to do. But as far as all that goes, he's like, I gotta be real. My grandma ain't got long left. I'm just trying to be there to help her out and everything with what time she does have. So when the inevitable does happen, So as all that's taken care of and everything, I'm going right back out on the road and I'm driving a truck. And I'm like, you know, I've always kind of wanted to drive a truck and everything, but like stuff never lined up for me. I was either, you know, like I said, I was smoking weed at the time, would have never passed any kind of drug test. At the time that I really was looking into it, I still had that apartment, and it's like, well, I'm not going to be able to go to training and everything and not get paid until I start working, and then still be able to keep this apartment and everything, so that kind of didn't work out. He goes, dude, if you like being on your own and everything, and, you know, you want to do your own thing and be your own, kind of be your own boss and make, you know, do your own shit, he goes, dude, truck driving is the best thing you could ever do, because I love truck driving. You'll see the country, you'll see shit you never saw before, and you'll get paid to do it, and all this and that. And I'm like, you know what? I think I'm going to go ahead and look into that. And so I, you know, looked into that and everything, and sure as shit, man, I got plucked right up. Like, yep, we'll take you in, we'll train you, we'll do this, we'll do that. Nah, that bitch went out. So, you know, I'm like, oh, cool, you know. So I started driving a truck and never looked back. And I've been making more money than I ever made at any of my other jobs. I'm happier. I've got more. I've done more. And it's all mainly because I started being real and honest with my feelings. You know, if I don't like the job I'm in, I'm not going to continue doing it, because I don't want to be down in, you know, stuck in depression again and regretting that I didn't do this, or regretting that I didn't, you know, make anything better of myself, or didn't take opportunities. And I mean, so it just kind of was the whole thing, like I was trying to tell my nephew. He's like, well, I asked him, I said, what do you want to do? Well, I've been playing football and everything. I want to be a professional football player. I said, well, first things first, you're going to have to understand and come to the grips with the fact that, you know, look how many people play ball in high school. Now look how few of them out of that actually get to college. Look how few out of that actually make it to the big leagues. Your chances are slim. I know you say you're good. I know you say that your coach says you're good, but I'm just going to tell you right now, it's going to be a little bit hard to do all that. It's a long shot. Oh, but I'm good, Uncle Mike. You know, but whatever. A lot of people are good, and they just shit don't work out. I said, but all right. Let's say you make it. Let's say you make it all the way through. Who's to say your first year, your rookie year, you don't get in the preseason, and boom, you hurt yourself? Because one of the biggest sayings in the NFL and adjacent to the NFL is, yeah, the preseason games don't count, but the injuries do. And there's plenty of injuries during preseason. A lot of people get injured during preseason because they don't put their first and maybe even their second stringers in there. They put their, you know, third and fourth stringers in there on preseason, and a lot of these guys got something to prove, and so they get in there and they play like hell, and they're careless, and they get fucked up. I said, so what happens if you tear your ACL, you tear your Achilles, something like you get a concussion real bad? What have you got to fall back on? What do you want to do? So because you can't put all your eggs in one basket. I tried to explain to him, like, I'm not the type of person to want to shit on somebody's dreams because, you do what you want to do. Like, look, I want to draw and write and make comic books and do all kinds of shit like that for a living, but my skills aren't that great, and my concentration is out the damn window. Not to mention the fact that if I do get a comic book going and all that, it's not going to be guaranteed that it's going to be a hit. It's not guaranteed that I'm going to get the backing and everything in it that I want to get in it. There's a lot of uncertainty there. So I still work and do other, do a normal job and everything. Just like this with, with YouTube and with streaming and all that. I do this as a hobby. I ain't made a dime off of this because, one, I ain't had the subscribers, but two, it's just, even if I did, I gotta treat this as found money. Oh, hell. This was a boss fight. Ah, fuck me. So you get invited to see, I don't say a word, apologize for my previous behavior, and how to get fault, blah, blah, blah. So there were others. Okay. So, I mean, as I told him, I said, you gotta try to figure out, like, let's just say this football shit don't work out. What do you want to do? Well, I kind of thought about, like, working on cars, being a mechanic, or, maybe building stuff, making stuff. I'm like, well, there you go. Your best bet would be to try to get into a trade school somewhere. I said, you can even learn to drive truck. I'll even teach you when you're old enough. Well, I don't know if I want to drive a truck, Uncle Mikey. I mean, I kind of want a family. Well, I mean, I understand, but at the same time, like, dude, trucking is not a married man's game. Trucking is not, it used to be, but trucking is not a family man's hobby anymore, or a family man's, a family man's profession anymore. Let me put it to you that way. Because in order to make any kind of money, you're going to have to be gone out on the road for a long, long ass time. You're not going to be able to go home. Your wife's going to be upset with you because you're not at home and you're not paying attention to her and the kids, and people tend to stray, and, come to find out that half your kids aren't yours, and, it's just stuff like that because, you can never... And not to mention the fact that, I mean, I've seen trucking work with older couples, like after they've had their kids and everything. They decide to maybe go out on the road together. They ain't got kids anymore, so... And I guess that'd work, but I mean... You think maybe sticking around at home with somebody 24/7 is bad enough? Try being in a small-ass truck. And you can't get away from them. You can't, just all this other shit, like, It's not really a good idea. That's why, I don't need kids, a wife, a girlfriend, all that. It's not a good idea. It's not for me. I got my own stuff I gotta do. So I was telling my nephew, okay, so what else you want to do? He was talking to me of mechanics. I said, well, I tell you what, if you don't want to be a truck driver, what you can do is go get your certification to be a diesel mechanic. Because maybe you don't want to drive the trucks, but there's always trucks out here on the road. They're always breaking down. They always need people to fix them. I said, so, right there. Get your certification to be a diesel mechanic. Makes sense. Well, yeah, that's a good idea. So what else you like to do? Oh, I'd like to, what was talking about working on cars and stuff. Well, I'd like to, make stuff and weld and carpentry. There's trade schools out there, dude. Go out there and go get you, welding, electrician, plumbing. A lot of people don't, a lot of people, if you knew what the hell went into plumbing, as far as, unclogging pipes and chumming shit out of fucking sewage tanks and shit like that, yeah, you wouldn't want to do it. You think about it, but they get fat paid because nobody wants to do it. But you want to make money, like from Archer. You want to make money because that's how you make money. Like, you gotta do the shit nobody else wants to do. Nobody really wants to be a truck driver because it's the time away from home, the not being able to do this and that, the not being able to go places and do shit you want to do, the being out on the road. You get a local job, but I mean, then you got the stress of the company and all this and that, and then you only do so much, and like, by the time you work company and everything, you may as well just work a factory job. I've seen the way these local drivers, these day cab drivers drive. And it's shameful. It's like, how little are they paying you that makes you want to have to drive like that? Because they must be paying you absolute dog shit if you feel like you gotta drive 65, 70 through a 55-mile-an-hour construction zone, passing people up and running people the fuck over. Like, when you're doing over the road, you've got hours to play with. You got hours. When you're doing local, you got minutes. A lot of these people drive because, they say they give you just enough time to get there. Like, I couldn't do that. They have to sit in the meetings with them and listen to them talk a bunch of their corporate bullshit, and, I absolutely hate corporate bullshit, corporate waxing. I hate that. That's what I try to tell my nephew, and I'm like, well, then go into the trades, go this and that. Well, talk to him, over Christmas and everything. He ain't playing football anymore, apparently, because I know last time I talked to him, earlier, a year and something ago, the coach found out what he was doing and popped him for a random drug test and told him he wasn't going to be able to play football until next year, and only until next year. He had to pass a drug test, and he was kind of on probation and everything from then. So apparently he's doing like wrestling and everything, and he's hanging out, weightlifting and stuff like that. I mean, the boy's ripped for a fucking, 16-year-old. But he's short, though. Which, because of his mama, fucking, they were pretty badly malnourished when they were real little, because their mamas, they're fucking dumb shit. But I heard from his grandma, while I was talking to her and everything, oh yeah, he's getting into like, shop, like metal work and different stuff like that. I'm like, that's great. I said, the world needs fabricators, people and everything. I said, I've worked at places. So this one place I worked at, we got an account solely based on the fact that they're like, yeah, we got these great fabricators in our plant. We can make this machine that we can dump all these pieces into, and it'll sort them out if they're screwed up or whatever, like we got all this on lock. And they got that account doing that particular part because they had fabricators that were able to make, and more efficiently sort and assure quality control. Now, they ended up eventually losing the account because of quality issues that were partly in due to part because the machine didn't work right, and partly in due to part because the other employees weren't doing their due diligence to make sure that the parts came out right. But I told her, so you could do all kinds of shit with all that. You can be a great fabricator. You can, do all kinds of stuff. I said, well, hell, I said, you look at it this way. Remember that show, the fucking Orange Coast Choppers or whatever the hell? Like, a lot of that stuff for those bikes and everything that they made, they fabricated from the ground up. They would buy, like, stock frames and different stuff like that. But most of the other shit that they had, they would make from scratch, from hand. And I'm like, yeah, that'd be great. I gotta use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. So, Alright, so yeah. So basically, I had to tell him, like, you gotta have something to fall back on. Because you can't just be, putting all your eggs in one basket and going, oh, I'm gonna be a professional ball player. That's what I'm gonna do. Not a lot of people make it. A lot of people get hurt. Like, it's a good dream to have, and go ahead and go for it, but have you a fallback plan. I don't really know what my youngest nephew's wanting to do right now. I mean, all three of them are into playing video games and stuff. It's the same thing young boys do, but I don't know what the youngest one's really, really into at this point in time. He's like 12. 12 or 13, something like that. He's, he's at that, getting to that point. But it was like 11. Oh, shit. Yeah, he's like 11. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, 11. Now, the middle one is 13. The middle one, he is like me. This boy is almost a spitting image of me. I started going back in pictures and everything when I was about his age. And showing them, yeah, there's some pictures and everything. I got some old pictures. And one of them looked at me and goes, look at the one of me and goes, is that him? Is that Jake? I'm like, no, that's me at like 11 years old, 10, 11. Like, I swear that looks like me. Yeah, I know. I know. He likes drawing, and he likes, you know, oh, he loves old school video games. When I brought my Raspberry Pi down there, I got them each a Raspberry Pi with, you know, put the games on it and everything like that. And that middle one, he played that shit. He played the hell out of that thing that I had. I let him play on the one I had for a while I was setting up theirs. He played the hell out of that thing. He wore the shit out of that thing. So he loves old school, especially like Kirby and old school Zelda. He loves that shit. But he also likes drawing and doing all this too. And I started talking with the grandma. Well, you know, like what kind of job really can he do like drawing? I said, well, there's a lot of stuff you can do with drawing. I mean, if you want to, like, I'm doing a comic book. It ain't gonna really make him, you know, get very far or do anything. And even if I do get it and get it published, it's not gonna be the next, you know, Marvel comic. But, you know, whatever. I'm just doing shit because I like to do it. I said, now, when he gets older and everything, if he wants to, and what he could do, I wouldn't recommend, but it's very lucrative. I said, you know, furry porn. She looks at me with this, what? Furry? What? Furry? What? So basically, have you ever heard of furries? No. Of course, she's, you know, 50-some years old, almost 60. She ain't never heard of fucking furries. I said, no. You think of, like, the animal characters and different stuff like that from, like, the old Disney films and shit like that. Like, that's a big subculture. Like, dressing up like animals and doing role-playing and sex and all this other shit like that. I said, but there's a big market out there for drawing these characters doing naughty things. She goes, really? I said, oh, it's lucrative. I find it funny, as soon as I said furry porn, somebody else came on, popped in on YouTube. Hey, how's it going? I'm talking about furry porn. I'm tangentially talking about furry porn, not specifically. But I told her, I said, no, there's a lucrative market. There was something I saw from somewhere or another that goes, it was a tweet or something from somebody that says, I don't even like furry porn, but it's the only way I can put food on my table. It's the only way I can feed my kids. I'm like, good God almighty. Is it that lucrative? Yeah, it's that lucrative. It's that lucrative. I told him, I said, if that's what he wants to do later on and he gets old enough, I mean, you want to tell me, you want me to tell you where the money is? That's where the fucking money is. You know, drawing naughty pictures of anthropomorphic characters doing naughty things, you know, like, that's where it's at. She goes, really? Like, absolutely. And her 20-year-old son is looking at me and looking at her and, like, in half amazement, but then in half agreement, going, yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm like looking over here. I'm like, dude, it's real. It's a real thing. It's absolutely real. I said, you ain't never heard of Rule 34? He goes, I think I kind of know it. I'm like, it's Rule 34 to a T. I mean, hell, that used to be a thing back in prisons and everything. Before we had, you know, porn as easily as accessible and everything as, you know, you can possibly get. It used to be a thing in prisons where if you can draw, and you can draw women, and you can draw, you know, in a pornographic nature, the other inmates would pay greatly to get hand-drawn pictures of naughty things. You know, it used to be a thing. I don't know if it's still a thing now with, you know, as pervasive as the, you know, it is on the internet, but it used to be a big thing back in the day that if you can draw, you know, especially back in the, you know, the mid 20th century, if you can draw and you can draw people good enough doing things, people would pay dearly for that. It's almost as valuable as smokes and chocolate and other contraband, alcohol, weed, you know. And it just, you know, I've even thought about doing it. Once I get my skills up enough, you know, as an artist, I've even thought about doing it. Although I've heard a lot of people been busted on Patreon and everything. Oh, it's like, oh, you know, you provide whatever to your creators, except for that. Well, except for also having other political beliefs they don't like, but, you know, I don't know. I'm trying not to be too political on this channel here. I've got, you know, I've got my ideas, trust me, but I really don't want to rely on Patreon. I want to go more to like Subscribestar and, you know, like a direct either PayPal or whatever model. What was the other one I was thinking of? Well, the other one that I still have up but use is the, fuck. Subscribe. Streamlabs. What I'm streaming on. Why in the hell can I remember that? Too much fucking Craig juice. Streamlabs. I'm wanting to go with other kind of models like that. I mean, Patreon's kind of... They showed their hand. They showed their hand not long ago, and... I have to get a lot better at what I'm doing. I mean, I'm trying to do better with at least posting a video and having it post every other day. And even now, it's proven to be a little bit harder than what I initially thought it was going to be. I might be hanging this because it's been a while. It's been, what, 5 hours, 5.5 hours playing on this. I might hang it up and play something else here in a little bit. Because I'm still kind of up, but, like... This game is going to require more attention than I'm... seem like I'm able to give it at this point. Yeah, I've thought about doing, you know, naughty pictures for money too. I have to hone my skills and get a lot better at drawing. I'm not horrible, but I'm nowhere near good either. I mean, you know, I'm definitely still in the amateur stage. I was gonna say, where the hell am I even at? Let me go down there and try to get my shadow and then come back at him, you know. Let me try a little bit better. Now, mainly I've been talking and everything too and focusing my attention more on the talking, but... I mean, this is what I try to tell my nephews, is that, you know, and I've tried to be, like I said, I've even told a few people on here, especially Aiden, if he's watching, if he's not watching. I said, you may as well call me Uncle Mike, because, you know, I got nephews and everything, and that's kind of, you know, I like that whole thing. But I like the whole Uncle Mike thing because I'm kind of that, like, naughty, dirty uncle that your parents don't really want you hanging around, but they can't really say anything because you're family. But, you know, like, Uncle Mike's always got the best stories and always talks the wildest shit and always is the most interesting from a younger person's point of view. Even though, like I said, your parents don't want you to have anything to do with them, which, you know, who the hell cares what they know? Because, you know, I know what younger people want, and I know what younger people do, because I was a younger people person when I was, you know, that age. That just reminded me of that quote from Black Dynamite, the cartoon Black Dynamite, Black Dynamite was once a child, or was once a children, but he was never a boy. Like 5 years old, sitting on the couch. Had a mustache at 5 years old. Dad's like, yeah, I'm gonna go out and get a pack of cigarettes. Never came back. He's sitting on the couch, arms folded, still got the mustache, watching cartoons, going, you know, kind of like, yeah, whatever, dude. Like, whatever, dude. Like, yeah, Black Dynamite was once a children, but he was never a boy. Like, you know, it just people, you know, oh, but the kids this and protect the kids that, and oh my god. You wouldn't believe the nasty and fucked up shit I heard as a kid on the school bus, or out in recess, or, you know, out in gym class. So in 10th grade, talking about, oh, we're gonna call ourselves the Anacondas. What do you mean the Anacondas? He doing the whole hand thing with the, you know, I try to get in the frame. The two-handed, oh, we the Anacondas. And of course, because the whole baby got back thing, and they're talking about the Anaconda don't want none. We the Anacondas. Looking like 9th, 10th grade. It's like, you know. I've heard more dirty shit on the school bus and on the playground. I'm not going to pretend like these boys, these kids ain't saying and doing and hearing this shit. I mean, 9th grade, some dude come in with a bunch of, like, trading cards that had, like, porno actresses on them. There were, you know. There was this one kid that, well, my grandparents had gotten chummy with this couple or whatever. Come to find out that her sister was dating my grandma's brother or some shit. So, you know, they found out or whatever and got together and hung out and whatever. And this boy, I swear to God, I was 13. No, I was about 15. This boy was like 10, maybe. Maybe. Had a set of playing cards, or, you know, trading cards. Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders. I mean, smoking hot women. I mean, how the hell has this kid got this? I mean, his daddy bought it for him, gave it to him.
Ranjo Stenja.
Aura for metal. Yeah, but I need 2, right? Ha 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 ha, you fucker.
Don't.
Well, somebody's doing some framming over here. I'm gonna have to do some framming to get some geo to be able to have enough money so I can go to the TikTok to get the boo-boo. Hecking away in the background. I like that joke George Carlin told years ago. He was like, yeah, as my grandpa once told me, I'm gonna go upstairs and fuck your grandma. Well, he didn't believe in lying to a child. It's like, that's kind of the way I feel. Like, I don't believe in lying to kids. I don't believe in lying to anybody like that, you know? I'm gonna do, you know, I'm gonna do what I do when I do it loud and fucking proud. I had a conversation with my cousin a couple of days ago. Everybody talking about all this shit and everything going on here nowadays. I mean, I think a lot of it's a crock of horse shit, but, you know, a lot of it starts with you. If you don't want to get sick, you take the initiative to put on whatever you want to put on. Wash up as far and as fast and as hard and as vigorous as you feel like you need to wash up. You know, take care of yourself. Eat right. Try to exercise. Try to. And it's the same thing with some of, you know, some of the women out here that, like, they want a guy, but they don't take care of themselves enough to attract the guy, and then they think the guys should just find them attractive, and it's like, no. And I've got, you know, I'm overweight, I smoke, I drink, you know, I've got a cantankerous attitude, you know. And if that's not going to get me a woman, then that's not going to get me a woman. I don't really want one anyway. I don't want... I know a lot of people, you know, that's what I particularly hate about that shit too. Oh, so you like dudes? Like, no, I don't like dudes. I like women. But I don't like them so much that I'm willing to throw myself on the altar of, you know, fucking my life up, or, you know, basically bleeding myself dry for them. You know, like, no, I have my preferences, but I understand my lot in life, and if, one, I am the way I am, then I'm only going to get what I'm going to get, and two, if I'm not willing to change the way I am to make myself into something that somebody wants, then I'm going to only get what I deserve. So, you know, at this point, I don't care. Oh, you'd find your woman if you lose weight. Well, yeah, and I'd like to lose weight. For me, so I can, you know, bend over and touch my toes better, and wipe my ass without pulling my back out. And, you know, all kinds of different shit like that. But it's at the same time, it's, you know, so if I do that, then what am I doing that for? A woman that's probably not going to appreciate me in the long run? You know, half your shit taken away, and can't see your kids, and no matter what, you're going to be the one demonized for being the asshole, no matter what the situation is, no matter how justified or unjustified shit's going. Like, you know, there's a risk and reward system going on with that, and I just see too much risk. Everybody's more than welcome to go and pursue whatever they want to pursue as fast and as hard and as enthusiastically as they want to pursue it, but me personally, I tell everybody I'm too busy being awesome. I mean, that's a little bit of a hyperbolic and, you know, kind of self-masturbatory type of thing, but what I mean is, you know, I like hi, welcome back. Like Nero, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck did I walk in on? You know what it is. It's Uncle Mike talking shit. He's done had his Craig juice, so, you know, Uncle Mike's talking shit. What I mean is, you know, like, I'm not trying to, oh, I'm the greatest thing ever. I'm just, you know, it's kind of a whole, it's somewhat of a cope. Yeah, I'm too busy being awesome. But it's like, I got a job where I drive a truck, I drive all over the country, I do this, I do that. I'm not... Oh, hey, it's mate, too. Hey. Well, it is what? 3:35 Central, so it's 4:45 where I actually live. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's like 9 in the morning over there, 9, 10 in the morning over there. So, I'm not surprised he's up either. No, it's Uncle Mike talking shit. It's the Uncle Mike talking shit hour. But what I mean is, you know, I'm driving truck, I'm going all over the country, I don't really have the time for much anything else. I like watching anime, I like cartoons, I like playing video games, I like drawing, I like writing, I like, you know, I got a whole big bag of shit in the truck with, you know, yarn and crochet needles. Like, I'm learning how to crochet. I'm a 37-year-old fucking dude, and I'm learning how to crochet. It's like, because I wanna? Because I wanna make stuff? Like, I want to get 3D printers and get this kind of laser shit going on and some CNC shit going on later on. I want to do woodwork and make arcade cabinets and furniture. Like, I got a lot of shit I want to do. Where in the hell is a woman going to fit in all that? Where in the hell is, you know, woman and wife and kids, and where is it going to fit into that? I just love crochet. Yeah, especially them pussy hats. I'm not even on that side, and I bet you I cleaned up making them pussy hats. All it is like a open-ended bag, an open-ended sack. Something's coming. and you just put it on over your head. No, I want to do, what the hell they call it, a GraphGAN. Nero, yeah. I'll try to put something up in the Discord. Those of you who are watching that aren't part of the Discord, which there's only like 3 watching right now that I know of, and they are all are already in the Discord, but I will find something, put it up in the Discord. Look up a GraphGAN, and you can crochet, you can knit like pixel art and stuff into a fucking Afghan. Dude, you could clean up with the gamers. I mean, Super Mario, like a Mario scene with the question boxes and the mushroom and this and that. There's a Hatsune Miku that I'm wanting to try to make. It was one thing I was working on, which was One Shot, which was not Neko, not Neko. Mate, you can help me out. It's slipping my mind right now. That project is stalled because it's like, if I make it the way I was trying to make it, it's going to be big as shit and it's going to be lumpy and whatever as hell. And I'm like, you know, maybe I ought to reevaluate that. Not Neko, although she has got the ears and whatever, the hat, and you know, she is kind of cat-like. For how bad you were at this. Sucks. So Mike Chan. Yep. Damn it! I know May to be able to tell me what her name was. I'm sorry. It's like I said, it's too much Craig juice. But now I want to say Momo, but it ain't Momo either. But I wanted to try to make a GraphGAN, and actually, I mean, I want to try to make a Hatsune Miku GraphGAN for me. I got Miku stickers all over my truck. I got Miku stickers all over my laptop. I've got Miku pillows and blankets, and you know, probably gonna end up getting a Miku tattoo before long. The only tat I have right now is Vampire Hunter D. You can't really see that shit, but you know, I got that shit in 2002, and I wish I hadn't, but at the same time, I don't regret it either. Like, you know, I don't know. People say once you start getting tattoos that you get addicted to them, and I guess I'm not past that hump yet. Did I ever show that fucking tattoo? The only one I have, of Vampire Hunter D. In all this time, I've never told anybody that, because it never came up. Maybe I did. But if I get another one, it's probably going to end up being Miku, because I got Miku on my truck, I got Miku on my laptop, I got Miku blankets and pillows, you know. Miku is now officially my waifu. And I'm okay with that, and I don't care. And I just found an extra entrance somewhere to something that I had never been before, so how about that shit? I'll find you again. The Lord will bring you to me, and you keep searching and praying. When we meet again, I want you to say that you're sorry. I didn't do anything! Don't take some if it isn't yours. That's the law. Everything you see, it belongs to me. Oh, that's great. So you can claim everything, but I can't take anything. I should just do that. Well, no. It's mine. It was actually mine all along. Don't bring your, I'll share my food with you to give me Geo. Purchase food. I don't have enough Geo. I don't have enough Geo. I won't share my food with you. He's probably going to give me another rancid egg or something, which I may need for something else. That's why I smoke and drink on stream. I don't really care. I mean, like I said, I do this as a hobby. I don't have enough subs to even make any money off of anything, so I'm not going to be out anything if YouTube says, nope, you're too much for us. There's other streams. There's other BitChute's going to be soon putting up their live streaming. Odyssey is soon going to be live streaming. There's a lot of other different services out there that are going to soon be getting their live streaming together. Before long, I'm going to be, instead of just 5 or whatever places that I'm on, I'm going to be on probably 10, 15, something like that, maybe later. When I can stream. And a lot of places like, you know, Odyssey and Rumble and BitChute. I'm trying to archive my stuff to BitChute, but between the low bandwidth and the fact that I can't seem to find a service that'll kind of like restream where I can upload the video to one place and then it distributes the video to all the other services. I can't seem to find anything that does to the services I want within the price range that I want, which is free. So I'm thinking when I get my house together and everything and get internet, and they're talking like it's fiber, and it's fiber optic, so maybe I could sit at home for a couple of afternoons and just upload and just dump a bunch of this shit to all these other platforms so I can have it on there. But I went from one tangent to another, to another, to another. Screw you, dude. I got killed by my own shadow again. Get back in my belly. Ow. Run away, run away, run away. Brother! No, that ain't brother, but it's close. Oh, nope, nope, nope. Spiky bits. Except for those pointy bits. The Oni cartoons, the Final Fantasy VII. I don't want to do that no more. The stupid low poly. Cloud was over there fondling Tifa's tits, and because her tits were so pointy because of the low poly, he ended up actually taking damage. You don't want to do that no more. He ended up getting defeated because he took damage because of her pointy tits. But no, I've set myself up for too much stuff that I want to do that I just anything else like that, it doesn't. With the risks, you know, like I love my cousin, the one that's married, the older cousin. But like all his life consists around is his wife and where they want to go and what she wants to do, and they're always going out to eat and on vacation, and he hardly even ever plays his guitar and everything anymore, and when he does, it's only on, you know, Facebook Live just to kind of show off to people. And you know, I wanted to try to get him together and everything with me and my other cousin, his younger brother, and kind of make a comedy thing out of it, or kind of have him, you know, do, you know, different stuff, whatever, play music for some of the stuff I wanted to do, because he knows how to play instruments and I don't. But I have the technical know-how that I can do all the mixing and everything like that, and it just, I can't even get him to come over. Let alone get him to come over long enough to be able to work some of this stuff out. So if that's what he wants to do, like, I'm all up for people doing whatever they want to do, whether it, and you know, enriches their life or, trigger warning, happy couples. Yeah, I know. You know, whether it enriches their life or whether it doesn't enrich their life or whether it's what he wants to do or... I was talking earlier about, you know, deifying family members that have passed away and everything, and I think he deifies some of the family members a little bit too much. And thinks about, you know, my grandma and grandpa, how they lived together for, you know, all that time and everything, and stayed married, even though they did a lot of fucked up shit to each other, and I found that, wasn't even looking for it. Come down here. Come back here. Come back here. Come back here. You were there and then you weren't. Back in my belly. It just, you know. But he's living a lifestyle that he wants to live. And so, as I even told Travis a couple days ago when I was talking to him, if that's what makes you happy, do whatever makes you happy. I'm all up for whatever makes you happy. If that's what you want to do, makes you happy. It's just some of this shit ain't for me. If I smoke and drink myself to death and pass away at 65, it ain't on nobody else but me. I can't blame it on nobody else but me. I did what I wanted to do. You know, I'm not gonna blame it on anybody else but my damn self, you know. I do have plans for the future, you know. I want to fix up my place and make a shop and, you know, make stuff and be self-sufficient. You know, maybe, you know, solar panels and different stuff and grow my own food and have my own business where I can make stuff and sell it on, you know, the internet, sell it on Etsy, sell it on whatever, you know. I got all kinds of different plans for different stuff, and, you know, it just doesn't work out. Haven't even had time to... Oh, wait a minute. Man, just realized it's the 14th now, haven't even had time to cry yet. I talked about that too earlier. Ah, fuck. I hate Valentine's Day. Always hated Valentine's Day. I don't leave the house on Valentine's Day. I'm glad I'm stuck in this hotel room where I can get drunk on Craig juice and play video games and do stupid shit on Valentine's Day, because I don't want to be out nowhere doing anything. I hate Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day ain't been nothing but a disappointment to me for the longest time. And, you know, in my current mindset, I really don't care. But, you know, back in the day when I did care, it upset me. And I just don't even want to have anything to do with that, you know, even now, in my own current mindset. Make me a steak and a baked potato and some broccoli later on. Have a good time at it. And I'm going to stream and I'm going to drink and I'm going to talk shit and, you know. Because that's what I want to do. Yeah. Level with me for a second, man. Have you killed the red guy with the sword once? It seems like he's the predator in this relationship. The red guy with the sword. Probably not, because I don't know who you're talking about. I did defeat the ghost of the elder or whatever, and was talking about regrets and talking about, oh, don't do this and don't look for glory because it always ends up bad. And then I defeated him and he's like, oh, yeah, well, okay, you know, Fighting for glory is alright, I guess. I did defeat him, but that's the only thing I defeated. Yeah, it's... I'm just playing around because I don't remember where the hell I was at or what the hell I was doing. Still want to do an Osu stream here later on tonight, but... I'm going to have to lay off the Craig juice if I'm going to do that. So I need to put this bad boy out. It's going to end up like another PMMM stream. That's one of the things that fucked me up last time. Stay there, don't go anywhere, don't do anything. There. The one who walks around the city of tears and does 2 masks of damage. Where am I at? Rural waterways. The city of tears. I'm gonna have to go up. Go get the shadow. Come on, damn it. Hand-eye coordination. Do you have it, motherfucker? No, I do not. Well, let me try it. I mean, can't be any worse than I'm already doing. Haha, you got killed by another enemy. Haha, you got killed by another enemy too. What the hell was that? Going. Do. Must be a bigger drop off than I thought it was. What was up there? Must be way down there. I must be trying to get a hold of something that I'm not even in the area for yet. Skeeter fart. That's somewhere else, isn't it? That's definitely somewhere else. That's definitely somewhere else. I'm still off in another area that was over here. I didn't talk to him, so he wants money for food. Alright, so let's go down in here. And we'll go to the City of Tears. No, that's not it. No, it's still down and over a little bit more. Let's walk. Let's walk. That reminds me of another. I've probably told this story too. I've told all these damn stories. Old mic full of stories. This kid we used to, well, I'd say kid, he was older than a lot of us. This dude had jobs at, like, I don't know, not streaming from your phone anymore. Oh, holy hell, it's Alna. Oh. I've been streaming to my phone for a while. I've had this laptop for over 2 years. It's hard to stream when I'm out on the road and everything, and the cellular data. No, I just only streamed from the phone, the tablet for a while, because that was the only thing I had at the time. No, I'm streaming on a laptop. Been streaming for a while. I ain't seen you in a good while. No, yeah, I've improved. I've upgraded. I've moved up in the world. I never finished Sorta Go though, so that's one of those things somebody's gonna get on me about. Like, well, you ought to at least finish that. There's a few games I actually haven't finished, so no. Get out of here. I like Twitch better. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I'm streaming to a lot of different places. I'm on dLive as well, on Facebook. If you find Conspicuously Incredible Gaming, I'm on Facebook too right now, so I just realized you were also on Twitch. Yeah. When you were watching this, I think Sorta Go might be too extreme of a challenge. It was only too extreme of a challenge because of the, trying to keep the damn battery from going dead. Holy fuck. Trying to keep the battery from going dead. But, I have to charge up my, tablet, and hopefully my game is saved on there. But even then, with the, Streamlabs version on the tablet on Android, I could probably only stream to YouTube. I'm doing Restream right now. Unless I get an Android emulator, which I can. I think BlueStacks, something like that, I can do that. But then it would be trying to transfer the game data over. There's a way, I guess. I think there is. That's a whole convoluted process. But I can probably do, BlueStacks on my laptop, then try to find the data and transfer it over, and then try to finish the game. And I can actually do like XPatter or something like that, where I can actually use the controller instead of the on-screen keyboard or whatever. By the way, for some reason your Twitch channel says you're streaming Mega Man Legends. Oh, it's the Mega Man Legends. Hang on. It was the I tried to write years and years ago a Mega Man Legends fanfic. It's Twitch. Well, Twitch is saying it's, but I can try to change it real quick. Yeah, I tried to write a Mega Man Legends fanfic years ago, about 2003, and I wrote a bunch of notes and everything for it, and I was gonna write it, and then it never came to be. I had it in a notebook, and I put the notebook in a box somewhere and never picked it back up. And so, let me see. As soon as Twitch loads, sorry, I'm kind of screwing around. As soon as I found it, and I was talking to Nero about maybe 6 months ago, something like that. Maybe not quite, but about 6 months ago. And I told him about, you know, the fanfic I was writing. And he goes, you know, you ought to finish writing that. I'm like, yeah, I know, I should. And he goes, no, you ought to finish writing that, like, on stream. Like, you know what? I think I probably should. Mega Man Legends. God, good God almighty. Let's see. Notifications. Prime Loot. Whispers. Can I change this in... Let's see. Twitch. Update title and more. Restream changed this whole thing too, so I think a fanfic is great for hobby reasons, and that's all I did for. That's all I was. Oh, okay, I see it. Can be very profitable in an economic fashion unless it's marketable in the sense of gaming interest. I don't think that a Mega Man fanfic is something I can monetize. And let me reload Twitch. I think I changed it now. What other reasons were you thinking of? Nothing but just because I wanted to. That's, I mean, did I tell... I've told you guys. I'm pretty sure I told you guys. That's one of the reasons why I started drawing in the first place was... I never liked anime growing up as a kid. Do what you want. Yeah, that's what I do. I mean... I'm just gonna take you. It's still saying Mega Man Legends. Why in the hell is it still saying Mega Man Legends? The title more. Okay, yeah. The Let me see what if this'll. I mean. So I started drawing and everything. I hated. I didn't like anime when I was growing up as a kid, as a teen, tween, whatever. Like I didn't like it. When I was growing up, when I was real little, 6, 7 years old, the first anime, anything I ever saw was Sailor Moon. And I was at that age where, oh, girls are icky, and I don't want this and that and whatever, and I didn't really understand a lot of the time. So I'm like, if this is all anime is, I don't want to watch it. I don't want to have anything to do with it. There was also some other shit that I found out that came from Japan that there was... I couldn't stand the way the eyes were drawn either. But some other cousins of mine had this videotape, and it was obviously an anime, but it was obviously, like a little kid's anime, called Bumpity Boo. It's probably obscure, and I'm dating myself quite a lot, but the anime was called Bumpity Boo. It was about a anthropomorphic car, like a little car, and it went on all kinds of adventures and all kinds. I mean, it was just, it was all kinds of stuff. And I just couldn't stand it because, the voice acting was kind of weird and the way the eyes were drawn. I just couldn't stand it. Well, I started getting older and everything. And, I mean, I didn't get on the whole Pokemon train until it was, it showed up here in the U.S., like, real big in, 97, 98, something like that. It took me till like 2001 before I'm like, I'll give this a chance. But what had happened was, see, earlier on, like 99, when I first played Mega Man Legends, and I started looking, I'm like, I love this. I always loved Mega Man. I just didn't know it came from Japan. And I'm like, I really love Mega Man. I saw this Mega Man Legends game in a rental store, and I'm like, I gotta try this. So I tried it, and I absolutely loved it. And then the video store was going out of business, and they're starting to sell off all their stuff. And I'm like, Mom, it's Christmas. Give me $20. You got to get me this. You got to let me buy this thing. They're going out of business. I'm never going to see it again. She goes, well, if I give you the $20 and you go and buy it and whatever, then you give it to me, and then you don't get to get it till Christmas. I don't care. I just want it. I know I'll get it. So I did that and everything. But there was, I was looking into all this stuff online about where it came from and what it was and what it was about, and realized, oh, wait a minute, this is from Japan. Like, I did not know that. Like, I should have known that because it was kind of the same style. And so I went down this big rabbit hole, and I'm like, okay, well, I like coloring books, but I can't ever seem to find anything in coloring books that I want to color. And I heard that there was a Mega Man Legends coloring book in Japan that they had made, but of course, getting it was a pain in the ass. And I didn't have a printer at the time, and didn't have all this and that at the time to be able to download the images and take them home to be able to print them out to color them. You know what? I will draw this shit, and then I will color them. And that's kind of how that came about to be. And when I realized, oh, Mega Man Legends, Mega Man was made in Japan, and, Japan, big anime, this kind of anime. Maybe there's more to anime than, whatever. Anime style stuff in Western society in the 90s and early. Yeah, there was a lot in the 80s too, but it was like all underground. There was some in the 80s. Don't get me wrong. I mean, this was like 88, 89 when they played Sailor Moon on TV here in the US. But there was a lot of underground stuff. Like, you had to know a person that knew a person that knew a person that you can get like a VHS bootleg off of that, then it kind of got shared around. Like, it was around, but it was very underground. Like, it was not as pervasive. Well, underground until the mid-2000s, the Sailor Moon Dragon Ball, yeah. Yeah, it didn't hit mainstream very good until and Adult Swim had a lot to do with that. Bumpity Boo was about an anthropomorphic car. It sounds like a fake anime that exists. It exists. I kid you not, it exists. Look it up. There's a few clips on YouTube. Look it up. Because even I had to go back and like, did I imagine that shit? No. It's a thing. The fucking theme, the opening theme is fucking like... Just look it up. I'm telling you. But so let me go back. Mega Man Legends, Underground. I watched over 1,000 animes. Had a lot of free time. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'd love to watch a lot more. And I watched there for a while, for like 6-7 years. I watched everything that came out on Adult Swim. Like, that's how I really got into anime, hardcore. Well, let me go back, because when I realized Mega Man Legends was Japanese and that, it was anime adjacent, I'm like, okay, so what else am I missing? So I decided to try to go back and watch Pokemon, because I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be something else to this. And I started watching, I'm like, you know what? I do kind of like this. It was one night on one of these obscure movie channels, Tekkaman Blade 2 was playing episode after episode after episode, and I didn't know a damn thing about it. I just knew it was Japanese. I'm like, you know what? I want to try to watch anime. Found out, when I first found out about Final Fantasy VII, that's where I got into a lot of the video games and the JRPGs and stuff. I'm like, you know what? I played the original Final Fantasy, and I liked it, but it was one of those things like, it was so damn hard. More Eastern anime style leaning, or Pokemon is more of a Western. Yeah, it seems like it, but there's a whole like marketing aspect as far as the merch and all that stuff that's purely Japanese. Like the Pokemon came out in the US at the time they were still trying to modify it for American tastes. And they found out very quickly that a lot of American viewers didn't like that shit, that got into it. Like, this was still when they were redubbing and remixing and remaking the intros for these. That's why, like Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball GT, that's why those themes are still in English today, is because it's still a holdover from back then when they thought it was a good idea to remake this stuff, because it's like, oh, well, these American people aren't going to want to hear a theme song opening in Japanese. And it's like, no, a lot of people actually even want to hear and watch anime with the original audio and watch the subtitles. But shit like calling onigiri donuts in Pokemon, where Brock, was one of his specialties was making, rice balls and stuff, but they called them donuts, but they obviously were not donuts. It was like stuff like that. It was like, looking back on it now, it was cringe. It was like, like if you want to get in on that, bullshit talk about cultural appropriation and whatever, that was cultural appropriation. That was changing shit up to appeal to viewers who weren't, the audience wasn't intended for, which, when we all started watching it and realizing what it was, we liked it for what it was. We didn't like it for, let's screw it up and let's put it to our... It's not that bad. No, well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, compared to Harmony Gold's War Crimes, have no clue what you're talking about. Maybe I should. Maybe I'm out of the loop on that. But the marketing in Pokemon was purely Japanese. Like, the marketing, the toys, the cards, the games, it was purely, which, I mean, it's still said, and I still believe to this day, that the Pokemon anime is nothing more than a 30-minute long weekly edition of a, commercial for the merch. And that's okay. I mean, that's fine. Because I like the anime. I like watching a lot of that. My friend sent me some examples of egregious censors in that One Piece dub. Well, the egregious censors in, like, Dragon Ball, like this was some stupid shit. And Dragon Ball pushed a lot of the censors more than even Dragon Ball Z did, especially Bulma. I'm looking back on it, like I was telling a friend years ago, like, I didn't realize this. I was watching Dragon Ball Z and kind of got into it, then I went back to Dragon Ball and kind of, really, like, okay, this is the origin, this is whatever. I'm like, Bulma was a slut. Like, everybody knew it. I mean, it was the whole story arc of it. But there was a couple of scenes where she would pull her skirt up, or you'd see a panty shot, and the American censors made her panties solid white instead of the striped pantsu, panties, like in Japanese. Like, what was the point in that? Like, like a couple of, different, like, stripes or whatever on panties was going to make dudes go crazy, but the standard white panties wasn't. Like, it was a few different... Because, I mean, as Goku, even as a little kid, there was a few scenes in Dragon Ball where he was, like, just pissing off the side of a cliff, like, naked as shit, see his little doodle, and, like, hey, it's, it's a 5-year-old kid, he's running around doing whatever, whatever, it was nothing sexual about it, nothing whatever. I mean, if you remember the children's book, Hello Moon or whatever, like, I mean, there was baby wee-wee in that, and I guess it was an artistic choice. I don't know, but, I'm just trying to make the argument that Dragon Ball was a lot more hardcore as far as what it was liberal in getting away with and what it was liberal in showing. I mean, to this day, there's still a lot of tits in anime, but yet they censor pubic hair. But, I just... Like, it's a wild, like, fruit salad of just bullshit. I mean, even in England, up until, recently, when they got tired of, the page 5, page 3 girls, they were in the newspaper, were showing topless women and stuff. It's like, certain cultures, they don't care. I mean, England has kind of been really lenient about, topless, I mean, in the 70s and everything, certain shows, certain shit you go back on, and I mean, you see tits on TV in Europe. I mean, tits on TV is like, like some gangster shooting another gangster with a pistol, or whatever. Like, it's like, Same thing as violence, same thing as drug use. It's, you know, as long as it don't show anything like hardcore, like tits are okay. So, I mean, it was just one of those things, you know, so, I mean, it was an artistic thing. But, I mean, there was a lot of shit in Dragon Ball that they got away with that they kind of went back on later on. I guess because they were getting feedback from the Western audiences that was like, hey, you know, you really can't do that. And this, I mean, you know, even Eastern, you know, even anime today is getting kind of influenced by Western. I mean, well, that's the whole origin of anime to begin with, was Disney. And Osamu Tezuka with, you know, Astro Boy and Kimba the White Lion and, you know, all this different shit like that. This is where this is the progenitor of all this shit. But they've kind of had to go back and like, hey, okay, we can't do that. We can't, you know, whatever. And, but I just don't understand, like, why censor striped panties and make them solid white instead of striped? Like, what was the logic in that? And like nowadays, like people would love to see the subtitles. I'd rather hear the original Japanese intro. I've heard some of the dubs and some of the Inuyasha. There was a couple of official releases of English versions of the shit where they tried to do, and it was horrible. It was absolutely fucking atrocious. And so it's like, you know, keep it as true to the original as possible. Like the music and stuff, leave the music as it was. You can look up the translations. The music kind of has its feel. It's its own thing. I mean, music is universal language. But when it comes down to the meat and potatoes of the dialogue, okay, I understand dubbing it for English. Although, keep true to the script, as where there was, what, Demon Hunter or Demon Slayer or whatever, one of these newer animes, where they tried to inject a bunch of bullshit into it that I heard, and it's like, okay, yeah. Even, interspecies reviewers, which I have not watched yet, but I heard was pretty good, like, they wanted to cancel it because it's like, oh, it's a bunch of these guys, you know, trying, you know, like demon and whatever brothels and whatever. Like, it's anime. The Japanese are depraved as fuck. They're repressed in their, you know, normal everyday life. So of course they got to go off the deep end in their private life. Like, it is what it is. I mean, you don't want to watch it, don't watch it. But I'm ranting, I'm rambling, I'm raving. Alright, let me go back real quick. Let's see. Pokemon is more Western in terms of art, more Eastern. Look, no, that's not that bad. Compared to Harmony Gold, I don't know what Harmony Gold is. Ever seen Battletech or Robotech? No, I have not seen Battletech or Robotech. I think I had a coloring book of either Battletech or Robotech or Macross years and years and years and years and years and years and years ago. Before I even knew what anime was, I think it was just a coloring book my mom found. It's one of those tracing books, actually. Like every other page was like onion leaf, so you can trace and then do whatever. And I remember having that shit when I was like 6 years old, and I don't remember whatever the hell happened to it. So, but it was mechs, like giant robot, like it was futuristic type shit. My friend sent me some examples of egregious censors and One Piece dub. I need to watch One Piece. I heard that was a good one. One Punch Man is another one I gotta watch. Fist of the Northern Star. North Star is another one I gotta watch. I can't remember if it was Northern or North Star, but you know what I mean. I gotta watch that one too. Those are classics that I know that are classics, but I haven't watched them. Robotech is actually licensed, 5 licensed animes and more regurgitated into one anime. Sounds a lot like Gundam. There's so many iterations of Gundam. Like, there was a few Gundams like, what the hell is this? And then there was a few Gundams like, this is awesome. Like G Gundam? G Gundam was the shit. I love G Gundam. But then it was like Gundam 008 or 080, whatever the hell. Like, what the hell is this? Like, it's not catching my interest at all. But G Gundam was the shit. I love G Gundam. I missed the end of it because they, like, Cartoon Network showed every damn episode up until, like, the very last, like, 1 or 2 when it really got good, when Rain got captured by whoever the hell it was. It's been so long since I saw it. And then it disappeared. And I'm like, what the fuck happened? What the fuck happened? And then they replayed it and they did the same shit. What happened? It was like they were missing like 2 episodes. It was almost like it was a big ass like fuck you, buy the commercial, buy the DVDs if you want to see what the hell else happened. I'm like, oh no, come on, you gotta be fucking with me, no. So I probably posted in the Discord if I remember. Yeah, go ahead, yeah, sure. The term you're looking for is ship 'em on. Oh, shit, well, shit, what is shipping? Shipping? You mean shipping? Shipping like? Oh no, that's probably like cross characters, whatever. You have to refresh me. The logic is simple. In Western culture, white is innocence. Yeah, it's plain vanilla boring, so it's less provocative. But I mean, this was still like the late '80s when this came over. I mean, Dragon Ball Z was big in like the mid '90s. It started getting real big. People. I mean, '97, '98, people were talking about it like it was like crazy. So it had to have been over here before then. So yeah, I get the whole. We've still got a lot of this Anglo, Victorian, and this Victorian type shit's coming back in big ways and in different ways. That the smelling salts and the fainting couches, and they just replaced the smelling salts with soy and the fainting couches with safe spaces, and it's I just don't understand. Like I said, I guess this is probably coming from the same group that thought Dungeons and Dragons was the demonic shit, which is stupid. Or Doom, the original video game Doom was what caused them kids to shoot up that school back in the mid '90s. And they made a model of their school and they were practicing in this. It's like, no, you can go online and find anybody making models of their own houses, schools, businesses, whatever. It's Marilyn Manson. I don't really give a shit about Marilyn Manson, but Marilyn Manson was like the worst thing that could ever happen to you after, like, say, fucking Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper was the proto, I just say this fucking name out. Marilyn Manson. He was the proto Marilyn Manson. He was on stage, singing about this and that, whatever. Had a snake and all this shit. I mean, Kiss was like this big. Kiss was, oh no, it's Knights in Satan's Service. That's what Kiss means, Knights in Satan's Service. So, really, like it's just rock and roll. It's like, nowadays it's like, there's a message injected into it. These guys were just wanting to dress up and play. I mean, this was back in the hair band. This was proto key shit from Japan. Like, they weren't even doing it. I think a lot of this visual key shit that come from Japan came from like Kiss and Sweet and different shit like these hair bands and these visual whatever. I think that's where a lot of that shit came from, but they just took it to a whole different level. But it's I mean, my grandparents or my mom's grandparents thought that like Bob Seger and Creedence Clearwater Revival and different was the devil's music. It's like, that shit's like tame. Like, Born on the Bayou, like, come on now. Like, Turn the Page. I just, I don't like either side of it. I don't like the authoritarian on one side, I don't like the authoritarian on the other. If you're either trying to, thump or posture for either a religion or an ideology, I don't care. Let people do what they want, as long as you're not hurting anybody. You want to roll some dice and, talk about fighting demons and going in a dungeon and rescuing a princess and getting treasure and screwing maidens and... What's it hurting? What's it hurting? It's not hurting anybody. Even a lot of this woke shit's not really hurting anybody, except they're injecting it in everything and making everybody think it's normal, and then they get pissed when people reject it, and it's like... There's an objective, like, standard of good. There's an objective window of what's good and what appeals to most people, and some of these people miss the mark. Let's see. So they reference movies in the 80s with women wearing white panties. Yeah, that was a big thing, too. It was a bullshit they injected into Demon Slayer. I happen to be an expert in this subject. There was a lot of SJW shit a lot of man bashing, a lot of changing the script and everything in Demon Slayer. I think it was. I don't think he's got his videos up anymore, but a YouTuber by Raging Golden Eagle was ranting about this about a year or two ago. Of course, most of his shit he pulled off of YouTube, so I don't know. But it was a lot of it was a lot of not following the script and a lot of injecting shit into the plot that wasn't supposed to be in the plot. It was almost like, what was it, Ghost Stories? But Ghost Stories was actually funny. Like, it was supposed to be serious, but when the anime, like Shin-Chan. Shin-Chan was supposed to be an innocent kind of family-type oriented thing. Of course, there was the whole culture thing, so he still was like shaking his butt, doing the ass dance and, you know, pulling on his wiener because he was like 5 years old, type shit like that, or 6 or whatever. But a lot of the dialogue and a lot of, like, you know, the other shit wasn't in there. It was injected in there in the English dub to make it funnier, to make it more outlandish. Our King of the Hill, I think Mate might have took off or whatever, but if he looks at the Hungarian dub of King of the Hill, they did the same thing with King of the Hill, where they were dropping cusses and everything. King of the Hill was, like, mild. I mean, well, when it came out, when The Simpsons came out, it was controversial. When Family Guy came out, it was controversial. Even when King of the Hill, it was, you know, because it was adult animation. And at that time, oh, animation's supposed to be for kids. Now we got these adult animations. What are the kids going to, you know... King of the Hill was mild. King of the Hill was mild. It was just, you know, basically, you know, kind of a middle-aged fuddy-duddy who was, you know, conservative, kind of stuck in his own ways, but he was the you know, the pillar of the community. He was the glue that held everybody. He was the voice of reason, even though he was kind of an uptight and, you know, whatever. He was still the lovable uptight, because always in the end it always seemed like, you know, he was always right. You know, he was always the level-headed, whatever. But the Hungarian dub of King of the Hill was just nothing but the equivalent of F-bombs and S-bombs, you know, the fucks and the shits and the dams and the this and that. I mean, it was just, apparently it was dirty. Dirty talk. That's kind of, you know, on an SJW level, that's what they did to go to Demon Slayers, I believe, whatever it was. I could be wrong on the anime. We could be talking about a whole different shit. The 80s, even Slayers, well, the Harmony Gold subject, the reason why you don't see Macross in Western society is because Harmony Gold owns the license to it, and they can bring any of it or subtitle it at all outside of Japan. I think like one or two, whatever, Macross came over here, but I mean, I can't even be sure of that. Like, maybe it's just a, you know, a popular thing that's still only Japanese dub, and, you know, it became a popular thing for Western viewers to go, okay, this is good even though it's subtitled. I thought there was a dub, but I've never seen it, so... Gundam was just so popular it spun off like a billion spin-offs for decades. Well, they had all the toys and the games and all that stuff, the models. The models were popular back in the late 90s, early 2000s. You couldn't go anywhere without seeing Gundam this and Gundam that. Hungarian dub of King of the Hill has to be the wildest thing you've said here. Well, I mean, probably besides the fact that I want to make a harem of Dakimakura pillows of Hatsune Miku, but that's neither here nor there. I bought one recently, so now I've got two, and I've got a bedspread and pillowcase and everything too, so yeah, I mean, that's probably the wildest thing, but the King of the Hill dub is probably the next wildest thing. Oh, found the edge of the table. Good boy. But that's what I heard, was the King of the Hill dub was just outlandish. Like, I think I asked Mate not long ago, and he said he'd never heard of it. Or at least never heard that there was a King of the Hill dub. Because, of course, he's, you know, like a lot of the youngins and a lot of us internet users that know a lot about memes, and there's a lot of King of the Hill memes going on. and because Mate understands English, probably the only experience or exposure he's had to King of the Hill is the English dub. So, but the whole King of the Hill thing has kind of become a meme. So, but I'm sure if I were to find a clip, oh damn, I didn't even fucking see him. If I'm sure if I were to find a clip of the Hungarian dub of King of the Hill and showed it to him, he'd be able to confirm that yes, it's as bad as I'm saying it is. Bad as in the blue language. Oh damn, well, hey, that works. What the hell's in here? Songstress Marissa, voice to ease all burdens and still all troubled minds. Oh shit. A piece of Wanderer's Journal, which isn't any of much. I haven't figured out what the use of those are really, other than collectibles, but maybe you get something after the fact. But yeah, I love G Gundam, and I think GT Gundam, I think, was another one of them that was... See, whatever the one was, 008 or 007, something or other, was like a Gundam with a bunch of numbers and something like that. They tried showing on Adult Swim, and it was like... It was a little bit too serious. It was almost like I didn't really get into Ghost in the Shell, because it was more of a realistic type, you know, cop drama type deal. And that's what seemed like that one Gundam was. But there was another like GT Gundam or something that was... No, it wasn't Demon Slayer. I think it was Demon Hunters or Demon Slayer. Yeah, well, no, I keep saying Demon Slayers. You're right. It's Demon something. Demon Hunters, Demon Slayers. It was Demon something. But yeah, I mean... I'll have to try to look later on and see what I can find. Because I know there was something to that. But, damn it, I lost my train of thought. Miss Craig juice, everybody. You have to go all the way up and then come all the way back down, you son of a bitch. Yeah, the one Gundam was like too realistic. Like, I didn't get into Ghost in the Shell that much because it was like too much of wanting to try to be like a cop drama type thing. As where I like Cowboy Bebop because it was basically bounty hunters in space. It was realistic enough to be real good, but it was out there just enough to be interesting. And I think that's what some of those Gundam series was like a little bit too serious. As where, you know, G Gundam was, you know, quite much more on the anime side of things. But see, it was, just before Adult Swim, it was Toonami, and Toonami's Midnight Run. And that's after I had been getting a little bit into Pokemon. This dude I worked with, a couple of dudes I worked with, we went over to his place one day after work, you know, kind of bullshitting and hanging out. And it was another guy that I was with, too, that I smoked dope with quite a bit, because, you know, like I said, it's no secret I smoked dope in my 20s like a son of a bitch, like it was going out of style. And we get over to this dude's place, and we're, you know, he's looking for stuff to be able to watch, you know, movies and shit he ain't seen and whatever. And so he's looking over at this dude's collection, because he's like, hey, man, you mind if I borrow, you know, a movie or two off you? He's like, yeah, sure, man. You know, we work at the same place. Just, you know, bring it back day after tomorrow. Whatever, when you get done watching it, just bring it back. Okay. So he's looking through his collection, and he pulls out this one, and he goes, what's this? He goes, oh, you ain't gonna like this. And I'm like, what do you mean you ain't gonna like this? He goes, well, it's anime. You're not gonna like it. And dude was like, and even I was kind of like, no, okay, what is it? What is it? He goes, well, it's Vampire Hunter D. It's, you know, it was Bloodlust. It was the second movie. He goes, it's an anime, you know, about a dude that half vampire that kills vampires and shit, and, you know, this other group or whatever is trying to kill vampires too. He goes, but you ain't gonna like it. He goes, no, we'll watch it, sure. So he borrows it, and we go over to the other dude's house, and we roll up a big ass blunt, and we're sitting there watching it. I loved it. I could not believe. I'm like, that's basically where that's what I say was the turning point for me for anime was they make shit like this. Because I thought even then, up until then, I thought it was all Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball Z, real cartoony type, you know, off the wall shit. Sailor Moon, Dragon Ball Z. Fucking Bumpity Boo. Fucking, Pokemon. And I get a hold of this shit and watch it and everything. I'm like, dude, this is the tits. This is awesome. This is, you know, I'd love to be able to find more shit like this. And that's, after that was kind of where I'm like, alright. So I see Toonami and everything's got the whole Midnight Run thing, and I started watching, like, Yu Yu Hakusho. I'm like, you know, was it Spirit Detective Yusuke? I'm like, this is actually pretty good. A lot of this is really good. And then Adult Swim come out and started watching, you know, G Gundam and, well, I think G Gundam was still on Toonami at the time, but, Inuyasha, Trigun, Cowboy Bebop, a lot of that stuff. I mean, you know, that's where I really started getting into a whole lot of stuff. It's just, I've got this whole weird thing since I've, you know, gotten older and everything, and crowds, let me oops, I absorbed her into my, whatever, what the hell happened? Alright. But, you know, I went back and found the original Vampire Hunter D movie. And that was great. That was classic 80s style. Actually going somewhere I haven't been yet. I'm actually making some progress on this shit. Holy hell. And, you know, it's just, I don't, you know, like now and everything, I'm playing video games and stuff because I'm streaming and, you know, I work and everything, so it's like, okay, you know, I've done a lot of this other stuff, but, like, sometimes I can't just sit and watch anime like I used to anymore, or play video games like I used to anymore, because I feel like I'm not doing anything. And a lot of that was back during, you know, all the time I was smoking and everything, too, smoking dope and kind of just wasting my life away. And it's like, but I'm looking back at it like, well, but I drew a lot more, I wrote a lot more, I did a lot more stuff when I was watching a lot more anime and smoking, but I really don't want to go back to smoking dope, but I used to put on, even though it was some shit that I'd seen 100 times before, I used to put that on in the background and then just like draw all evening. And it's like, maybe I ought to do that some more. I mean, I listen to, like, you know, J-pop and different stuff like that and everything. Pull up different playlists on YouTube and, you know, listen to a lot of, like, Toho and iOS and different shit like that. And a lot of the stuff is like getting me in the mood to want to draw, but then it's like, well, damn, but I'm driving and I can't draw, so like, you know, what the hell? Fuck. Well, I found a new area. Hey, how about that? But a lot of this stuff listening to it's inspiring me, and it's like, man, I want to draw, and then I get stopped, and I gotta get to sleep, and I gotta do all this and that. It's like, shit. All right, you know. So, like, I really want to try to get back into, you know, doing a lot of that, and I need to be surrounding myself with more of what I actually want to do and accomplish in terms of drawing and writing and the frame of mind I want to be in. But there's a lot of anime that I have not seen that I want to see, that I need to see. You know, One Piece is one of them. I gotta finish watching Naruto. So I barely ever got into that, like maybe 20 episodes in the original series. And I totally bricked and missed the rest of it. Am I gonna screw it up again? Yes, I am gonna screw it up again. I should talk in a bunch, but Naruto was pretty where the manga was. I have a episode or edition or two of Shonen Jump from back in like 03, 04 maybe. They had a few, you know, clips, a few spots or whatever from Naruto that I, you know, look back at it. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that in the first like 10 episodes of the anime. Like, oh wow. I never could find at the time. Of course, it was probably my inability to really search outside of my comfort zone. But I never, and the fact that I really didn't have money either. But like, I could never find a subscription for Shonen Jump, and I could never consistently find the new editions on the newsstand shelves in the stores. And even now, like, it's all digital, but I've tried downloading the viewer or the whatever the hell, and I could still never find, just still never seem to get it. I mean, maybe I'm not trying hard enough, but oof. I mean, and like, I know it's a Western anime, but Avatar: The Last Airbender, I heard was pretty good for the most part. That's another one I haven't really watched. Then there was the other one, the basically where they had to replace the protagonist with a girl. It was I know you could tell me right away. The sequel, the spin-off, or the whatever it was. Which I heard was alright. I think it had its moments, like, a lot of people were telling me, fuck. I'm sorry, too much fucking Craig juice. I keep saying that. Korra, Legend of Korra, and then I think that was what it was. I was jumping back a thought or two, and then damn, I totally lost my train of thought. anime. The, Avatar, Korra. I was saying something about something. This time, so the girl Korra's her own character entirely. On that note, Korra's a shitty person whose show fucks up the lore. Well, see, that was it. That was it. I remember now what I was thinking of. Like I said, I heard the Legend of Korra it had its moments, but it was, first of all, it was no Avatar. It was no Avatar the Airbender. It was nowhere near as good as Avatar. I heard it had its moments, but I heard it also was pretty shitty too in certain places. Like the fucking anime. Help me out on this one. The one where they're trapped in the damn MMO. Kind of like Ready Player One, but they're all trapped in the MMO, the virtual world. The fucking Sword Art Online. God damn it, that was it. Like, the first season was alright. Like, the second one sucked, apparently. And then it started getting a little bit better after the fact. Like, I only saw the first couple episodes of Sword Art. Just like everything, I'd never picked it back up because there was other shit to do, and I didn't hate it. I haven't finished watching Kill la Kill yet, and it was only 20-some, 30-some. It was only like one season. It was like kind of like almost an OVA. I never finished that. Yeah, Sword Art Online. The first season was alright, and that's where I've got to stop you. Like I said, I heard once, like, the first season was alright, and then the second one started all this, like, gunplay shit. This is what I've heard. Was this, like, gunplay shit and all this, and it was like, no, it was like, after that, it was like, eh. That's what I said. I heard, I guess, the first season was alright, and the second one was ass. I'm gonna fucking die again. Fuck. Fuck. Same quality as one, but everyone wants to fuck the new side character so he gets a pass. Well, see, and I've never really, even after that, Season 3 is the worst of the bunch. Yeah, I never even got that far. Like, I got 4 episodes in the entire thing. See, I like the more funnier, kind of, whacked out animes. Fully Cooley. Panty Pony Dash was funny as shit. I loved that one. You know what? I even liked Azumanga Daioh, even though it was supposed to be more of a serious type anime. It was more charming than it was anything else. But it had its moments and everything too, but Azumanga Daioh was pretty good. the spin-off about the cute girls playing first-player shooters. Don't know anything about that. And it's somehow more solid than the original show. That's Among Us, pretty baller, yeah. No, it was good. The thing is, yes, it was just kind of a little bit more of a slice of life type deal, but each one of the girls, each one of the characters, they had their own problems, they had their own lives, they had their own hang-ups, they had their own vices, they had their own things, they had their own story. Everything was all fleshed out. It was... You really did feel sorry for and empathize with every single one of the characters and their problems. And, you know, it was pretty good. It was, you know, even though it was more of a softy kind of, you know, like I said, slice of life every day. It wasn't really meant to be funny, but there was funny moments. I have to watch Lucky Star. I have not watched Lucky Star yet, but I heard it was good. It's still one I gotta see. It's on my list. I gotta, you know. I'm assuming that's kind of the one that started it all. Or one of the ones that started it all. Like I said, Panty Pony Dash was funny as fuck too, though. Yeah, Panty Pony Dash was great too. What was the one? I haven't watched it, but I know of it. K-On! Or something like that, where the girls were in the band and shit. Like I heard that one was pretty good too. Listen, I just like a lot more of the humorous, you know, type anime. Fucking undo it. I gotta go with again, though. But, I mean, like I said, there was a few that I rented or borrowed from the library. The Ten Kingdoms was kind of alright-ish. I didn't see more than like the first handful of episodes because that's all they had. Like Excel Saga is one of my favorites. Excel Saga is kind of like to anime what Scary Movie was to the Scary Movie franchises. Excel Saga was kind of a parody of anime in and of itself. I mean, they made fun of all the tropes and all the different, you know... Excel Saga was great. And even nemoDaedalus Brothers, the same guy that basically produced Excel Saga, also produced that. And at the same time produced like a 2-episode kind of OVA of what was it? I'll think of it in a second. Puni Puni Poeme. That was it. Which is basically about a girl that had a magic fish that she used as a flute and had her powers that way. And it was, I mean, it was supposed to be absolutely, it was even absurd for anime standards, and the guy knew it, and that's, you know, what the whole premise of it was that it was supposed to be just as far out as anything could be. But they shilled for Puni Puni Poeme in the Excel Saga because it was like the Excel Saga spinoff, even though it only had... Because the joke in there, too, was that they even made mention of the fact that the ones who did the theme song were supposed to be the characters in the anime, Excel and Hyatt. But of course, because they usually end up hiring other people to actually sing, because sometimes the voice actors, the original voice actors, cannot sing, the whole point was that because they were doing this or did some whatever deal, that the one that did, I think, was Kobayashi Excel and Mikako Hyatt, I think was what the whole deal was. The one that did Excel, the singing voice of, wanted her debut anime, like a chance to be a voice actor in anime. And so they put the singing actor of the Excel girls in another OVA in order to give her her voice acting debut. But this was all like meta upon meta, like they actually, like, this is what's going on, and she wants this, and they're gonna, like, I mean, it was totally laid out, like, this is what's gonna, it was totally a joke. But the OVA was, like, only 2 episodes long, but the one that did the voice acting for the singing voice in the Excel Saga singing stuff got the lead voice acting role in a 2-part OVA done by the same director that was also shilled in the original anime, like, because there was a whole, like, heist or whatever, like, like, dirty dealing kind of mafia type shit where they were trafficking original cell art of Puni Puni Poeme. Like, it was just, it was meta upon meta upon meta. Even the last episode of Excel Saga, usually when animes put a little bit of a hint or a teaser of the next episode in the last episode of Excel Saga, they put a clip of the very first episode of Excel Saga, so like the whole thing looped around on itself. The next episode teaser on the last episode of Excel Saga was for the first episode of Excel Saga. And I only heard about Excel Saga because they were talking on Adult Swim about how how Fooly Cooly was kind of out there and, you know, off in the weeds and stuff. And it was one of those bumpers they did years ago was like, yeah, but it's not as crazy as Excel Saga. And I'm like, okay, what is Excel Saga? And then one of the local video stores that was still around at the time, I was looking around at the, you know, the animation, different whatever group that they had there. And this was 2004? 2004. Yeah, beginning of 2004. And they had the first DVD, the first 5 episodes of Excel Saga there. And I'm like, I gotta watch this. I've heard about it. I've gotta watch this. If it's that crazy, I gotta watch it. And so I rented it, immediately liked it, and immediately went on. This was before it went defunct. DiscountAnimeDVD.com. Used to be able to buy all kinds of anime and imports and different shit like that. And what I loved about it at the time, because I didn't have like an actual debit card or I had a bank account, but I didn't have like a lot of this, you know, other shit set up, was that you could actually put in the order, and then you can write up, you know, a check or a money order or whatever later after the fact and mail it into them. And then they would take that as payment. So I don't know, I can't remember what it was, $15, $16, something like that for the first edition of Excel Saga. So I put in the order online, and as soon as I got the money to put in the money order or whatever, I put it in an envelope, sent it out, and got my first edition of Excel Saga. And watched that shit over and over after work. I watched it about as badly as I watched Fully Cooley. And I wore a hole in that tape that I recorded Fully Cooley the first time or so that it ever ran. I recorded it. Like, they hyped this shit up so bad, I gotta watch it. I gotta see what it's about. I gotta actually record it too so that I have it. And so I recorded, I recorded Fully Cooley and everything, like the first or second run that it ever had on Adult Swim. Still got the videotape somewhere. Bootleg kind of downloaded the English dub off of somewhere or another and put it on a DVD, so I was able to watch that when I wanted to. Then I bought the Blu-ray, the actual release. I mean, it was kind of a disappointment how Fully Cooley Advanced and Progressive turned out. I mean, it was alright, but a lot of this shit kind of went against the original lore. It was like, okay, so now that they can do this, and now they can do that, why was this shit never discussed in the first, the first iteration in the first place? But, username Halo there says hi. Hi back. I'm drunkenly playing Hollow Knight and talking a bunch of crap. How are you? I'm talking a bunch of crap about anime and stuff that I've seen and that I like. But, Fully Cooley Advanced and Progressive kind of disappointed me a little bit. Especially Advanced. Progressive kind of played a little bit more into it. Advanced was kind of this weird, like, I don't know what the hell they were trying to do in Advanced. But I believe I ended up eventually, along with, years ago, the first and second Vampire Hunter D movie, I bought from Suncoast before Suncoast stopped being a thing. I think I got the entire collection of Excel Saga from Suncoast. That's also where I bought, I think, one of the Lupin the Third movies, and which I didn't even mention that. Lupin the Third is the shit. I love Lupin the Third. But I ended up buying one of the movies. I think it was not Castle of Cagliostro, the fucking the one about the clones. I'll think of it in a minute. Which I did watch later on, Castle of Cagliostro, which was pretty good. It was a good movie. Secret of Mamo, that was it. And I've also had bought the Cowboy Bebop movie, which was alright. Oh, damn it, finally. Do I have enough to put together the whole? No, yes, I do. Holy shit, he did it. Soulful. No, what the hell did I get? Oh, that ain't it either. That ain't it either. Soulful. Focus collected soul. Is that, no, that's focus. Fury showing to strike enemies together. So what the hell did I pick up? Monarch wings. Crystal heart. Severe Ford. Okay, that's the launch, whatever. Mothwing Cloth. Desolate Drive. Vengeful Spirit. Was this? What the hell did I pick up? Hold B. That's been there. What the hell? What the hell was it I picked up? Dream Nail. Select Drive. Spots that I can. Alright, well, I gotta use the restroom real quick. Of course, you guys know this Craig juice is running right through me, so. Give me a minute or so, I'll be right back. That back on. Alright. Yeah. As the saying goes, you don't buy it, you only rent it. I might... How long in the hell has this been going on? 7 hours? Holy shit on a shingle. Alright. So probably what I'm going to do is play this for a little bit longer, maybe an hour, and I might switch over to something else. Because I am up a bit. Oh, thank you, I appreciate that. Welcome back, yeah, I appreciate that. Because I'm not really progressing anywhere in this, and I've just been talking a lot of crap, and maybe my time would be best... Wait a minute. No, I did. Oh, what the? I cleared that out. Oh, holy hell. Alright. Well, that's what that was. I see that extra dot down there. Under where the soul tank, the soul whatever container is. Whatever the hell that is. Maybe that's now I can hold twice as much? wasn't up here, was I? Yeah, I was up here. I just went right the hell back up here. Babbitt and Consuelo meet Frankenstein. In this version, it's not the monster that's got nuts on his neck. That's blocked off for some reason. Oh, there's a stag beetle. The bench is broken. No. Damn, he still got me. Okay, yeah, it's extra holding space, I guess, for the... Where the hell is this? Guess I actually have been here before. A hero Cornifer. Old Bafanada's husband. Yes. Unless I'm wrong, which I'm probably wrong, maybe they're brother and sister, hell if I know. No, Nero would correct me on that one. 'Cause I'm an old fuddy-duddy, you don't know his Hollow Knight lore. Damn, it's snowing. It's cold as fuck here too, boys. Smoker's cough. It's not the coof. Dick. Oh, come on. That figured. Zelda's corner for his wife. Okay, so they are married. Okay. I knew there was some, like, close relationship, but... I heard him down there, and then I fuckered it all up. So what damn time is it? Holy shit, it's 5:18 in the frickin' morning. Where I'm standing geographically. Well, like I said, I took a good nap earlier. I was, you know, like I said, I was going to stream of 2 or 3 hours, and it ended up being like 5 before I finally got started. I slept a good portion of the day. I am kind of buzzed, but I ain't nowhere near, you know, critical shutdown Craig level, but I don't know. I really want to play Osu. Sneezed so hard my headset came off. Other direction. I mean, unless you guys want me to play like some shit like the original Super Mario Brothers or any kind of other old school NES shit. I know you said something earlier, Nero, about 1v1 Tetris. That'd take a little bit of setting up for me to try to get going, but I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to about an hour or so of that. I still want to. I haven't played Osu in a good while, though. I love Osu, despite the fact that it's hard for me to frickin' find time to play. And I only want to play when I'm drunk, and the game makes me want to drink. Like, some of the most screwed up I've ever been is loose to me on modern equivalent of national television. I don't know. Craig might say otherwise. Actually, no, you're pretty good, though. Even the Pokemon, you're pretty good. You're pretty damn good, so. I do have my work cut out for me on that one. I ain't gonna lie. Plus, I'm handicapped by age and by alcohol, so. Yes. Don't you feel good to beat a drunk old man on the equivalent of national television? Just take advantage of a drunk old man. I'll play, and I'll play to the best of my ability, and if I get my ass kicked, I get my ass kicked. Used to be good as shit at it. No, the problem is I'm gonna have to make a damn thumbnail and reset everything on all the different streaming sites and all this other shit, and like, it's, I'm not even set up for it. That, to be honest with you, I'm not even set up for it. I'm not even that confident. I just thought it sounded funny. Yeah, it did sound funny. It was funny. I'm just not set up for it. Like Osu, I do already have a thumbnail made. I can do a few different things like that. I mean, even making a thumbnail is not that hard. I don't know. It might be one of those things I'm trying to bite off more than I can chew, and I probably should go get something to eat and go my ass to sleep and try again tomorrow when I ain't quite as, intoxicated. But I don't know. I mean, I can work around or work with anything, but this, First of all, too, remember I told you, I lost all my tabs in Firefox? I believe that the Tetris game that I had saved, or the website to play it on, was also in one of those somewhere, and yeah, I lost that. So if we're gonna even play it, you're gonna have to give me the URL to the Tetris 1v1 so I can even frickin' play it. Something's going on here. So yeah, if anybody else is still watching, don't go away just yet if you've got time, because there's probably going to be something else happening. And if it don't happen, if it's Osu, it's not happening on YouTube. Because there's too much copyrighted music and shit going on in Osu that I can't, like, there's certain things that I don't give a damn about on YouTube as far as some of the things I say and whatever. But, like, blatant, obvious stuff that I know for sure is going to have some kind of a problem. As far as copyrighted music, it's, Osu's... You don't see a whole lot of content on Osu unless it's, small-time shit, because it's a lot of music copyrighted stuff. Like, I'm not going to blatantly screw with, like, copyright and stuff like that. But, I mean, if I happen to say whatever because I'm going on a tangent and happen to speak my mind and then YouTube cans me, I don't care. But... yeah, as far as the whole, Osu thing and the copyrighted music, like, that's kind of blatantly obvious. So if I do stream Osu, it's not going to be here. It's going to be dLive. It's going to be Twitch. It's going to be for everywhere else that I am on but here. If it's anything else, I probably still will put it on YouTube. The last time we played Tetris Friends, which is now shut down. Oh, you did say that, yeah, it did get shut down. Yeah. And my channel has a bunch of freaking claims now, too. I simply do not mind. The video that I put up, that I live streamed, which I actually probably should do this weekend, too, of the live streaming of the fan fiction, the Mega Man fan fiction. The music that I used for the intro for that, that I found, like, the piano music and stuff, when I live streamed it, it was fine. When I took the copy that I had recorded and posted it up on the actual Conspicuously Incredible Studio channel, it got copyright claimed. Like that little bit of piano music at the beginning. So I muted it out and whatever and canceled it out. It wasn't a strike, but it was a claim. But it's like, how is it different over here live as opposed to over here reposted? Like, I don't get it. So I'm going to have to come up with a whole new shit for the Conspicuously Incredible Studio part of it that's going to go on there, Any of you are curious, it's Conspicuously Incredible Studio on YouTube. It's a different channel from this one. It's going to be all my art, and I want to do, like, drawings and live paintings and fan art and writing and drawing and maybe music and different stuff like that. This is just the gaming. Conspicuously Incredible Gaming was not supposed to be the main channel. This was supposed to come later. But it's an offshoot of what really was supposed to be Conspicuously Incredible Studio. But this one just grew legs and took off faster than the rest of it, so... But, yeah, I forgot, you did say Tetris Friends was shuttled. Oh, hell, okay, yeah, that's right. 25. I need one more charm to be able to buy that, even though I don't have enough geo, and... Yeah, to be honest with you, I kind of think I'm going nowhere, so... That's saved, right? So what do you guys... Anybody else who's watching? I don't know if Alna's still watching. She probably left. If it is a she, I'm sorry. You know, it's a fucked up world when I gotta worry about misgendering somebody. And not only misgendering somebody, but them getting pissed at being misgendered instead of going... Hey, you know, I'm a, by the way. Just be polite about it. If I do it by mistake because it's kind of a, you know, don't get pissed. I mean, just like, okay, and then from here on out, I'll know, okay, you're a female, or you're whatever. If anybody else is still watching, let me kind of know what you want to do. I really want to play Osu, but, you know, I would love to be able to find some way. Well, I know I can do it on my Raspberry Pi, where I can do net play and stuff like that. And then it would be actually like, I'd probably have to put it in the Discord, and you have to be in with the Discord to know what it is and what the server name is, and maybe a password, or I don't know, something like that. But like, I'd love to do net play of, like, you know, Nintendo games, or, you know, like I said, I love the original. We call it the original. It's not the original, but the one most of us all know, the Nintendo version of Tetris. The Nintendo, actually Nintendo release, not the Tengen, you know, unofficial release, but I'm just kind of... Tetris is Tetris is Tetris is Tetris, so... Yeah, I'm... Anybody, let me... I'm kind of done on this, so let me know what you want to play. Whoever's still watching. I know Nero's still watching. What would you kind of like? It may take me a 30 minutes to get a thumbnail going together and get something else going live, but I mean, if not, I'll play Osu. If not, well, I don't know. You don't really have a laptop or anything either to... Like you said, you got a Chromebook or whatever, but I don't know if you said you had to give it back or... No, Devil May Cry is later. Devil May Cry is going to be one of the offline things. I'm going to finish up Mega Man Legends. I'm going to do a second... He walked straight. Yes, I did walk straight into that one. Yeah, I mean... First of all, I know you want me to play Devil May Cry, and Aiden wants me to play Castlevania. Any of the other Castlevanias. Actually, I gotta find a PC emulator, but I have the Turbo Graphics, so I actually think I have, what is it, Aria of Sorrow, or one of the other Castlevanias that wasn't released. Like, I actually have that version now on one of the emulators, so I could actually play, you know, one of those other Castlevania games. It's... Or Darkness Densetsu, or... I'm talking shit and I don't even know what I'm talking about. One of the other Japanese released Castlevanias that, you know, I can play it, I just gotta find a way to stream it. And I probably have to find a PC emulator to do it on, like, PC Engine or whatever the hell it was, Turbo Graphics. No, Devil May Cry, I'm gonna finish Mega Man Legends. I wanna do something else I don't know what yet exactly. And then I'm going to do Devil May Cry 2 on an offline deal. Rondo of Blood. That was it. Yep. You're exactly. I think I have Aria of... Yeah, because I have a lot of the Game Boy Advance games too. So I probably have Aria of Sorrow too. But Rondo of Blood was the one I was thinking of. Yeah, I think I do have Rondo of Blood. And maybe a little bit later on. But no, now that I've actually put in another edition of what I've usually been doing live, I'm gonna, if I'm gonna do another live right now that's not gonna be this, I kind of want it to be either Osu or to be something kind of a little bit different. I mean, to be honest, I guess I don't even know when I'm gonna finish this. I mean, it might even come down to a point as far as, I might have to start finishing some of the Hollow Knight stuff offline too. Like right now I'm fine. I'm in a hotel. I ain't got nothing else to do for 2 or 3 days. The internet's damn good here. Like I can actually live stream and do shit. But if I'm going to put any kind of anything out at all any other time, it's going to have to be, offline stuff. Because either I can't guarantee where I'm going to be at, if I'm going to be free, how good the internet's going to be. It's... Like, it was funny, like, a year and something ago, it was fine. Like, I could stream and whatever like this and that. And now it's, like, crazy. Like, most of the time, I can't get the connection straight. I can't get the cellular data. I think they're purposefully janking 4G so they can push the 5G stuff. I don't know. I don't know what it is here lately. Even the truck stop Wi-Fi is not that... I mean, you're barely getting like 3-4 megs upload. As where, that's max. Consistent, you need like 3 to do any kind of a live stream, and I have to jank it down. That's why when I was at home before, and we still have the same shit internet at like 1.8, and even then it's not that great, because that's max. I had to cut it down at like 480p at like 1,000 or 800, what was it, bit rate. Like I had to really jank this shit down to play a couple of years ago at home. And now I'm streaming like what, 2,000 something like that megabits a second, whatever the hell it is, the bit rate, and I'm streaming at 1080, and I mean it seems to be fine. The upload here is like 15, 20, something like that here, is where the download's like 50 something. It's, I mean, this hotel Wi-Fi is great, but my 4G has been fine. I think you're just getting shafted with whoever your deal is with. Well, I'm with Verizon. The only other problem is that they throttle you down after... So the unlimited plan that I got, it's unlimited, but it's not unlimited. It's unlimited up to about 30, 40 some gigs. And then it gets kneecapped on its speed during the daytime, during the good hours where, everybody really wants to be on and everything. The download and the upload isn't too bad in the middle of the night when nobody else is on it. And to be honest with you, even during the day in most places, I can watch YouTube uninterrupted. I can do most of everything I want to do uninterrupted. But, because I'm listening to podcasts and I'm watching videos and other stuff while I'm driving, and so I'm using up all my data and everything. When I record these videos and I upload them through cell data, I usually record an episode or two, set them to start uploading, and then I go to sleep, leave my laptop on, go to sleep, and then 6-8 hours later, they're uploaded, they're ready, they're done. So, like, while I'm sleeping, they're doing their, even if it takes a while, they're doing their thing. But I'm kneecapped at so much after so much data, and I really don't feel like paying the extra, I don't know how much it is, even if it's going to even make a difference, because there's no unlimited, no matter what you use, you get top priority shit, as far as I know of. It's just shit. So, the live streaming thing is just kind of been kneecapped for a while. Now, when I get my place set up and everything, and hopefully the internet that they've set me up, that they said they have, that the realtor said they have, and I've called the place and they said they have, is supposed to be fiber, or at least close to fiber. So it's supposed to be good. So when I'm at home for the week and a half or whatever that I'm at home, I can stream all day. I can stream this. I can stream that. But it's just I think a lot of I wish I could be home and wish I could be somewhere more doing a lot more live streaming, because to be honest with you, that's where I've gotten most of my subs at, was live streaming. But I'm just kneecapped. And there's a cost benefit thing too, insofar as, like I said, I'm not making any money on this. I'm just doing this as kind of a hobby and just throwing this stuff out there, and because I want to do it, because I like doing it, because I know it's it's something some people want to see. What the fuck? So after a certain point, there's only so much money that really justifies being spent on it until you get a return on it. And so it's, Oh, okay, it's you guys on Discord. A minute. I'm 12, let the madness consume me. What the fuck? Only 1 in 2 billion can solve this puzzle. I wonder what it is. It's probably not that, though. Alright, yeah. I posted that. You posted it hours ago. Well, I don't have this phone connected to the Wi-Fi and the... Good God almighty. Yeah, you did. 9:52, about 10 p.m. Central. God damn. Why in the fuck did that just come through now? Unless it was something else and I just didn't notice that it was there. Wow. Alright, well... What do you suggest? Is anybody else... I'm seeing on my end 1 person on Twitch, 2 people on YouTube. I know Nero's one of them on YouTube. I don't know if, well, he calls himself God in my Discord, but, Hollow Lord, I believe it is. If you're still on here or anything, what do you suggest I do? I want to do Osu, but I can be talked into doing 1v1 Tetris with Nero. Or we can do the Pokemon card game. That's not out of the question. Like I said, I still got to make a thumbnail. The only one I have a thumbnail for that I really want to do is Osu. I just got to pop the thumbnail up and I'm done. But a few little things on other streaming. But I have to actually make one for like Pokemon or for Tetris or whatever. But like Devil May Cry 2 was, that's going to be one for later on. I have plans for that one. So, I'm not going to do that one. I mean something that I could kind of pick up and put down in a couple of hours with no major repercussions. No, I got to continue it. I got to leave off here. Like, Tetris, we can play a few rounds and it's done. Pokemon, we can play a few rounds and it's done. Osu, I can play a few rounds, it's done. Devil May Cry, I can get a level or 2 in, and then it's like, oh shit, I'm tired, I gotta go to bed, I'm hungry, I gotta shit, I wanna sleep, whatever the case may be, and then it's where and when am I gonna continue it from there? That's basically what I mean by what I wanna play next. Because I've been doing this for 7-8 hours now, and I haven't got much anywhere, and I need to. Why? Oh shit! It totally quit on me. It totally quit on me. Holy hell! I mean, I can play like You Don't Know Jack, which is in a trivia game. Like I said, I wish I could do multiplayer on that. I really wish I could do multiplayer on that because I love that game. What do I have? What do I have installed on Steam? 100-foot robot golf. I'm going to play it later. Thank you, Nero, for telling me about that, because that was a good game. So yeah, I missed the first part of the stream, but did you make any real progress here? Like I said, I beat the one like Ghost Elder. I beat that. I used that key to grab something just a little bit ago. No, I really didn't make any real progress. I tried another Dream Fighter too, but I kept getting my ass handed to me, so I moved on. No, I didn't make any real progress in this at all. Oh shit, hang on. Fuck. I'm gonna chalk a lot of this up to the air being dry. I've been sneezing like hell. 0? What do you mean? XCRO. You mean that was his name, or because I don't remember what the hell the name was. It was just some elder that was telling you to not go out and hunt for glory because it was useless, and then when you beat him, he's like, "Oh yeah, I guess hunting for glory is all right. I was wrong about that, but it was like I defeated him." Or her, or whatever. I mean, are bugs androgynous, or do they actually have genders? Or I can't believe we live in a society where I even got to worry about that. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's a boss in the game. He floats around, hits you with magic swords. No, he wasn't shooting swords. It was these like magic pillar-like things that were coming down and smashing, and like every now and again they would from the outside, and then it was like it was random shit, and he would float around. You had to hit him and dodge as they come down, and then he would like float off to one side, and then it was and then that's gonna be clipped out of context. God, that can almost be remixed into a Mike. Don't know what he's talking about remix. He goes do 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 do. The Elder Who, that was it. Yeah, yes, yeah. Okay, yes, Elder Who. I do remember the Elder Who. Yes, because I was like, who? I was like, oh, wasn't that like the Nintendo game, the something who it was Chew and the Drunkard Who or some shit like that. But yeah, it did. He wasn't about glory. He was talking about killing all the mantises because they were infected. Well, every damn thing's infected now in this place. After I beat that one shit and come back up, except he was the infected one. Well, like I said, every damn thing's infected now in this shit. So fuck me, fuck him, fuck everybody, right? All right. I have 100-foot robot golf. I played 20XX. All was awakening. What the hell was that? Was that one the hard? Oh no, that was the retro kind of. That's gonna take a while. So no, I have Angry Video Game Nerd 1 and 2, Pac-Man, Bookworm Deluxe, Bunny Must Die, Chelsea and the Seven Devils. That's gonna take a while. Cave Story I played. Chex Quest, Doom. I have that one now. Cluster Truck, Coffin Dodgers. Me and my cousin played that one, but I hadn't unlocked enough like tracks and stuff for that. Costume Quest, I did play that one 2 Halloweens ago. Cuphead, I played that one. I didn't do the hard expert levels, but I was supposed to go back eventually and play those. Somebody asked me or suggested I do that. Uh, Deponia, Complete Journey. That's one of those point and click type deals. Disgaea, yeah, that's Disgaea is going to be. How long have I been playing on Disgaea? 20, 25, 30 hours and barely made any fucking progress. Disgaea is one of those strategy type deals. Like, yeah, that's a marathon. That's not a sprint. Crypt of the Necrodancer. Yeah, I gotta play more Disgaea. I gotta try to get, through that. I got Crypt of the Necrodancer. Burger. Oh, banger game. Okay, yeah, bang. Yeah, it's banging. It bangs. Yeah. Crypt of the Necrodancer. Although I'm worried about the whole copyright thing with the music in it. It's another one of those rhythm type. Literally playing it now. You still playing it on that DS though? Because I believe you said you had it, but you had it on that DS. There's let's see, Divided by Sheep, Doki Doki Literature Club, Duke Nukem, Dust, and Elysian Tale, which I've yet to finish on my own. I'm most of the way through that. Ares Action, the DS kind of messed. Oh shit, Ares Action, which Ares Action, as far as I remember, was one of those. What was it, the Cat Mario or whatever the hell it was years ago, where you couldn't make a step without falling into some kind of a trap or whatever. That's what this game is a platformer, but it's trap after trap. It's supposed to be hard and difficult. Yeah, I would know. Fez, I never finished Fez. The R4 cartridge doesn't recognize the SD card anymore. Ah, shit. So you need a new SD card or you need a new R4? And how are you playing Disgaea right now? Was there a release on the PS3? Or I'm pretty sure you're not playing it on PC, are you? Freedom Planet, that was one of the first games I played. Freedom Planet 2 should be out by now. I need to get that one actually and stream it. Gary's Mod. I don't know what the hell I do in Gary's Mod. Like, Gary's Mod is just one of these. Or most likely playing it on my PC through a PSP emulator. Oh, well, shit. There's a PC port, but I prefer the original art and the lack of a price tag. Yeah. Well, I mean, so what, you still got that Chromebook you're screwing around on, or did you get something else? That's my cousin trying to call me. I'm playing Grief Syndrome again. I still got the Chromebook. I don't use it though. I could do a reprieve on Grief Syndrome, and you're right. And I've got the thumbnail and the art already. I could do a reprieve on that, so I'm not like stick it to the man and all that jazz. I got Gianna Sisters, Twisted Dreams, Golf with Your Friends, Hammer Watch, Hollow Knight, Hyperdimension Neptunia Rebirth 1. So I've got these are the ones I got installed. I got Hyperdimension Neptunia, and most of them, because they came in a package. The Incredible Adventures of Van Helsing, Insanely Twisted Shadow Planet, which I heard was like a spiritual successor to the Solar Jetman games. Let's see, Jackbox Party Pack 2, which I think comes with, what the hell was it? Idiots. What do they call it? Fibbage 2, Bomb Corp, Earwax, Quiplash. Those I think might actually be even audience participation type deals. I don't know. I know the Jackbox Party Pack, you can give somebody the code, or either play locally or give somebody the code or whatever to the room, and you can play remotely. That might be something. Carol Blaster, Chimera Destroyer on Monster Girls, which I did play, but it didn't save, so I wasn't able to do like 100% on it, but I did beat it. I want to do Chelsea and the Seven Devils later on too, but Machina of the Planet Tree. What the hell? That must have been one of those RPG Maker games, because the other, like Full Moon or whatever the hell it was. Mighty Number 9, I played that one. Mutant Football League. I thought that one was funny, so I did download that one. No Time to Explain Remastered. Not played that one. I wanted to stream that one or do something like that too later. Oddworld New and Tasty is a one shot. Nico was, it was Neko. Nico was the protagonist of One Shot. Pac-Man Championship Edition, Peggle Deluxe, Peggle Knights, Pinball Effects 2, Pinball Effects 3, Poof, Portal, Portal 2, Cube, Rexara. Oh, it was a Portal mod. That's what it was. Road to Ballhalla. Robot Roller Derby Disco Dodgeball. That one was about like Rocket League, which I have Rocket League installed on here too. Sakura Dungeon, Sakura Magical Girls, Sakura Space, Sakura Spirit, Sakura Swim Club. Yeah. Those turned out to be disappointing. If they were supposed to be more revealing, then the ones that I got were real disappointing. I mean, they were still kind of crap. I couldn't believe, like, it was like, where are the boobies? That's what. Where are the tits? Nope, nope. You get none of that. I'm sure I could have probably paid 99 or 1995 or 9.95 and got whatever. Yeah, just straight up secure games of a bad store. I tried a few of them. They were just like, God. The fan service is, like I said, I don't know if the Western version is censored and that just what we're getting over here is supposed to be like that, or they were actually supposed to be. If it had more to look at, I would say it would justify it, but yeah, the shit story, and then everything's covered up and you don't really see much anything other than, maybe a part of a butt cheek and some side boob. Like, it's not worth it. It really wasn't worth it. I bought all of them in a package for like, I don't know, $8, $9, $10 or something. Not all of them probably, but a good like 10 of them at least. Because these ain't even all of them. These are just the ones I installed. And Sakura Space was the one I actually played. It was what, Sakura Swim Club. I tried a little bit, and it's like, God, this is more of the damn same. Like, what the hell? Like, I started in Sakura Space expecting more, and I kind of got invested in it, and it went to the end, and it was very lacking. Let's see, but Serious Sam, Shadow Warrior, which it's Duke Nukem engine. I'm just kind of stuck on that. Shovel Knight, which I played already too. Skullgirls, Sonic Mania, I did play. Spark the Electric Jester, Super Hexagon, Super Win the Game, the Talos Principle, Tabletop Simulator. I'd have to have somebody with me that actually. I think I have an extra copy if you want it, but I don't think your computer will run it. But I have Tabletop Simulator. I think I saved a copy of that for you, actually. Whenever you got a good enough computer to actually run this shit, but we can play, checkers, chess, Monopoly, D&D, anything like that on there. Talos Principle, Team Fortress 2, Terraria, They Bleed Pixels, Tomb Raider, the first Tomb Raider, Undertale, VVVVVV, The Wonderful End of the World, which I did play. You Don't Know Jack 1 through 3, Yeez 1, Yeez 2, YS, Wise, Yeez, whatever the hell you want to pronounce it. I could probably run it now. We can try. I mean, I think I saved an extra copy for you. It was either that or what the hell was it? Hang on. It was group by location, all. I'm gonna have to hold off on getting Steam until I delete some more games because I have too many games on this PC. Yeah, I don't think the base for Tabletop Simulator is that small at all, and then it's like Gary's mod. Like, with all the extra shit that you end up downloading into it eventually later on, it snowballs. All right, well, okay, all right. So I want to ask you, there should be an online version of Uno. Do you like Uno? Would you want to play Uno? That's another game instead of Tetris or Pokemon or whatever. Uno is another one that I think has got a free version. Hey, I just joined this live. What's going on? Well, I've been playing this for about 8 hours now, and I'm trying to figure out something else to play to kind of get away from Hollow Knight. So, yeah, I'm kind of not doing anything at the moment. Uno is pretty cool, yeah. Um, well, since you're here, I'm trying to find a game with a few people to play live. I'll stop this stream and then start a new one. But I want to find something where maybe I can, drag a few people else in. I don't know how to play chess. I wish I knew how to play chess. I want to know how to play chess, but I cannot play chess. But I'm trying to find something where I can drag a few people in, maybe, and do something else because I've hit a wall with Hollow Knight for a little bit now, and especially tonight, and I want to do something else. I'm trying to go down through a list with Nero because Nero is one of my originals, one of my with me almost since the beginning. He's damn near I guess you'd say number one fan besides Mate 4 and the Ruby Overlord. Those three are like the heavy three. But I'm trying to find something to play with somebody. Maybe do another session. I want to play Osu, but I don't know if he's got the equipment to play that either. I'm just trying to run down the list of stuff. So yeah, I'm sorry if you wanted to see Hollow Knight. Like I'm kind of I'm kind of burnt out on that for tonight. I gotta work on a little bit more. But I mean, yeah, if you want to see Tetris, checkers. I don't know what the hell. I'm trying. We're trying to think of something right now. Then stick around, and if you're ready, willing, and able, maybe there's something you can jump in on too and actually play with me. So or with us. So as what Azil. I'm gonna butcher this so badly. Azil Gradia. Yeah, I butchered that so badly. And look at the old drunk 40-year-old. He can't say shit. Um, yeah, cause I'll play Uno. I like playing Uno. I can't play chess. I wish I knew how to play chess. I had somebody years ago. Teach you how to play chess, and it never happened. Like I'd love to learn how to play chess. I ain't got the brain power for it right now. I've had too much. I've had too much Craig juice. You said it pretty well, actually. Oh, okay. I appreciate. I try. I mean, I've I've butchered the hell out of stuff before. I've had too much Craig juice though, and for since you're new here, right away, whether you subscribe or not, that's fine. Craig is my alter ego. My name is Mike, but Craig is my alter ego, especially when I drink. I turn into Craig. It's kind of a running gag here. So I've called any kind of alcohol Craig juice. And actually, Nero gave me the full name of Craig Save States. Because when I play original and old school Nintendo and stuff like that, I use save states because it's so hard. and I and I'm trying to save it for brevity, so when I do stuff, I try to save it so that I'm not like spending hours and hours and hours and hours of the backtracking that you usually would do. So he's like, your name is Craig Save States. So Drunk Mike is Craig Save States. So when I say Craig or Craig Juice, I'm talking about Drunk Mike. I drive a truck for a living. My truck is in the shop. I don't have access to it. I'm completely, totally free and clear of any loads, any work, anything. So I'm allowed to get drunk. So, I'm going to do that. And I saw on my phone that notification that you just subscribed. So I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Also check the links below for Discord and whatever. If you want to pop into Discord, we talk in BS there all the time. We kind of need more people because it's not as lively as it could be, but I do what I can when I can. I appreciate anybody that does watch, even though I'm a fuddy-duddy. So, you know. But right now, I'm trying to think of something else to play. And, yeah, I actually like the idea of Uno. I actually don't mind the idea of maybe playing some Pokemon with Nero or whatever too, the Pokemon card game online. Mike is legally obligated to give his full backstory every time someone enters the chat. No, I'm legally obligated to give my online backstory every time someone enters the chat. You guys did this. You did this to me. you Actually, I think it was RP that gave me the name Craig, and then like you ran with it. Because RP knows me from another group, which I never even made my real name a secret. I mean, my first name is Michael, my real name is Michael. It's such a common name that it's like, okay, you're gonna find Michael out of what, tens of thousands to damn near a million people. All right, good luck with that. I never made any bones about, my real name. I mean, even in the intro in this, I say, welcome to another edition of Conspicuously Incredible Gaming. I'm your host, Mike. Like, I never made any kind of anything about, my first name. But it was just the whole, okay, so you're in this other community and people kind of, yeah, about, names because people want to dox you and all that. And I think it was RP that goes, we'll just call you Craig. And so from then on, Nero was like, after we started talking for a while and the whole Nintendo thing, is like, yeah, I'll just call you Craig Save States because you hit the save state so many damn times. I played Battletoads not long ago, and it was so damn hard. And like I said, I do it for brevity, and I do it because of the difficulty. If I didn't do it, I would be 30, 40 editions replaying, and I just kind of want to get through it. So he's like, yeah, your name is Craig Save States from now on. And I'm like, well, that's kind of unfair to call me Craig just any time. My name is Mike. So how about when I get crazy and stupid, like when I, you know, get off the truck and I'm in a hotel room where I can drink? How about then call Drunk Mike Craig? I'm like, you know what? So, all right. So, yeah. And actually, I'm not even in the Craig mode. Let me get into Craig mode. There. Now I'm in Craig mode. Turn the hat backwards. I grabbed for the brim like it was still there. You turn the hat backwards. Now it's Craig. I gotta put the cigar in my mouth and everything too, but all right. And to be honest, if you're still there, Azil, I can't live stream a whole lot very often because I do drive truck, and cellular data is kind of crazy, and even truck stop Wi-Fi is kind of crazy. So you're catching me on a rare occasion, actually. Like I said, I make content. Whether it's good content or it's bad content, I make content. So if you stick around and you enjoy it, I appreciate it. If you don't stick around, you have that option. I mean, like I'm not a dick about it because I understand. Because there's been some people I'm just like, yep, nope, gone. There's some people I've watched 2, 3 years solid. They say some crazy stupid crap, and that's like, all right, no, you're gone. Like I know you're gone. Um, Thunderfoot actually was one of those types of people. Like I like Thunderfoot's content, but he was one of those types of people that couldn't stay in his own lane. If you know Thunderfoot at all, like he couldn't stay in his own lane. Science and stuff like that, it was fine. Politics, he started getting into politics. Like, no, stay in your own lane. You're I can't watch you anymore. You're done. Let's find something to stream. Let's find something to shit. I'm kind of rip roaring and ready to go. Um, oh damn, somebody else just popped in. No, I'm not playing this anymore. I'm trying to figure out something new to play. So if you're looking for Hollow Knight, you're kind of shit out of luck because we're just wrapping up this one. But unless it's Mate, which Mate knows. Nero, oh my, 4 viewers. Yes, I know, 4 viewers. You know that damn Tokobot finale video has gotten more views than it's got like 1300 views. I played that game on a whim, not thinking it was going to matter to amount to anything. And like that Tokobot finale one from PS2 is my most popular video. Like I just played Tokobot like it's filler. It was filler to try to find something else. It wasn't really necessarily what I wanted to play at the time. It was just kind of, oh, okay, that's something to throw up there. There's a lot of people looking for Tokobot. That video's done gangbusters. It's like, what the hell? I may ought to just, get that back and revisit that one time. Because, I mean, people have been loving that game. I get at least like 3, 4, 5 views a week. At least 2 views a week, if not 3, on a video that's 3 years old. It's wild. Okay, well, Nero, do you have Steam installed on your computer? Let me just kind of go back that way. Do you have Steam? I'm sure you have Steam installed on your. Well, I'll be. He goes, well, I'll be. Oh, as one of my mom's friends used to say, well, I'll be go to hell. Well, I'll be going to hell. Alright. It's workshop. Damn, can I even... Community home. No, Steam isn't installed. I was gonna say, I was gonna at least give you the because I think I bought a 4-pack, and I think I gave one to Aiden. I know I gave one to Mate. I don't really like Steam, so I've only installed it a few times and barely used it. Okay, that's fine. We'll work with something else. All right, so Counter-Strike Global Offensive Guide. It looks like the chick from BioShock. It is the chick from BioShock Infinite, because she's got the half cut off pinky. Which I've never played BioShock Infinite, even though I freaking have it. That and Skyrim, and never played them. I bought them in a 2-pack, and he's talking a bunch of shit, and he needs to start playing games. This son of a bitch. Travis Lindsay, you said... I said, what? Filthier? I got my own PC once I'll probably get it again. Still saving it, though. Yo, Travis. You said it. Filler? What? Fill her up. I'm guessing the power's back on at the house, man. Fill her. Yes. Fill her. I don't even know her. I like the Futurama joke? Super Collider. They had the joke bot or whatever on stage. Super Collider. I don't even know her. And then they built the Super Collider. Thank you. It was a Super Collider? I don't even know her. And then they built the Super Collider. God damn, great joke. Yeah. What the fuck? The Sky divided by sheep, Duke Nukem, Flockers, the final station. God damn it. Legend of Gimrock. Test GIF replay capture system. I need to do something that I have a thumbnail for, to be honest with you, and you'll have to get with me ahead of time where I can actually get a thumbnail together. And if we do like Pokemon the card game or any kind of Tetris or whatever, I'm gonna have to make a thumbnail in order to do that too. But to be honest, I really have my heart set on Osu, and that's really kind of what I'm set up for, even though it's going to take me a half an hour to get all the shit trickled down. And for anybody still watching who... Well, Grief Syndrome... Shit, yeah, Grief Syndrome. I do have the thumbnail made for Grief Syndrome, and I can actually stream that on YouTube as well. Fuck. No, you're not in the car. Did the power come back on? I know you said the power was out, and I said something about, well, jump in the car. At least it'll keep you warm for a while. But dude, it's like 30-something degrees. 30, 28, 29, 30 degrees. It's fucking -8 here where I'm sitting at, so, fuck me, right? No, okay, no, I'm sorry. It says -6. Monmouth, Illinois, it says -6. So yeah, fuck me, right? It's been out since 9 yesterday morning. And you didn't say shit until 6, 7 this afternoon? I mean, I ain't worried about the shit. I ain't worried about the power freezing. Is the power without sourcing the thumbnail? I can get those out like a rabbit. I can get it out too. It's just it's one extra step, and I mean, I know. But no, you messaged me about what 7:38, something like that earlier in the evening, saying it was out and you were freezing your garbanzo beans off. That's exactly what he goes. I'm freezing my the power's out. I'm freezing my garbanzo beans off. My first thought was, didn't you go over Randy's? But probably Randy's power's out too. Although he's saying because they live right, Randy, his friend, lives right next door to the waste management plant. That their shit's going to get turned on first and cared for before anybody else's because they need that waste management to burn all that bullshit off. So I was surprised he didn't go over there. That's why I said, are you in the car? But I hope the car's got enough fuel in it. But it's 30 some degrees. I mean, I know it's cold in the house. Trust me, I know it's fucking cold in the house. It's fucking colder here. Dude, it's fucking -6 in this bitch. Alright, the only thing I have left is, Osu. I really want to play Osu. I mean, I really, really want to play Osu. So, I think that's probably what I'm going to play. And, I'm still going to be here tomorrow. I'm going to have to get some sleep here in a while. But I should be here all Sunday night too. So this is Sunday actually. I've paid for the hotel up until Monday morning, but I told them I'll come back and come down and give them an extra day if I need to. They told me at the shop that it wasn't going to be till Sunday or Monday till they were able to look at the truck. Which I told them I don't care. Just get everything fixed. Osu it is. Yeah, Osu it is. So. For those of you watching on YouTube, I'm not going to be streaming on YouTube. Travis, if you want, I'll give you the link to the Facebook page for my streaming, so you can watch there because I know you got Facebook, so you can watch it there if you want to watch it. Is the power back on? I never got that. Is it back on or is it not? I know you can use that power shit, that jumper thing and that air compressor thing that I bought to recharge your phone if you need to. But if you're watching on your phone and everything and the power's not on, I would say, man, you might be better off recharging your phone and keeping it charged than not wasting it on a shithead like me. But because of the music and the nature of the music, I can't stream it on YouTube because they'll copyright claim half of everything I want to play. So I can't watch it on YouTube. Lori has power. It's just getting over there with the roads. I'm thinking about heading over there now. I mean, as long as they don't care, and as long as you don't care, because you said Lori got the jab and might have the coof. Like, I don't know, but I mean, that's up to you, man. I'm guessing that you don't have power back. Don't waste your phone power on me, man. Yeah, don't waste your phone power on me. Use that shit for if you need emergency or whatever, but use that jumper and the USB port on it to recharge the phone to keep it up. But yeah, don't waste your phone power on me. If you can go over there and you don't care and they don't care, go ahead and go over there because you need to keep warm. The pipe should be all right. It's not that cold over there, so it should be all right. Actually, I would say go into the jumper, into the breaker box, and turn off the well pump, because as long as it ain't got pressure, and you know the pipes drain a little bit and everything. If the pipes drain a little bit and they're kind of lacking the pressure, even if it does freeze, it won't bust the pipes. So yeah, I would go into the breaker and turn it off, and then drain what you can out of the system. And even if it is half drained, whatever does freeze won't bust the pipes. And then go over there, and then when you get back to the house, turn on the well pump and everything again when you do have power. It won't hurt anything. But keep warm, man. Keep warm. I don't know what the hell to, say or do otherwise. I'm gonna set up for Osu though, so yeah, Travis, I'll send you the link or whatever to the Facebook. It's gonna take me a minute, but I'll restart everything, and I'm just gonna do Osu. So let me go ahead and get out of here and do the thing, and let's see. Yeah, let me go ahead and do the thing. I'll do Osu. And yeah, I'll be right back. Like I said, dLive, Facebook, YouTube, whatnot, and whatever. Just not YouTube. Not for this one, no. For YouTube Live, for YouTube, yeah, Osu's got a lot of music and everything that might be copyright struck, so I don't want to get a copyright claim on YouTube. So dLive, check the links. Let's see, down below on the what you can see on the screen. I'll be on Twitch as well. Twitch doesn't seem to have a problem with that. Conspicuously Incredible. I think dLive is CIG Live or CIG Official, CIG Real, something like that. You'll see it down there. I'll let it run a minute. Discord. That's the Discord. Let's see, what is it? CIGaming. That's it. CIGaming right there on dLive. But it'll take me about 30 minutes, something like that, to get that set up. Because I got to go in to restream. And yeah, Periscope right there. Conspicuously Incredible Gaming. Periscope is going to Twitter exclusively, so I didn't even bother screwing with Periscope. I don't know if it's live or if it isn't. And then Steam, Conspicuously Incredible Gaming, which I don't have that set. I don't know what's going on with that either. But I'll be back. But everything else other than YouTube, because yeah, YouTube's gonna hit me with a copyright claim for sure on any of the music that I play. So let me go ahead and do the thing, and as I say, do the thing, and yeah, I'll be back here in about a half an hour or so on the other platforms. Zeal, join the Discord if you can see it up there. It's in the description below too. Join the Discord, you'll see where I'm going and everything too. But yep, I think that's about it on Hollow Knight. I will be back on the other platforms. Just give me a couple minutes, alright? This has been Conspicuously Incredible Gaming with your host, Mike. If you like this content, give it a thumbs up, like, subscribe, share with your friends, do all the things. It really helps. Also, check out the links below for all the other places I'm on, all the places I'm streaming. If you'd like to donate $1 or $2 to Streamlabs, that's okay with me. If not, I just appreciate you watching. There's, other people who have contributed different things too, and, all this and that and whatnot and the like, so. Yep, for this one, I'll be, like I said, I'm gonna just do Osu and be back on and everything in a little bit, so. Until then, take care and have a good 4. Conspicuously Incredible Gaming is a Conspicuously Incredible production. ConspicuouslyIncredible.com